Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Okachi, hi, welcome. I know, right? ECOWAS, why are you fighting in Niger? Why not Burkina Faso? Why not Mali? Why not Mali? Why not Guinea? Can't your leader see hypocrisy staring you in the face? My brother, help me loud down. Welcome, welcome, well, greetings, highly favored. How are you? How's everybody doing? How's everyone doing? I hope you're doing great. Eh? How's your week been so far? How has your week been so far, guys? Eh? How is it going? Oh, today's weather has actually been pretty good, to say the least. It's been very, very good. Um, it's not been too hot because I was wondering that this weather for some time now. I've been one of the ones complaining about the heat. Like, what is happening? Eh? What is going on? This heat, get respect for anybody. Which one be all this one now? Eh? Hmm. So my people, now welcome. It has been a good weekend. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I am glad to hear that. Eh? How na day? How everything they go? I know everybody's been hearing what's been happening. I mean, make we no even come here. Make we just go straight into am. Everybody knows what's been happening. We are waiting on the judiciary to come and give judgment. I don't know why it's taking so long, to be honest. Everybody don't present finish. Waiting remain. You understand? Waiting, because that's what keeps crossing my mind. Like, what is left for these people to do? Now, I heard that even during the court process, whether not Justice Unamania, whatever the man's name is, forget to. The man was busy talking about saying something about forgiveness for sins or something crazy like that. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Hmm. Oh my God. Are you serious right now? Who's talking about forgiveness? Wetin concern us concern forgiveness. There's no time for forgiveness. So, eh? We're literally talking about lives at stake. You are talking about who send una message. Una not try am oh. Hey, hey, una not try am. We not come here come forgive. Forgiveness has nothing to do with it. We have to get it right as a people. Has nothing to do with it. These people they talk like say no be Nigeria they I don't understand. Anyway, let's get right into it because I have a couple of videos to air for you to show you guys.
From what happened in court yesterday, it seems that Tinubu's counsel muddled the waters and to some extent tried to misinterpret the constitution. Let's see the section of the 1999 constitution that talks about the different grounds for disqualification of a presidential candidate, and specifically the one that talks about the 10 years statute of limitation. You can see it clearly applies only to the offenses that can be classed as dishonesty. And when a person was convicted by Code of Conduct Bureau, it says within a period of less than 10 years before the date of the election to the office of president, he has been convicted and sentenced for an offense involving dishonesty or has been found guilty of the contravention of the Code of Conduct. Or, so you can see the reason all the subsections are separated by the use of the word or, so they can't be lumped together. The Constitution sees these offenses covered under this subsection as minor offenses that should not prevent someone from contesting for elective positions after 10 years it happened. You can see this difference in subsection 1D, where it mentions fraud and no longer code of conduct. This is because fraud can't be classed as misdemeanor because it's a serious offense. It goes on to add, by whatever name called, or for any other offense imposed on him by any court or tribunal, or substituted by a competent authority for any other sentence imposed on him by such a court or tribunal. Or, and it goes on, as you can see, this addition is a blanket cover to cover all serious offenses. So any serious offense that a judge deems to fall under this section a person must be disqualified. Obviously, they've categorized what you can call misdemeanor on one side, and on the other side, grave offenses have been categorized. And under subsection 1D, you can see that there's no provision for 10 years or 20 years, like in subsection 1E. Even if the statute of limitation should apply to all offenses, anything related to money laundering and narcotics should never be acceptable from persons aspiring to lead others, whether it's local government chairman, governor, or president. When politicians steal public money, the next step to legitimize the stolen money is to launder it. So you can imagine what will happen when a known money launderer who opened several accounts to launder money from narcotics proceeds occupies an elective executive position. He will simply help himself using his experience. Going by what Honorable Justice Samani said yesterday in court, it has become clear that they will not disqualify Tinubu based on narcotics proceeds worth $460,000 he forfeited to the US government because it has passed 10 years. That judgment against him was in 1993. That's 30 years ago. Yes, his statement was intentional. And if that will be the verdict on that particular disqualification ground, it poses a serious problem because when candidates present themselves for elective positions, it is left for the citizens to make research on them. Like this past presidential election, we had four major candidates. Most of the candidates engaged the citizens in debates and TV interviews just to project themselves and market themselves in front of the electorate. Apart from that, citizens still dug into the past of all the candidates to know them better, to know what they are capable of doing, to know if their thoughts and aspirations align with their own. Because when someone wants to lead you, you have the right to know the past and predict the character of the person. Even if the person actively tried to hide his past, you still have the right to use the internet or other media to get information about the person. So now you can now say, oh, I've known this man, he did this, he did that. With all that information, you can now say, yes, this is the man I want to vote for. This is the man I think will lead Nigeria to greater heights. So in essence, what it means is that it is the citizens that disqualify candidates at the polls. If a candidate fails to win the highest votes in an election, that means the people didn't vote for him. The people voted for another candidate. So ultimately, it is the people that disqualifies a candidate at the polls. Whether a political party turns a blind eye and says, no, this man didn't do this, he didn't do that, and still presents him as their flag bearer, the ultimate power to disqualify that person lies with the people when they go to the polls. Now, this poses a second question. What about when a candidate is disqualified by the people at the polls and INEC ends up rigging the election in the person's favor? What happens in this situation? The candidate or the candidates the people voted for will go to court to reclaim their mandate. So that means we are back to square one.
Fasten screws from any angle in under 30 seconds with this incredible $40 gadget. It twists, bends, and rotates.
Going by the INEC allocated votes, it's obvious that Tinubu didn't score the majority of votes, unlike in past presidential elections where the winner always had the highest votes, majority of people voted for the person. Also, when you add the more than 8 million votes that INEC suppressed in order to push him to first position, his winning percentage becomes even lower. It gets worse when you calculate the fact that these votes allocated to him are not lawful votes. So it's clear that he doesn't have the mandate of Nigerians to lead. So how can the people who disqualify the candidate at the polls get justice from the courts? Yes, despite what the Honorable Justice said, it is just one ground out of many that Tinubu is facing for disqualification. If they has forged a certificate, is there in black and white, just like the 10 years? Or are they going to free him based on technicality? It is obvious that he forged this certificate. Never mind the fact that his lawyer is saying that there is no oral testimony from the university that proves that he forged it. But the proof is there. He submitted this certificate, no one submitted it for him. And it's quite different from the one that came from the university themselves. So the proof is there. They should free him based on technicality. That will be sending the wrong signal. That means someone can forge a certificate tomorrow and maybe go at the back and tell the university not to come and testify that it didn't come from them, and he will win in court. Now, going by a strict interpretation of the Constitution, it means that nothing will prevent Tinubu from being disqualified because he failed to appoint a new vice presidential candidate 14 days after the first one withdrew, which is in violation of the Electoral Act and the 1999 Constitution. This one is not in contention. Even his lead lawyer agreed in one of their replies that he indeed failed to appoint Shetima before the expiration of the 14 days. And it is a constitutional breach. And it is now beyond the Allied People's Movement. They can't even withdraw it. Yes, they brought the evidence before the court. So the court must make a decision. Judge and the public prosecutor charging someone for a crime and bringing all the evidence before the court, and the court have seen the grievous crime committed by the person, they now apply to withdraw the case. No, it doesn't work that way. They must give reason that will satisfy the court before that. In fact, in some circumstances, the court will never allow them to withdraw such a matter because it has become open. They are now aware that the person committed the crime and they must do their job as justices of the court. They will not allow a crime that was committed against the people or the Constitution go unpunished. Going by the no-nonsense and strict way Honorable Justice Samani interpreted the Constitution, Tinubu must be disqualified because of his invalid candidacy. APC didn't have a candidate in the past presidential election. Apart from the disqualification hammer that will definitely fall on Tinubu's candidacy, the court must still decide who won the election. Going by the evidence before them, the petitioners proved that INEC suppressed votes to the tune of more than 8 million votes in order to push Tinubu to the first position. To prove this, they submitted INEC CTCs from many states. They also submitted their party agent copies that covers more than 10,000 polling units under the 10,000 blood results. In these polling units won massively. That's why I suppressed the votes in the first place. Because if those votes are counted and added, Labour Party will not be in the position where INEC put them in their allocation. They also submitted Beaver's report in many states where overvoting occurred. Yes, Labour Party, PDP, APC, all the parties will lose votes and results in places where overvoting occurred are cancelled. Yes, the fact that Labour Party submitted this evidence proves they won the election. If they were not sure they won the election, why would they submit Beaver's report that proves overvoting when they know they will lose votes when these results are cancelled? It is to show you that they know that truly they won the election, despite all the cancellations that will happen in overvoting areas, that they still came out tops. So it is the duty of the court to look at all the evidence, going by the promise made by the presiding judge during the pre-hearing, that they will look at every matter based on their merit, not based on technicality. It is hoped that they will do the right thing despite what happened in court yesterday. It is interesting to know that the Honorable Justices understand the interest of Nigerians in this petition. A huge burden rests on their shoulders to resolve this election, to bring this presidential election to an end by looking at the evidence before them to determine the winner. How the respondents defended themselves in court wasn't a surprise. It all started before the campaigns. All the other candidates were going to campaigns, speaking to people, trying to convince them. They also went to debate each other. Only Tinubu dodged all debates. He never faced any opposing candidate in a single debate during the campaigns. Even interviews, the only interview he did was to BBC. But the same BBC he trusted and gave an interview later compiled results from Rivers State. And you know who won? Labour Party and P2B won Rivers State. What did INEC announce? They announced Tinubu and APC as the winner. This evidence is before the court, also of Benue State. INEC announced APC as the winner of Benue State, despite their own results, both on IREV and hard copies, showing that P2B and Labour Party won. So these are many instances. We are not even talking about Lagos, all the other places. So it's obvious that INEC suppressed the votes of the Labour Party and push the other candidate to the first position. So, in a nutshell, you can understand that the rigging of this election was planned well ahead of time. They knew that they can never win a free and fair election in Nigeria because the same party under Buhari administration mismanaged the Nigerian economy. Look at the price of goods. That's why they didn't bother to campaign. In some campaigns that Tinubu attended, he said he wanted to dance, just dance. The opposition capitalized on the mess they created. Look at the insecurity challenges that are still going on till today. On top of the hard times that Nigerians are experiencing, they still remove the fuel subsidy without warning. This is a party that have been in power since 8 years. They failed to build one single refinery to refine our crude oil so that they can buy the crude oil in Naira. The high cost of petrol is unjustifiable in Nigeria of today. What were they doing all along? They couldn't repair one single refinery out of the 4 we have. No single solution to anything, and they think they can win a free and fair election. They didn't think it, they knew. That was why they planned ahead to rig the election. Remember how the same party opposed the use of technology in the conduct of the election. Eventually, the Buhari administration forced it to pass. At the end of the day, INEC failed to use the same technology to conduct the election. So it was pre-planned right from day one. Block the upload of presidential election results, write the results by the side, move on without opposition, despite the shouts by oppositions, just announce the results, we'll go to court and find excuses. If we can buy INEC officials and security agents, all that, why won't we do the same thing to the judiciary and get the results that we need? Without prejudice, there's still hope that the honorable justices will do the right thing. They will do justice to the petition. Not just them, but also at the Supreme Court, going with all the evidence and the judicial precedents by the same Supreme Court. They cannot abandon all this just to favor one man. They should think about the consequences of their actions. The whole country, not just the petitioners, are looking up to them to do justice to the petition. People who aspire to lead should not come through the back door. The election was a test of popularity, and it's obvious who is the least popular. How can that person end up being the winner of the election? Thanks for watching.
Help me and ask them, oh, my brother. Help me and ask them, please.
Have you ever seen someone who covers her body with her hair rather than with a blanket? These people live in a remote mountain village in
Following the coup in Niger and the threat of military intervention if they don't quickly relinquish power, the threat is no longer a matter of if, but a matter of when. This is because Nigerian troops are now stationed near Niger to enforce a no-fly zone over Niger. Why is Tinubu bent on military intervention in Niger? Let's see 4 main reasons why he's doing it. Number 1, out of the 4 reasons, this one might be the major motivation to invade Niger. When the country is at war and Tinubu is still fighting for legitimacy, which might still take a few months to resolve, going to war will trigger Section 135, subsection 3 of the 1999 Constitution, which will make him stay in power for up to 4 years. It says, if the Federation is at war in which the territory of Nigeria is physically involved and the President considers that it is not practicable to hold elections, the National Assembly may by resolution extend the period of 4 years mentioned in subsection 2 of this section from time to time, but no such extension shall exceed a period of 6 months at any one time. Many people
But we don't care. They're not following the constitution. Right now, they're not. Right now, Nigeria is not following any constitution. They're already doing stuff outside of the constitution. So I don't. This 99 section 35 does not hold water. It's not going to stand because Nigeria itself, the way it is, with the caricature on top, he's already broken the constitution. So all these things will not work. Oh. It will not work.
are not paying attention. These people are desperate. They can go to great lengths to stay in power. The military intervention that is already underway with the deployment of Nigerian troops near the northern border with Niger to enforce a no-fly zone. This is an act of war. But that's not the first. The first one happened when he authorized the disconnection of electricity supply to Niger. Yes, this action is also an act of war. Despite the treaty that Nigeria signed with Niger in the 60s on the use of waterways and River Niger, and the fact that 70% of their electricity supply comes from Nigeria, you know what it means for a country to pull out of a treaty without warning. It means that country can be trusted to abide by agreements and treaties. Although he doesn't have the power to initiate war with another country without the express approval of the National Assembly, he has already taken actions to that effect. Many might argue that boots are not yet on the ground and he doesn't need any approval from National Assembly to move troops within the country. The truth is that in order to enforce a no-fly zone over Niger, the Air Force will need to intercept aircrafts in the air within their airspace, which might result in their firing a weapon. What if someone gets hurt and they retaliate? There are more than 300 Nigerians in IDP camps in Niger Republic. Instead of finding ways to resettle these people back to their homes in Nigeria, they are actively trying to wage war in a country that is hosting 300,000 Nigerian citizens. How about solving the problems that push these Nigerians to run to Niger Republic in the first place? You can't solve your security challenges, but you want to go and fight in another man's country. Even in Abuja, the seat of power, there are people living in IDP camps. They can't resettle them to their homes, but they want to go on an adventure in another man's land. There's no single benefit for Nigeria in this their adventure. Instead, we are losing money. We don't even have the money for this kind of experiment. Nigeria is simply broke. Look at the effect of the border closure. Long lines of trucks and coaches that will normally bring revenue to customs. Niger is a poor country. Sanctioning them will impoverish their people more. Besides, many of them support the military that took over power. Look at this banner, Abat la France, which means down with France in English. So why are they crying more than the bereaved? Why the focus on Niger? This kind of attention, Mali, Burkina, didn't receive them when the military took over power there. Are they aware that Russia is backing some of them? Although the Russians have denied backing Niger or even interested in what is going on, we know their antecedents. We shouldn't take their statements seriously. When they deny something, the next day they do the complete opposite. Remember what they said before the invasion of Ukraine, only to invade them a few days later. There's a reason Mali, Burkina, and Guinea have all declared support for Niger, and they are willing to put boots on the ground in case there's military intervention in Niger.
New Special Forces device melts fat like butter. New groundbreaking technology emulates 54,000 crunches in.
Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso recently met Putin in Russia. No one knows what they discussed. Burkina and Mali have all dropped French as their official language, so there's serious resentment by their citizens against France. There's presence of Russians in Mali. Traore even eulogized Putin that they can buy whatever they want from Russia, unlike the West that gives conditions and in some cases they won't even sell to you.
Ils ne refusent rien. En fait, tout ce qu'on veut acheter, la Russie accepte nous vendre parce que ce n'est pas le cas avec d'autres pays.
I mentioned the Trans-Saharan pipeline to pipe our gas to Europe.
Go fight thunder.
Why should we leave Russia to do the whole thing? And
this brings us to the next reason Tinubu wants to invade Niger. Yes, for economic reasons, the Trans-Saharan gas pipeline moving gas from Nigeria through Niger, Algeria, and crossing the Mediterranean to Europe will bring Nigeria's gas to Europe. But are the Nigerian military against it? They will earn money if the pipelines passes through their country. The entire region is very volatile. Very few investors will take the risk to lay gas pipelines across the restive region. That's why Morocco proposed an alternative route to Nigeria. Besides, whichever route they take to bring the gas to Europe, Russians don't like competition. The major reason they invaded Ukraine was because the huge gas reserves off the Ukrainian coast was about to be mined by oil and gas conglomerates. With the situation on ground there, no mining can take place for now. Russia, having been cut off from supplying gas to Europe, they won't allow Ukraine to do that either. Coming back to Nigeria and looking at the economic situation on ground, Nigerians urgently need more gas pipelines spread across many cities as alternative to petrol. Whether it's CNG, LNG, we need them now to sustain our economy instead of selling gas to other people. So instead of wasting money in the guise of restoring democracy in another country, why not use the money to better the lives of Nigerians who own the money in the first place? We need serious investment in road infrastructure. Look at our federal roads. How can these kind of roads exist in Nigeria and you're talking about restoring democracy in another country? This is what causes military coup in the first place. When elected politicians don't deliver dividends of democracy and good governance to the people, people will simply lose hope in democracy. Yes, you can't give what you don't have. Someone that committed a political coup and rigged an election is talking about restoring democracy in Niger. Is this real? Many African politicians don't obey the rules that guide democracy. They don't respect the separation of powers between the different arms of government. They see themselves as kings, that everyone must be subservient to them. They are very reckless and lawless. They waste money on frivolities while their people suffer. The money spent by National Assembly members to fuel their cars in their convoys on a daily basis can build homes to resettle thousands of people living in IDP camps across Nigeria. That's just for one day. Imagine what the yearly budget can achieve if directed to infrastructure that will benefit the people instead of wasting them to fuel cars to take one man to work. What about the executive arm? Let's even leave politicians because we already know the kind of waste they incur on a daily basis. Why should the Inspector General of Police be using long convoys just to go to work? What about the police commissioner in a state, or a colonel, or brigadier general? You see them with their insignia in full display on their cars. These are security personnel that should be riding in unmarked cars to blend into the society like any other person. Drive yourself to work or maybe get a driver if you can afford one. It is simply a waste to be driving in convoys and blaring sirens all the time when there is no emergency. That's why the money doesn't get to the security personnel that deserve them. The low-ranked officers are always at the front line. They face more risks. Their lives are more exposed to danger. At the end of the day, they are paid peanuts compared to what senior officers earn. In Western countries, the difference between the salaries of a low-ranked officer to a colonel or a commissioner is small, unlike the huge gulf in Nigeria. This is why many have resigned from the army in the past few years. The compensation is not commensurate to the amount of work they do. That's why they transfer the anger and frustration to citizens who have nothing to do with their problems. That's why they collect money from motorists on the highway. Not that it's an excuse, but the government should do better.
In Spain, life is good. We're talking drool-worthy tapas good. Jaw-dropping.
The third reason is corruption. Military interventions cost money. All the interventions Nigeria did through ECOMOG in the 90s, they will allocate billions of naira or even dollars. They will never account for them in the end. It will be an avenue for them to steal money and launder them to foreign countries where it will be used to develop their economies. While Nigeria and Africa, where the money comes from, continues to be at the pre-developmental stage, not even developing. How many centuries will it take us to become a developed economy? When we build single roads and by the time we come back a few years later to build a one adjacent to it, the first one has completely deteriorated. So we are running around in circles. In 500 years, we'll still be doing the same thing. That means we will never achieve developed status. Why not map out all the roads in a city and build all of them at once within 2 years? Yes, get a loan, award the contracts to many contractors, and focus on maintenance and repairing the loans. That way, our streets will look serene, not dusty. The government can now force all landlords to paint their homes. Everywhere will be looking clean. We will also reduce the incidence of malaria because all drainages are covered. They know the right thing to do, but they won't do it because there's more money to be made by constructing single roads. They don't even do maintenance. They allow the road to deteriorate completely so that they can rebuild it for more money. The fourth reason is because Tinubu wants to impress France and United States. By fighting their proxy war, he feels he might get their full support. As someone that rigged the election and has legitimacy problems, which of course was the fear of many before the campaigns, that the West having a file on Tinubu might help them to get whatever they want from Nigeria. So in other words, he will work in their interest first before that of Nigeria. Remember that immediately after the coup in Niger, the European Union and France stopped all funding and aid to Niger. The Nigerians retaliated by blocking uranium exports to France and the United States. They've even gone as far as telling them to vacate their military bases in Niger. So despite their being very poor and the sanctions already biting, they can't even pay workers' salaries. They are still insisting that they be left alone as a sovereign nation to solve their problems by themselves. Why will an outsider intervene in this situation if not for ulterior motives? Why can't the countries who have military bases in Niger do the work themselves? Why involve Nigeria? Will the United States invade Mexico if the military took over power there? Will France do it in Portugal? Why is Niger different? That's why the Northerners, who, by the way, will be the most affected if the situation ever escalates, they should make a statement through their representatives in the National Assembly to make sure that they do not authorize any invasion of any country if he ever decides to escalate the situation. Besides, ECOMOG wouldn't be battling only Niger. Guinea, Mali, Burkina, even Chad might commit boots on the ground to defend them. And it will worsen the security situation in northern Nigeria because Niger is the only buffer we have between us and Libya. Also, many Nigerians living near the border with Niger can trace their ancestry to Niger and vice versa. Even Buhari's father was from Niger. Will he support Nigeria going to war with his father's country? A poor country that will have nothing to gain from. Is very hard in support of a military intervention in Niger. Even in the military, considering the leak of the deployment of troops, which ordinarily cannot happen without the express approval of top military hierarchy. Let them use the money to solve our numerous problems, save our democracy, observe rule of law and human rights, before talking about restoring democracy somewhere. Thanks for watching.
If you've been injured in a car accident,
brother, these people. They think they're smart. They don't break. They don't break.
Joining you are watching Daily Politics on Trust TV. Do well to follow us across our social platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and watch us live on YouTube. We now have Kenneth Okonkwo joining us on the program tonight to give perspectives on a variety of issues which have made headlines in the last few days. Kenneth Okonkwo is a chieftain of the Labour Party. He was a spokesperson for the party's presidential candidate Peter Obi during the 2023 general election and is currently on the legal counsel of the joint team of the Labour Party and its candidate against the All Progressive Congress and President Bola Tinubu at the Presidential Election Petition Court, sitting in the Court of Appeal here in Abuja. Mr. Kenneth, welcome to our program.
Thank you very much.
The last time we had you was ahead of the election.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. And
thank you, viewers, for tuning in.
Exactly. We had a very good time with you all that, and I hope we enjoyed the conversation again.
By the grace of God.
Yes. So many things within the last few days, but I think we should start with what's happening today. Is it the closing of Nigeria as a whole by the Labour? What is your take on the ongoing protests all over the country?
Well, you know, when people are left with no option, they would have to breathe. They were the ones who said, let the poor breathe.
Yeah, they said it, yeah.
Good.
It's like the slogan of the new government.
Good. So when people are choked and they're about to die, they will fight to breathe. In Nigeria, it has become a fight for survival. People are no longer even talking about progression.
It's not about luxury.
They are talking about survival. You can imagine where the poor are being mocked, even with the gavel. If you are in support that the poor should breed, say aye.
You are referring to the Senate president. But
Well,
his team came out and said that he was actually trying to emphasize that Nigerians deserve to breathe.
Good. They are breeding in the street because they can no longer breed in their homes. There is no more food to eat. There is no more transport to take them to their workplace. There is no more social life. This regime has destroyed the political fabric.
You're a lawyer. Is it really a regime or government? Because we refer to military dictatorship as regime.
Yeah, any system that is in power, it's a regime.
Okay.
So government, you still have military government.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely the same thing.
Okay.
But the regime refers to the people that are in authority. Yeah, that's why you can say, and it's the same thing with government.
Yeah, it's just nomenclature.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but this regime has, with their policy, succeeding another terrible regime, all from the same party. They have destroyed the economic system of this country. They have ruined it. They have destroyed the political fabrics. The social well-being of Nigeria has been radically destroyed. And our political economy is practically non-existent, to the point that when Nigeria talks, even in international community, they will tell us, sit down. That if you cannot bring a legitimate government in power, what power do you have to tell another government that it is illegitimate? It has come to the level where Nigeria is now a mockery in the international community. And the saddest part is that it is a country that God has so blessed with the human and material resources that should make it a superpower nation rather than the poverty headquarters of the world. This is a leadership problem. And unfortunately, it is getting worse.
But Kenneth, do you think is the way to go? This protest we are seeing now, Lagos, Kano, Oyo, Abuja. In fact, they brought out the gate of the National Assembly today. The protesters.
The only thing that evil needs to be perpetuated is for the good people to keep quiet.
Okay.
If you don't say I am, nobody will say thou art. When this government came in, the first thing they uttered was an illegal outburst. Fuel subsidy is gone.
How illegal? I keep saying, of course,
yes,
you are a lawyer. How illegal? The president has the powers to do that. Is it simply because what he said was not in the speech prepared for him?
No.
Okay.
There was already an existing law that said that fuel subsidy should go by the end of June.
Okay.
So you have no right to come to make a determination on your own or a speech that goes against that law. Simple. It's an appropriation by the National Assembly. It's an existing law.
And nobody is asking of where that money meant for to cover June is.
Good. That is why I'm telling you. So it started with illegality. And as you can see, when the people accepted that fuel subsidy should be removed, because
and the
all
president
of
was praised, I think, that day.
Good. Because they kept quiet, doing nothing. Within 2 months, the price that was already excruciating was increased by almost 100 naira. We are now buying fuel for 617 naira.
Yeah.
Why the increase? Let me tell you.
Okay.
In that speech, you had this regime saying they've made a saving of 1 trillion naira.
Yes.
That is not true.
How? How do you know?
The 1 trillion naira is simply the extortion of Nigerians through the NNPC. You make savings from the excess of the profit you make when you're doing business, which you now save for the rainy day. What are they producing? What are they selling? The oil is imported 100%. So what happened is that the cost of their incompetence and dishonesty is now transferred to the Nigerian people to bear.
What's that?
So that is why you're paying 617 naira. And the money they are making from it is what they are calling savings. Sorry, it is not savings. Because the exact amount of money that has always been shipped out of Nigeria for the betterment of the countries abroad, to build their refineries abroad, to give employment to the people abroad, in the name of importation of fuel, is still the exact amount of money that is going out, because you're still importing 100% of your fuel. The only difference is that it is now the poor Nigerians that are being extorted to make the 1 trillion naira.
Do you think the president is aware of this? Because he was the one who said 1 trillion naira, and he was giving figures.
Good.
That was why
the figures he
told
gave
Nigerians,
has nothing to do with the 1 trillion naira. It is sharing the borrowed $800 million.
Now I'm referring to savings he claimed of 1
That's
trillion
what I have
naira.
told you, that it's not savings. It's the extortion they made from Nigerian people who are now the one paying for their incompetence and dishonesty, because there is nothing new they are producing. They are importing the oil 100%, and they are now billing the Nigerian people to take all the bill from their incompetence and dishonesty. Why do I say dishonesty? You have 4 refineries lying waste from 1999.
Port Harcourt, Warri, Kaduna.
If you had repaired it, there wouldn't have been any need for subsidy in the first place. So Nigerians are paying for the corruption, which the president said that a few powerful Nigerians have become so rich, they have amassed wealth so much that they have become a serious threat to the fairness of our economy
and
to the integrity of our democratic governance. That is absolutely correct.
Okay, but are you on the same page with him that very few people are really getting rich?
Who is that rich, powerful person?
Okay, who is that powerful, rich person?
As far as I'm concerned, the president is the leader of them.
But he just came on board 2 months ago.
He was in power and in the corridors of power from 1999.
He has disputed that not once, not twice. He says since he left office in 2007, he never collected contract of 1 naira. He never held any political office.
Now, let's put it this way.
All right.
When a leader of a ruling political party tells you he has not held any political office in Nigeria, is he being honest? What is the most powerful political office you can hold, if not to be the leader of a political party? And he transcended to be the leader of the country. And he's still telling you he has not held any political office.
So you mean he's been economical with the truth?
He is in charge. He said, I single-handedly made Buhari president. And yet he has not held any political
And Buhari
office.
has not disputed this.
And he has not held any political office. He has been in charge of APC from 2015 till date. Whatever has happened in Nigeria, he should take absolute responsibility. If you are the one who single-handedly made somebody president, are you not part of his problem? And you inherited from him. Now, let's move into the main issue.
Yeah.
In that speech, a few powerful rich people are responsible for our problem.
As he said.
Good. You're one of the richest. You're one of the most powerful.
Is that an allegation?
No.
He's one of the richest.
He said he has never collected any contract from government.
Exactly.
Yet, he ran a presidential campaign. And you're saying he's not rich? Alpha Beta collects the whole revenue of Lagos State. He was the governor of Lagos State. And it's not in doubt that he has been installing all the leadership in Lagos State to date. Since 1999. And you know what he said?
No.
He said that those few powerful rich people have become so powerful that they have become a threat to the fairness of the economy.
Is that just rhetorical?
If a single human being is collecting all the revenues of a state, is that not being unfair to the economy of that state? Lagos is the richest state in Nigeria, has the highest IGR, yet is the most indebted state in Nigeria. How do you reconcile that? I'm just trying to say that he is now the president of Nigeria.
Exactly.
Good. You know what happened in our last election, where INEC itself confessed that they had a glitch only in the presidential election, meaning the integrity of our democratic governance is being threatened by these few powerful people. And yet he is the beneficiary of the democratic governance, which is questioned and which integrity is doubted by the whole world.
Okay.
The gentleman President Yar'Adua said that the process that brought him to power is flawed.
Yeah, he was the only president who did that, and we will go deep into the election tribunal in the course of the conversation. But I want
this president has already confessed to it also.
All right.
Unfortunately, he did not notice it in the speech that was written for him, because he said the few powerful rich people are now affecting the integrity of our democratic.
And you are saying he's part of that?
No, he is the beneficiary
of that
democratic governance whose integrity is being questioned worldwide, and which he has accepted that it is the few powerful rich people that are destroying the integrity of our election by his own speech.
Okay, I will come to that deeply, but I want us to dissect this speech. Do you think his last speech 2 days ago was responsible for what we witnessed today? That is it that it's not really inspiring, or he didn't resolve the problem? He has promised 3,000 vehicles. He has promised hundreds of billions into agriculture, into manufacturing, and all that. Why do you think Nigerians, led by Labour, which is actually part of your political party,
led by Labour Union,
but Labour Union it's also part of a Labour Party, I think.
No, I don't have a problem. You said it's not Labour Party that's leading it. The leadership of Labour Party.
Yeah, that is it.
But Labour Union.
So is it that they don't trust what he said in the speech, or there is no substance in what he said?
Now, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Why did he have to remove subsidy before making promises?
He said he has to do that in order to
Promises are not actions.
All other presidents could not do
promises.
That. Buhari could not do that.
No.
To some extent. Jonathan could not do that. We've been enjoying subsidies since 1977. Some said even earlier.
Good.
And he said he took the bull by the horn. And that was why he said, even though it was out of his speech, but he went all out and said, subsidy is gone.
Good. If subsidy is gone, if you are a wise leader that have the interest of the people in your heart, the palliatives, the conditions in the economy that should sustain the removal of subsidy ought to be there before you remove subsidy.
So it's like he sets the cart before the horse.
This is a man that talks before he thinks. And that is terrible.
Yes.
In his last speech, all you heard were promises, no action. 2 months into your regime, and all you are still making promises. There is no power on earth that can compel a president to fulfill his promise.
Wow.
So there was nothing in that speech except an exposition of a transactional leader who is making empty promises of sharing money when actually he ought to be building the economy. There was nothing in that speech that talked about fixing our refineries. Whatever you may want to do, as long as you're importing fuel 100%, all you're going to do as far as the economy is concerned is waste. Now, you say you're removing subsidy. Now you're extorting 1 trillion naira from Nigerian people. And you say you are sharing it again. And it will go through that same corrupt rich class. So you extort the 1 trillion from them, you still give it back to the rich class to give the poor, and it will never get to them. If all the money that Buhari said he shared to Nigerian people, if all reached Nigerian people, they won't be talking about poverty today. Wow. Because I heard they were sharing almost 500 billion naira.
Yeah, so they said, yeah, through one of the ministries, yeah.
Now, yet 133 point something 3 million persons are suffering multidimensional poverty. And the first policy this president made, World Bank immediately said, you are going to send 7.1 million more Nigerians into poverty.
But they were the ones actually pushing for the removal of the subsidy. Don't you think they are also talking from both sides of their mouth?
They are not.
The international community.
They are not. It's a shame that a country that has oil flowing like river cannot refine their oil to have self-sufficiency and to export to other countries. Let me say this clearly.
Yeah.
There is nothing magical about strong currency. Strong currency is predicated on strong economy. And strong economy presupposes an industrial productive base and a steady export market. There is nothing that you can do if you don't have
strong economy.
Yes, strong productive base. You cannot have a steady export market.
So how far
and your currency will never
how far
improve.
do you think this protest will go? And if you are to advise the government, what will you tell them to do immediately?
You know, the truth is that, like I told you,
down.
this is renewed hopelessness.
Not renewed hope.
The only thing I will advise this government to do, to stop this gradual descent into anarchy, is for the leader to resign.
Thank you.
Wow, we are calling for Tinubu to resign.
What else? I'll give you the reason. Liz Truss in Britain,
yes,
the prime minister that came before Sunak, she made promises based on certain policies.
Yeah.
She came in, implemented the policies. The economy was being ruined. Pound was being threatened. She saw it. Within 45 days, she resigned. Now, this government, the constitution said you should form a cabinet within 60 days.
Yes.
Within 60 days, they could not even form a cabinet.
No, he did, on the eve, he submitted names.
Not on the eve, on the 60th day. First and foremost, that is already a breach of the law because they did not a cabinet.
No, he did, on the eve, he submitted.
Was being threatened. She saw it. You know, the truth is that, like I told you, this is renewed hopelessness.
Not renewed hope.
The only thing I will advise this government to do, to stop this gradual descent into anarchy, is for the leader to resign.
Wow, we are calling for Tinubu to resign.
What else? I'll give you the reason. Liz Truss in Britain,
yes,
the prime minister that came before Sunak, she made promises based on certain policies.
Yeah.
She came in, implemented the policies. The economy was being ruined. Pound was being threatened. She saw it. Within 45 days, she resigned. Now, this government, the constitution said you should form a cabinet within 60 days.
Yes.
Within 60 days, they could not even form a cabinet.
No, he did, on the eve, he submitted names.
Not on the eve, on the 60th day. First and foremost, that is already a breach of the law because they did not say you should submit in the 60th day. They should say within 60 days you would have formed the cabinet. So you would have factored in even the screening process because government is one, not three.
So are you now saying that what he did is a nullity? Yeah.
That what he did is illegal, unconstitutional. I might not use the word nullity.
Yeah.
Because as a lawyer, government cannot operate in a vacuum.
Okay.
Yes, but what he did is illegal and unconstitutional, and it goes to the roots of his competence, his capacity and character as a leader. Now, you said he met the 60 days. How come they are saying they are releasing another batch of nominees today? Is today still within 60 days? The Constitution said every state should have a minister, and you must do it within 60 days.
So the Constitution didn't make provision for piecemeal submission?
Not at all. Within 60 days, you would have formed your cabinet. Let me be very honest with you.
Okay.
When they made that law, I didn't know that a president who said his lifelong ambition is to be president, a president who said he will hit the ground running from the first day, a president who will remove fuel subsidy illegally from the first day, could not raise a cabinet within 60 days.
What, how do you mean? You think you expected him? You expected him to do it
within 24 hours?
How? Why?
Oh, the 60 days they gave to you,
was
not for the industrious, capable leaders. It is for the lazy leaders who are not capable. That's the 60 days grace. Why am I saying that? You have almost 3 months from the time you were declared a winner to prepare for your cabinet. Election was held when? 25th of February. The winner was declared 1st of March. How many months to May 29? March, April, May, almost 3 months. March 1st. So March, April, May 29, 3 months. So you already have 90 days. So you were not expected to spend 24 hours when you are a diligent president whose house is burning to raise a cabinet. And
so
then
you think
it took another 2 months.
Assuming we don't
that is 5 months.
Yeah. Assuming we don't have the constitution provision, what do you think will happen? Do you think he will have done the minister?
In 1 year, we wouldn't have had the cabinet.
Sure.
He had to break the law and still had no cabinet. In 1 year, we wouldn't have had a cabinet. Thank God for that law. I didn't know it would ever be used again. I thought it was a law to tell Nigerians that they rejected everything about the leadership style of Buhari. I didn't know it was still going to protect Nigerians from incompetent and dishonest leadership as we are having now. 5 months.
That's an uppercut.
But 5 months after being declared president, 5 months, you that is ready to hit the ground running, you couldn't raise a cabinet.
What do you think is responsible?
Incompetence, dishonesty.
But I've never had anyone
searching
saying
for political.
Tinubu is incompetent, going by his.
I am saying it now, and it's staring you in the face. You met oil 185 naira. Within 2 months, it's 617. Is that an eloquent speech for competence? You met exchange rate 490 being bogus because it might just be 450 official. Now it's about 800. Is that an eloquent speech on your competence? And now Nigerians cannot even go to work. They cannot afford the transport. Yet the minimum wage is still there, the same. I spent almost 50,000 naira to fill up the tank of my vehicle.
SUV.
I don't want to mention.
Yeah.
But you're still paying people 30,000. And you say you're making promise. 5 months after you're declared president, you're making promise. Why didn't you make promise to remove the first subsidy and leave the subsidy until these things are in place? Why is it that when you need to punish Nigerians, it doesn't exist in promises? You now know how to act. But when you need to make the palliatives, it's existing in promises. This is manipulative dictatorship. That is how they operate.
Another uppercut there. I wish
you can contradict me. The facts I am laying,
yes,
they are facts.
So
please contradict me if I am telling a lie.
You see, the law is that there must be government. And
I agree with you.
Government must take tough decisions.
That is
and this
correct.
Is what Tinubu is actually doing, or looks like he's doing. Yeah.
The superabundance of every performance is detrimental to its performer.
Okay.
I'll give you an example. When you go to the hospital, and you're sick, they will give you medication and they will advise you on dosage. In the morning, please take one. In the afternoon, take one. In the night, take one. Some foolish people might come in and say, I want this sickness to go immediately. If I take all these three at the same time, it will heal me immediately. And then they will take the three and take it at the same time, and it will go into them and become poisonous and kill them. Because that is why you have dosage. A wise man coming into Nigeria, seeing the depths of the problems we have, should apply the economic solutions in dosages so that you do not kill the subject matter before healing it.
So what we're having in Nigeria is an overkill.
Overdose. You are giving medication to a man who is hungry, and the doctor will tell you, eat before you take this medicine. And you're telling them, take this medicine on empty stomach.
Before you eat.
You know what it will do?
No.
It will kill them. And not only that, you are telling them to take the medication on empty stomach, you're giving them overdose.
Anyway, since Nigerians are still breathing, no matter how small it is, do you think this set of ministers will change the tide?
You cannot.
You smile.
Oh, yes, because you cannot be doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. Tell me, apart from 1, 2, 3 persons, tell me the people that we are not there from 1999.
Do you expect him to go to heaven or hell to bring new set of faces?
We have 200 million persons, and you're recycling about 40-something persons. And you need to go to heaven or hell when you have 200 million persons. I am sorry.
You look angry. Is it that you're not satisfied with the selection?
You just said I smile. I am incapable of being angry.
Okay, explain how you feel. Yeah.
My face is reflecting renewed hopelessness.
Wow.
I cannot be angry because the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, by our own religion, he said, by warring, what solution can you bring? I am really distressed that when you give these people even the solution, they will not listen. Now, look at APC since they came in. The basic economic solution in a corrupt system is don't commercialize any public business enterprise in a corrupt society like ours without first of all privatizing it.
Yeah.
But APC is continually commercializing public business enterprises without privatizing it. Look at what happened to the Nigerian Airways. Look at what happened to Nigerian Shipping Line.
The military. Yeah.
I'm just giving you an example. Yeah. Look at what happened to Nitel. Look at what happened. Now, they want to resuscitate. And they say Nigerian Air, they spend billions. And they had to borrow planes from Ethiopian Airlines to come and demonstrate. Now, they have commercialized NNPC without privatizing it. You know what happened?
No.
Good. The same corrupt leaders that you have placed there will use NNPC to be sponsoring their over-bloated bureaucracy, which they will use their family members, their cronies and picadillos to fill up. And then they are not afraid to make loss because the loss is going to be borne by taxpayers. So there will be no consequences for their dishonesty, incompetence, and corruption. Now, when you privatize this, the private...
I'm sorry, guys, please the likes are pretty low. So please, you guys have been doing excellent though. You guys have been liking. Prior to this, you guys have been doing well. I guess everybody's, consumed with all the news that's going on and, but please, I beg, take the time to like, please, and share the video. That's the best thing you can do for me, you know what I mean? So the word can spread far, Please, I beg you now. I beg, I do beg you, And they beg una kindly, please keep the likes going. Keep the likes going. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Owners will be scared of making loss because there is even legal consequence of your being bankrupt.
Yeah.
When you privatize it, it becomes their family asset, which they will not want to freeze away. I can tell you that Dangote does not employ his own younger brothers to manage his technologically driven enterprise if they are not qualified, because he knows he will bear the loss. Nigerian government could not repair the refineries for almost 30 years. Dangote is trying to build a new one that they are saying is the largest
in the world,
within 5 years or 4. Why didn't he use his own brothers to build? Why didn't he give the contract to his own brothers?
Exactly.
All the refineries they want to repair, not build. They are giving it to their cronies and they are eating the money and running away with it. So when I say fix the refinery, I'm not talking about commercializing the public enterprise. I'm talking about if you must sell them, sell them. Let them start working. Obasanjo did that.
Yeah, Eradua
reversed it. Now, having reversed it, what happened? It was Dangote that would have bought 2 of them.
Yeah.
By now, they would have been working. Dangote has built his own. Yet, those refineries that he reversed, they've spent billions after that. Yet, they cannot repair it.
But most likely, Tinubu will privatize them now by the time they complete.
You know what I was expecting him to talk on the first day of his speech?
No.
That there will be state police, that there will be restructuring, that there will be true federalism, and that these refineries will be fixed. These are building structures. Did you hear any of them? Before they came in, the Lagos
Yes, he has been speaking on economy, because if you get the economy right, the tendency is that you will address insecurity, you will address all the losses.
On the economy. He has been destroying the economy. What has he spoken about the economy? You can help me.
First of the subsidy
is gone.
And the World Bank supported that.
No, they didn't support that. You put 7-point-something million of your people into poverty. The World Bank warned there has to be safety nets. Otherwise, 7-point-something million persons will go into poverty.
Okay, do you think the National Assembly will help him come back to the path and get it right?
Like I told you, the first and the best solution would have been that he resigns.
Yes. He's still insisting that he should resign. If he resigns, we will be in trouble in Nigeria.
No.
Who will take over from him?
No.
Is it because you are from Labour Party?
Hold on. It will send a message to the world.
Yeah. Or you want maybe the vice president should take over from him?
Immediately, Liz Truss resigned. You know what happened?
No.
Pounds bounced back without any policy from the next minister.
They practice parliamentary system. We practice presidential system. Kenneth, you are a lawyer.
Good. That's what I'm saying. That's not the point.
Okay. What is the point?
Good. The point is that a leader that comes into a system and is overwhelmed by the system and has no solution in sight. I said 60 days after he came into power, he's making promises. Then what did you make when you were campaigning to come to power?
None.
But don't you think that if it were
there were promises you made when you were campaigning?
Yeah.
When you come to power, what you expected to do is to start implementing.
That's it.
And this is exactly what he did. He promised to remove fuel subsidy. And your candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, also promised that he will remove subsidy. Atiku promised that he will remove
subsidy. I had told you, and I said it in a different medium.
Yes.
That before you remove subsidy, you must make sure that the supply of the fuel is saturating the system and there will be no monopoly. Now he removed subsidy and they have a monopolist. Now the monopolist, like I told you, being a public enterprise, and they've told you the government is not going to subsidize you. So he will now have to tax Nigerians the much that will make him to feed his overbloated bureaucracy, that will make him to show he's making profit, and that will make him to even make a loss, and he would not be afraid of it. That's what's going on in NNPC.
What do you think your candidate will have done if he were the one that won the election?
My cabinet already told you that he anchored his campaign on shifting emphasis from consumption to production.
How can he do that? Because there is no money to do that shifting without addressing the cancer, which is the fuel subsidy, as they all define it. They all define subsidy as a cancer.
Let me tell you, first and foremost, there is money in Nigeria.
Yes.
Where is it, Kenneth?
You will not see it. Because you're saying as if before oil came to Nigeria, we were not existing. Agriculture, Netherlands,
untapped resources,
made more than $100 and something billion in agriculture in a year. Look at the whole land of the north. My principal said he's going to convert it to the next oil and gold. Look at gold in Zamfara. Look at lithium in Nasarawa.
So what you are
everywhere.
What you are saying, he wouldn't have removed the subsidy on the first day of his inauguration.
My principal would have ensured that there is production of oil. That look at Dangote, his refinery is almost through, and yet you're thinking about giving him importation license. You want to encourage it. Immediately he discovered that importing will be cheaper than producing. There will be no incentive for that refinery to start working immediately.
Meaning Nigerians will continue to pay through their nurses.
Good. They told us Dangote refinery will come into force before Buhari leaves power. And Buhari even went to commission it. What is keeping it? My principal would have gone to Dangote, a humble man as you know him. What is keeping this from coming into play? Please, Nigeria needs it. It is better to invest in such project and let it start immediately than you're giving people licenses and even himself to import.
All right, Kenneth.
My principal would have shifted this emphasis. What are they doing? They're sharing money, nothing else. My principal has said it, he would never borrow to share.
Yeah, allegedly. Now, let's move to the tribunal. You close your cases. You are one of the counsels for the Labour Party and your candidate, Peter Obi. What are your expectations that you have closed your case without being subject, of course?
Well, the only thing I'm going to tell you is what transpired in the court.
Yeah.
The prospects will be left for the judges. We have made our case, which is based on non-qualification of Tinubu and Shetima due to double nomination of Shetima. And I'm talking about the case we made.
Yeah.
And then due to the drug trafficking offense by
the alleged drug trafficking
United Nations. No, they admitted it. It's not alleged. Their argument is that there was no criminal proceeding against him, that it was civil forfeiture.
Okay.
And then we are saying that forfeiture is a fine, it's a punishment, and it is forfeiture based on crime, drug trafficking and money laundering.
My people, I beg you. I know some I don't like, but Mona like now, please. Mona they like, and Mona keep the likes going up. Yeah. When I talk just now, you guys were liking, sharing, and then all of a sudden, please, I beg you. Thank you.
And that there are cases to show that forfeiture is forfeiture, whether in a civil proceeding or criminal proceeding. I'm just trying to tell you
in summary. Yes. I don't want us to go deep.
So, yes, I'm not, it is left for the judges. We say that you have to win 25% in the FCT to be declared. Because the Constitution said 1/4. As in, you must have 25% into third of the states and FCT. So we are saying that FCT, by that one and, that you must have 25% in it. They are saying no, that FCT should be treated as one of the states. Then we are talking, that's where we're talking about non-nomination as in invalid nomination.
Exactly.
Good. So there is another angle to it. Another angle is that the placeholder that was there before Shetima resigned.
That's Masaria.
Good. He withdrew and was not replaced until 21 days.
Okay, which is against.
And the law is that you must replace within 14 days. That is the argument of the APM.
Yeah.
Which is very potent.
Yeah.
Because once you are outside the nomination, they are arguing that is now an invalid nomination. So, and when we talked about non-compliance with the Electoral Act,
quite a number of points.
Good.
Okay, in a word or two, I want to hear
the Electoral
from
Act
you.
is very clear about electronic transmission of results.
Exactly.
Which INEC agreed they did not do it at the right time.
Okay, for the fact that we have run out of time, do you think justice will prevail? Just in a word or two.
It's only God that can answer that question.
Wow, that's big.
Because in everything you do in Nigeria, even as apparent as it is, you still need to go to church and mosque
to pray,
to ask for the grace of God.
All right, thank you very much, Kenneth Okonkwo, spokesperson of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council.
Oga, thank you very much. Kenneth Okonkwo never fails to disappoint, man. Never fails. The man comes in guns blazing. You know, they spare no one. I really, really appreciate him for that. You know, in other news, let's see what they are doing to your Agbadoski here. This is Niger. You can watch.
Allah sila tulu. Allah sila tulu.
So he sent, the most recent thing is that he sent, I think, the emir or sultan and a few people to go and have some diplomatic conversations with. And then conversation with
the former head of state and the Sultan of Sokoto.
The Sultan, I think Baba Gana Kingibe is among them too, I hear. And the Sultan of Sokoto, they send them there to go and talk and intervene. And then meanwhile, the Bazoum guy, the President Bazoum guy, has written from where he is that the breaking news, this is from BBC, the President Bazoum calls on US for help after coup. Writing in the Washington Post, President Bazoum says he's writing as a hostage. Oh my God, we can bring them, we'll read that together. May not be saying only me, the reader. People don't want to respect themselves. They want make children see them finish, use them wash, use their sweet grounds. They don't want to hear words. So let's read it. Niger's ousted leader has urged the US and entire international community to help restore constitutional order. He even get at the right. Okay. In an opinion piece in the Washington Post, President Bazoum said he was writing as a hostage. Unrest has erupted in West African states since he was overthrown. On Thursday, the coup leaders announced they were withdrawing the country's ambassadors from France, US, Nigeria, and Togo. In a statement read out loud on national TV, they said the functions of the 4 ambassadors had been terminated. That's what I'm talking about. Niger is a significant uranium producer, a fuel that is vital for nuclear power and lies on a key migration route to North Africa and the Mediterranean. In his newspaper article, Mr. Bazoum warned the coup if it succeeded, would have devastating consequences for our country, our region, and the entire world. Now lie. Fighting for our shared values, including democratic pluralism, loriro or lie, and respect for the rule of law, lies, is the only way to make sustainable progress against poverty and terrorism, loriro. The Nigerian people will never forget your support at this pivotal moment. Na lie, we no even dey think am. You're on a long thing, Bazoum. You are on a long thing. You still get how to dey write. Mr. Bazoum also warned of the coup leaders linked to so wetin we never hear before, which operates elsewhere in the region and has been seen by many as exercising a malign influence. Whatever. When your people were starving, what did you do? The entire central Sahel region will fall to, okay, what else is new? What else is new? The many supporters of the coup in Niger have been chanting, so we don't see that one. What else? What else? The question is, what did you do? I'm not even going to bother reading it all. It's pointless. The guy is just crying. That's all I see. Someone who's crying. When an elder does not know how to behave in the midst of children, this is what is happening. Your people have been starving, no light, no work, nothing. You live in a palace. You never consider the sufferings of your people. Now, when the chickens have come home to roost, you are crying from where they held you. Oh, you still get mouth till they cry. Well, I rest my case on that one for now. Guys, Black Panther, my brother, welcome. Oh, greetings, especially. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you, Sister Moye. Thank you for what you are doing, and I thank every other panelists that are coming. There are many more that are still coming in. They are just waiting. I thank everybody for what you have been doing, and I want to speak on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I want to speak concerning what is happening in the western part of Africa, comprises of 14 head of states and 4 or 5 thereabouts are military head of state. I want to start by saying that Nigeria will not go to war with Niger. It is just a matter of it's just propaganda, and Agbado is a very it's like a smart crook that want to use some kind of manipulation to gain legitimacy in his government. So, because if you look at the borderline by the west, by the east, we have the Chad. By the west, we have Mali, we have Burkina Faso, we have Togo down, then we have Ghana beside Togo, then we have Benin Republic in front, then we have Cameroon at the side, and the longest border line up is between Niger Republic, and on that border line you have Sokoto, you have Kano, you have Maiduguri, and Kano draw it down to Kaduna. This Kano and Kaduna, these are one of the strategic points area in Nigeria from the north. And we have in Kaduna, we have Nigerian military, where we have the base of our military in Kaduna. Kano is a subsidiary of it. And Kano is more or less the commercial headquarters of the North, and is sharing border with Niger Republic. And the border line between Niger Republic and Nigeria is porous. We have no power over that border line, comparing it with the border.
Let me just quickly interject this. So, Niger has cut diplomatic ties. We already know France, Nigeria, Togo, and the US. They don't cut the diplomatic ties.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes, they have to. That's the first thing they have to cut it off because one, the uranium is linked to France. France is mining the uranium, and collectively, you know who is the head of the NATO group is America. And if you go on studying it very well, basically, there is a diplomatic default somewhere that the Niger Republic is not really exploiting. There is a lacuna somewhere between France and America. France have the present president of France, they have a problem with America. And the problem is on defense strategy of NATO. And the affordability of a nuclear head on a submarine, which America has given it to Australia to come down from the other atmosphere of the other hemisphere, whereby if there is any insurgence or any pullout from Russia, Australia will be in a zone whereby it can hit the target. And it's far a little bit from Russia. And Russia has no penetration from where the Australians are coming in from. It's a very tight thing that we need to really understudy, because this fight has been going on. It's a cold war between France and America. And you know from history, France has been a beneficiary of America, let me say, defense strategy, defense policy. France has been a beneficiary from the Second World War, going to the Second World War, whereby a lot of immigrants from France came on. America accepted a lot of immigrants from France, and American soldiers went there to block the Nazis from coming in. That was where the battle was won. And America, after doing that, the French government brought a present for America. And the present was the Statue of Liberty. That was a mind-blowing thing that it did, and it has stand as a monument in America. That was why French gave America the original statue. They gave, after bringing that big one, they brought the mother of that lady, the Statue of Liberty, standing in the heights in New York, in the bay in New York. They brought the mother, that was about 3 or 4 years ago, to America.
Okay.
Now, from that premises.
Yeah, 1 minute, please, so I can talk to others, and then we can go around again. Okay. Thank you very much, my brother. So I just want to quickly read something, right? So the special delegation of the Economic Community of West African States, headed by General Abdusalami Abubakar, retired, Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Mohammed Saed, I don't know how to pronounce it, Abubakar III, and His Excellency Omar Aliyu Toure on Thursday met with the coup leaders in the Niger Republic to expeditiously resolve the current political impasse in the country. Agbado dispatched the delegation to Niger Republic with a mandate to expedition. Now one chance all of the day. So he sent what? One, two, three, four. I also read somewhere about Babagana Kingibe about that as well, because these people there, they're just they're I don't even know what to say. Welcome, my brother Prince Akwachi. Let's have your say in this before we move forward. Prince Akwachi, are you here with us? You're on mute. If you're there.
Yes, so my sister, good evening. I was doing, yes, I am doing more of listening,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, of a truth, I am so angry that I don't even want to talk about Agbado, because what he is doing with this Niger thing is just so ridiculous in the sense that whatever he's trying to do, he is trying to use, there's a section in the constitution where a president can declare that there will not be an election based on the fact that the country is in a war. So they will
But
now
is he a
postpone.
president? Prince Akwachi, is he a
Yeah,
president? He's
he's
not the
not a
prime
president. I
minister.
know.
Exactly. So
That,
that's
that
Section 165.
that's the same thing Dati was talking about. If you remember,
He's
Dati talked
working the
about this.
constitution. Yeah.
But the Supreme Court justice will not listen. The
Well, they
chief
haven't
judge
listened.
should,
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Ariwola, of a truth, Ariwola will never know peace in his life.
It's
Ariwola will never know peace. You know. So all those things is just a way of keeping himself in office. But the thing, my annoyance is this: what is the legislature doing? Can a president militarily go into war with another country just like that? I'm just dazed, I'm sorry to say this. I'm really disappointed in those lawmakers that we have and the people around him. Yeah.
the people around him don't
Samuel,
care.
can I land?
Yeah, go ahead. I was waiting for you to land now. I didn't hear you again. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Like I was saying, after getting that history, I want us to hold that history now and hold the controversy between French and US. I was expecting the military guys in Niger to hold that as a very strong hold to penetrate and to dialogue with America. But never that case, let us leave that aside. But I want us to hold that history that I just spoken. It's just the preface of the whole thing. I want us to put it somewhere in our heart. Now, let us draw it down. Niger Republic is along the belt. It's along the belt in the west, in West Africa. And along that belt, you have Chad, you have other countries, you have Mali, you have Guinea. So along that belt, there is a lot of natural resources along that belt. And those resources is a matter of interest. And the interest of France, America, and the NATO as a whole is based on that Niger Republic, because these resources is the uranium that they are taking from Niger, and the person drilling that uranium is France. And France has a colony, has a country in Africa they colonized, and they have a strong hold on them. As a matter of fact, the Central Bank of France is dictating to all those Francophone countries that they have. And now, since some countries that have affiliation to France, they have decided to break off from that agreement. Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, even presently, Burkina Faso has spoken that they want to remove French as the official language of Burkina Faso.
Correct.
So we are having a sort of a pullout and a revolutionary turnaround, because these men that are taking over as military forces, they are within the ages of 35 to 40. And these men have different perspectives about the military regime. Now they don't look at military regime as an oppressive force. Now they look at military regime as a regime that want to take back and send the narrative that Africa can redesign its own hemisphere and make a good place whereby they can rewrite and write a way they will govern themselves. And that is what French and the other NATO does not like. But NATO is still keeping a little bit back, because UN has a role to play despite condemnation, but they have a role to play. And Russia is the key to the role the UN will play, because anywhere the UN go focus on is where NATO will focus on. Because in NATO, we have some people that have veto, Russia and America, and one other two countries. I can't remember again. But Russia, if Russia does not veto it, UN cannot move. Russia has to veto it for NATO or UN to come into this. But UN can verbally say they condemn, but they cannot do nothing. The only people that the only pawn they can use to perpetrate evil among the Western country, which they are presuming will work. But I am thinking, because of some kind of factors, it might not work. Because one, Nigeria is about to be used as a pawn to perpetrate what they would have done, but they cannot do it because they cannot have the veto in the UN Security Committee, which Russia would pull down, because Russia have interest. Because this thing, if you link it from the Russia-Ukraine war, is linked down to this position, because we are talking about the energy power, the energy resources, and Russia has already blocked Europe from getting energy, which Russia supply about 70% of its energy to Europe, but Russia has already cut it down. And from now, we are going to summer, and if you get into winter, if you get into winter, Europe is going to have a problem. Now, how are they going to solve their problem? They have to come to Africa, where they get cheap energy from Africa. They get it, they smuggle the oil, they get the uranium at a very low prices. Sometimes they get it free. So now it's a matter of interest. And already we've heard that Russia is already it's about to send grain, food supply to Niger Republic. And one thing that we should note here is that if you look along the belt and the boundary, if Nigeria have to go in through the boundary, now they have to leave. This thing is very complex, and I want us to understand it. They have to leave the Chad Basin open, because we have military base there. They have to leave it open because Nigeria is short already with forces, ground forces. Nigeria is already short due to the influence of the Boko Haram intruding. So if they have to go into that Mali, because now you are not fighting a rebel in Niger, you are fighting the army that protect the sovereignty of a nation called Niger Republic, because it's different from the Liberian war, where you have rebels, two rebels combined, two rebels against the government. Now you have a military, and the military of Niger have been supported by 4 African states, with inclusion from
one northern African state that said they are in support that Nigeria should not dare doing it. And this North African state, they are very powerful when it comes to military insurgents. They can do it because they have the finances. Now, will Nigeria go into Niger as a matter of getting the president getting his own government, having legitimacy, saying that, oh, I need to support France so that they can also say, oh, I am a true and the president of Nigeria. Now, we have to look at this. One, Nigeria is going to lose economically. Nigeria is going to lose in a way that we cannot recover in 30 years to come. Now, it's Nigerian government, including the House of Representatives and the Senate, will they agree, including the service chief, will they agree to go into war? Because you cannot declare a war on a nation that did not declare a war, neither did they intrude into your space. Therefore, is that the charter we signed with the UN? No. Now, it's a matter of interest. Will Nigeria accept to be used as a pawn by France? Because France cannot come in because of how strategic they are in the NATO hemisphere. They cannot come in because that is against the policy. If they come in, they are about to stage a war that it will never end. Now, with Nigeria going, but one thing I'm seeing here, Nigeria might not go in because the Senate, if you go in, you are losing a point, which is the Chadian base, which is very, very important because there's a lot of resources in the Chad basin base in right there in Maiduguri, closer to Maiduguri. If you lose that, the intruder French will come in and exploit the mineral resources right there. Because Nigeria has a lot to benefit. That place is a resource zone, and they cannot let that place lose. If you lose that place, then the intruder will come in. The Boko Haram will come in and disseminate. Whereby our military is up there in Niger, they will come in and block them coming back in. It's a very, if you ask the chief of army staff or defense to draw a schematic to how they will go into Niger, it is going to be a deadly one, because from the border it's going to be a fight to get into Niamey, because those guys have already signed an agreement with Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. They are going to provide military armor system and aircraft into Niger Republic, which is already agreed upon. Now, Nigerian government told us that they are not selling power to Niger Republic. Meanwhile, we have noted it now that they are selling power to Niger Republic and Benin Republic. Why we in Nigeria don't have power? Exactly. Now, that is a red flag. And that can cause a ripple effect in bringing down Agbado government without the judiciary. Now, if the judiciary should go further, because there is a red flag everywhere now. Now, if the judiciary go against its own constitutional policy and try to drive a ship to say Agbado should remain in office with all those detailed positions, all those defects he has, then they've established Nigeria as a colony that is an outlaw. Now, what's going to be the response of Nigerians? The response of Nigeria, to my mindset, is going to be chaos, and definitely the division of Nigeria is very, very, very clear to us now. It's very, very clear, because the war is not going to come to the south. It's going to end in the Nile, Niger Nile. That is the Kaduna and Abuja zone, because they can easily get into Abuja very easy, because our border is very wide, more than 100,000 kilometers with Niger Republic. So it's very wide, and Nigeria does not have any coverage, good coverage on that. So we are at a disadvantage if we go into that war, because the French is going to use us, the NATO is going to use us as a pawn, as brothers fighting brothers, and that will not augur well and talk well. And Nigeria is going to lose its position, a strategic position in AU and in the world body, because no African country will see Nigeria as a leader anymore. They will prefer taking on South Africa to lead Nigeria, to lead Africa in the UN. That is how it is. Is Nigeria ready to lose its position by going to war? That's something that is not even. If you go into that war, it's going to affect us economically, because there will be an insurgent. The border will be porous. People, refugees, will run into Nigeria, run into different countries, and the northern country, Chad, will not love what Nigeria do, because the borderline, your neighbors, you have to protect that border. You have to protect everything, because people that are your neighbor, they are very strategic in terms of economic values and in terms of defense. They are very strategic. That's an avenue any intruder can come in and attack. But if you have a good neighbor, you are covered. So if Nigeria is ready to sell its long and wide, more than 100,000 kilometers to France, that rests in the hands of the Senate and the Nigerian people. If you are ready to risk 100,000 kilometer mile just to sacrifice for the French, then we are ready for breakup. Nigeria is already ready for breakup. It's self-breakup, because the Fulanis here who have an affiliation in Niger Republic will not allow Nigeria to go into war. That's why Sultan of Sokoto, who is a Fulani man, will not allow the Nigerian military to go into war and desecrate their motherland, where their origin comes from. So that's a red flag. That is why I say Nigeria will not go into this war, despite Agbado is looking for legitimacy.
But
Nigeria might not go into this war.
Yeah, but the majority of people in Niger are Hausas. They're more than 50% Hausas.
Yes, they have concentration of Fulani there.
Or so of Fulani, 0 point, very tiny.
Yeah. And the Fulani in Nigeria that has their birthplace in Niger Republic, now they are trying to make sure they use resources of Nigeria to make sure that Niger Republic is at least contribution to make it okay. But there is one thing that will drive a man to stand his ground, that say this thing that makes us poor, because Niger Republic is the second poorest nation in the world. We have resources, but we are still the second poorest nation in the world. This thing that causes it, we are ready to sacrifice to make sure we take out the deterrent, we take out the defect, and be in charge of our destiny. This is what is in place now. The movement of Peter Obi in Nigeria is causing a ripple effect. We don't know what this thing is doing. We don't know. We ourselves, we've not really discovered. It's a little bit few of us that have discovered. The ripple effect of what is happening all over Africa now is as a result of Nigeria trying to stand its ground. The people trying to stand their ground, that they want to take their destiny in their hand, and they have a man who is not a military man, but is preaching that Africa can dictate, and Africa is the jewel of the world. Now, I speak this parable. Will a man, a thief, steal from a poor man? No. A thief will always steal from those that have. And now the question is, who is the thief? And who is the man that holds the resources? We know who owns the resources, Africa. And Africa, as it is, from geography, Africa is the richest planet in the world. Why are they making it the poorest planet? Because somebody is a parasite. Somebody is taking Africa as a host. And as a host, you know, the parasite will hit down a host for it to survive. So the survival of Europe is in the hands of Africa. So Africa must take its place and write and rewrite their destiny and hold it and fight. We have no other option but to fight and take our resources and make our resources work for our economy so that we'll be able to do it. And the Russians, that is why I say, if Africa take hold of its resources, they have the power and the right to deter who they will bargain with. And for what it is today, we cannot bargain with somebody that have held Africa for more than 45 years and is still in the Francophone countries in Africa. And for Burkina Faso to say they are changing to be Francophone country, but to practice African language and take African language as their lingua franca, that's a red flag. That's to tell us that they discovered who they are and they are going to take the place in the world map. If Nigeria cannot lead, they are ready to lead. But they got their inspiration from the movement Peter Obi has started in Nigeria to make Africa a productive nation to supply and make our currency strong. That is why we say the Union, the AU, and the ECOWAS, it is a fraud. That is why I say the system of democracy that we have in Nigeria, in Africa, is a fraud. For well over 50 years, it hasn't worked. Why is Africa looking back? It is because we have to have a system that other countries, other continents, like the Asian continent, have discovered. They have to create a system that will work for them. That is why the Chinese created a system that worked for them. That is why the Chinese, they are the strongest, second strongest economy in the world, and they have outgrown America now the way it is in terms of technology. So we have to look inward as an African, the jewel of the universe, to know who we are and what God has given unto us. Because with what we have and who we are going to dictate the pace of this world. And Africa has all resources to become a superpower. That was why the question was asked, why is it that Africa is not among the defense group in permanent place in the defense group in United Nations? That's a question, and that's a red flag. So Africa has the potential. We have to stand our ground. We have to galvanize the black race around the world to protect their motherland. That is, every black man around the world comes from Africa. So we have to protect it. We have to make it our own, and we have to know who we are. If we don't know who we are, we cannot fight. But as a result of these young military men that have discovered they are not military to suppress the people, but they got the power of the people because the people were suppressed. That's why they are supported. Now, there's a new mindset of the military regime in Africa. They want to create an atmosphere where the resources in Africa will be used for Africans. And Africa will get hold of their resources and decide who they will do business with. They will decide who they will partner with. And I bet to say, anybody that is afraid of the Russians, you shouldn't be afraid of the Russians. They are human. They have limitations. They've not been involved in colonialism anymore anywhere. You can have business with them. I'm not supporting them, but we can dictate who to have business with. Who among the devil that you can deal with, that you can have business with? That's a question for the African country. So therefore, Africa must decide where they go and who will keep the flag flying for Africa. Who believe in the ideology of true Africanism. We should have a system that we call our own, not this democracy. Our religious, our tradition have been thrown into the trash. We need to bring our traditional leader into every constitution in Africa. That is where I stand, and that's where we continue. If we don't do it, we won't know the beauty in our tradition. We won't know the beauty. We can refine it to make it suitable for us so that we can dictate, because Africa has the power to dictate what we go on in the world. But if we don't stand our ground, they will make Africa a war zone. That is what these military boys are standing for. They are ready, they are backed up with an ideology, and anyone backed up with an ideology, no man can stop them. Even the grave will speak for them. So we should
Thank you
take
very
all
much.
this analysis and speak on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Black Panther, my brother, for bringing that angle in. I really, really appreciate the points that you put across and the historical aspect of it. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, my brother. Mr. F. Emmanuel, are you available to speak now? Welcome. Good evening to you. You're on mute.
Oh my, I'll call you back in a few minutes.
Okay, all right then. No worries. Let me even play. There's a video I want to play for us. I have a couple of videos anyway, so it's perfect. Let me start with this.
Best song, the best hits, the best spoken words is up on the Jumbotron. Please, today, I don't know when Nigeria will come and give a proper breakdown of how the voting and how it will end, but please go there and vote. If you have submission that you have submitted, go and tell your people to vote. Oh, thank you. Jimmy, coming now. Good evening, bro.
Good evening, Saddam, Otumba, well-meaning Nigerian, Tibolanle, MJ Stack. Welcome, my brother. I heard your submission on the other space. Oladipo, Ella, Niger, I see you. Eliminator, I see you. Everybody, I greet you all. We have a guest here from Burkina Faso, Nkwema Kuma. He is going to be speaking with us. He's actually in diaspora, but as a citizen of Burkina Faso, I mean, it's been taken over by military. It was on the space yesterday, and he shared with us why we should speak to our government. That was the reason why I engaged in. Why we should speak to our government not to engage Niger. And it was like, they knew what the government of their country were doing before the military people took over their country. And life has actually been better since when they took over. We don't want to get to that stage. We don't want to get to that level at which we'll welcome military coup. But I think it's always okay to listen to other sides, to learn from people, not just Nigerian. Learn from people from other countries and let them hear from their own perspective. And based on Otumba's submission regarding what is actually going on the ground regarding this Niger thing, it's more deeper than people think it is. It's just two set of people interested in one particular thing, and they are ready to do everything they can to get hold of it. America is ready to do whatever it is they can to get what they want. Tinubu is ready to do whatever he can to get legitimacy, and that's not going to happen. The Nigerian people are not interested in going to war. But anyway, I'll give him. I'll reduce my time for my submission so I can give him the chance to speak. Maybe after well-meaning Nigeria. He has a meeting by 9 o'clock Nigerian time, and I think David is having. It's the same space David is actually hosting. I'm not really sure, but let me dive into the matter real quick. Final judgment. See, if Tinubu, Fashola, who else? May them go dig Gani Adams' grave come. May them pack all of them together. May them write the judgment. We don't care. Anything where they want write, may them write them. We don't care. May them write them. This man said, I read from Sarah Ibrahim's tweet when they were in the court. He said, okay, I will allow this. This is Justice, I think, Tsunami against, it was an engagement with, I think, PDP lawyer. Okay, I will allow this because this matter is critical and the whole nation is attentive. And I don't want people to leave here and start saying another thing because when we leave here now, that will be a surprise that we will start hearing something else on social media. All these our young ones. That was Justice Tsunami's statement. They know we are listening. They know we are watching. They know we are paying close attention to what is going on. We don't care who is going to write the judgment, who is going to pronounce the judgment. The way it is right now, there are 5 judges. If one go against the morality of this case based on fact and figures, because you are going against what is the constitution of that country. The basis of you making judgment on that tribunal case is for you to just say it the way it is. For you to say it the way it is. Nobody in their right senses, nobody that is upholding the constitution of that country, Nigeria, will go against any negative judgment. Nobody, none. Not with what we have on ground right now. And for what we don't want to happen in Nigeria, it's either two things, as Saddam said earlier on. Be prepared to either jubilate or to repel whatever stupid judgment they are coming up with. It's not going to happen. This is not, it's not, it's not business as usual. It is different. I keep telling people, what has not been done before is what we've done. And they will see what has not been seen before. Obedient, we know their calculation, in case you guys don't understand. We know their calculation. We've never kept this more focus on tribunal cases. Who was paying attention when Uzodinma case was going on, or Lawan? Who was paying attention? People were not really concentrating on it, but now all eyes on the judiciary. We have a hashtag for that. It's now a daily thing for every single person. So I don't care if Fashola is the one writing judgment or giving it to them. It's all about upholding that constitution and making sure it is the right thing. Because you see, a verdict is neither a note or a vote or a consensus. It is not a customary decision for any judge to make. That's not what verdict stands for. Verdict, it is the interpretation and conclusion of the constitution and law. The judges are only meant to interpret it to the people and do what? Implement it by you eating their armor. Bam! That is it. So this one where APC lawyer go they beg them say, it has never happened before to unseat a sitting president. What has not been done before doesn't mean it cannot be done. I don't tell you now, Peter Obi will break record for that country. The first governor to unseat a sitting governor twice, actually once, and he reclaimed his mandate the second time. And he will be the first to unseat president for that country. Go and write it down. Except they don't want to have Nigeria loyal. It's not a threat, it's fact based on evidences we have on ground. See, when you do your work and you are so certain of what you've done, you will be happy. You go feed chop. You go do Thanksgiving. Hey! They enter restaurants on Friday. Not Friday, Tuesday. They come out, go do Thanksgiving today. It is sacrosanct. That victory is sacrosanct. Except they don't want that country to exist anymore. Mark my words. Except they don't want Nigeria to exist anymore. Now, going by the military, you see, I think at a point in time, this guy, Simdu, should probably come up and tell us, because he has a military background and he has family members that are still in the military. These guys, they don't want to go to war, and that is exactly why they leaked that. As a matter of fact, most of them are resigning. They sent me a couple of their letters. They are resigning. They don't want to put head for which it is an unnecessary war. We don't need it right now. We don't. But this man doesn't care. He's blind. He wants to do whatever it is he can just to gain legitimacy. And you don't know that they use him. One man, they will use and dump him. They will use and dump him. It's as simple as that. But that's just by the way. You see, list of thieves. I checked all the ways. All the useless people with them pack for that list, all of them, they have one criminal record or the other. 2 days ago, they were screening one. Hey, he said he graduated in 1989. When they did that calculation to his age, that means he did common entrance at the age of 3. That means he did common entrance at the age of 3. And they caught him red-handed right there. But guess what? Another idiot, lawmaker, can't stand up, talk, say, no. Don't say that. You can be very, very smart. That's like myself now. I did common entrance when I was 3. Olori Buruku. And oh Jesus Christ. If you see the man who stand up, they talk this nonsense. Now the idiot. We're gonna slap person for sex toy shop. Oh. Those are the kind of people you're putting into power. Those are the kind of people that they are making decisions for a country. You do common entrance for 3 years old. 3 years old. 1, 2, 3. 3. Common entrance. Mathematics, English, biology, chemistry. Common entrance. 3 years old. And they approved him. Oh, yeah. They approved him. In Nigeria, they approved him. They just told him to bow and go. And he did. Those are the people you have in power right now in Nigeria. I don't have much to say because I want to use my time for Mr. Kwame to actually make his summation and maybe go to his next meeting. But for the record, let me say this to people in my DM. I beg. I know be Bill Gates. I beg. I get my own problem too. I get what I want to use money do. I beg. Emma saw me the Lori Buruku and John to your long. Emma saw me the Lori Buruku. Hey! One send me message. You want buy laptop 250,000 naira. House rent another one 1.2 million naira. Car you want they do both 4.3 million naira. Another one saying borrow money won't return and back. Say so me I borrow am so he go they pay me back small super. I never meet before. Another one, mama sick. They want to do operation 750. I do the calculation. Everything they go 10 million. Hey, hey, I beg. Now beg I they beg una. Una know me I go house go do better thing for night. Hey, Jesus. I don't tire the block now. I don't enter 9,000. I don't want block again. I beg. I'm begging you guys. I get my own bukata. Long, please. Now beg I they beg now. I beg. Thank you. I know saying I don't hear, so I don't talk now. Men I know I don't mention her name, but you now know yourself. All of my day here. I just say me I do am. Me I use one stone, kill many birds, make all of my here at the same time. So thank you guys. Welcome. Violence Space Thursday edition. It's going to be a beautiful day. Saddam, I'm not sure if you want Kwame to go now or well-meaning Nigeria. It's up to you totally. Back to you now, Saddam.
I think when Nigeria will go, then when Nigeria can open up the floor with him.
Okay, all right.
No, Saddam. I think Jimmy has said that Kwame needs to go by 9. So I mean, okay. I think it's fine if you go.
Oh, he has the time. He has the time. All right, then Jimmy, then run it with him. That's no problem. Okay, Kwame, good evening.
Oh yeah, all right, Mr. Kwame, how you doing? You can unmute your mic now. Can speak to us.
I hope I'll be able to stop to speak because I'm just laughing at Jimmy submission. Anyway, good evening, everyone. My beloved brothers and sisters. Thanks for this invitation. It's a great pleasure, and I've been enjoying the amazing submission discussion that is going on. Probably I might not be an expert to give you more of what is happening in Nigeria, but already I believe those who are following are understanding that it's simply self-interest and greed that is going in Nigeria with this involvement of ECOWAS war and so on the base of sacrifice to sacrifice, Nigerian, children to fulfill the greed of the West and America, and particularly France. That need to be stopped right now. Like Jimmy said, yes, I was on the space yesterday, and I felt like I needed to bring clarity and some information probably that many of you might not have. I am a political refugee. I left my country almost 22 years ago. I am in Europe. I am involved in politics and Pan-Africanism movement, not at the European level, but even at the international level, at the UN level. And these are the things that we keep talking every day and every day, that things need to change. Institutions need to be reformed because Africa doesn't deserve what they have gone through, either through slavery, colonization, or this neo-colonialism that has been going on, and capitalism and imperialism, exploitation. For your account, many people are thinking that, you know, the military took power in Niger because they wanted to take power. No, there had been a long issues. This is probably your information, even though I'm not going to mention anybody. This is internal issue that has been going on for so long. And those who follow the terrorism attack in Niger will have realized that after Burkina, Mali shutting down French bases and presence in these two countries, Niger became the next base of France. Burkina opposed that as a neighbor under the threat that if France still remained in the vicinity of the three borders, which is Mali, Burkina, and Niger, after all the evidence that Mali and Burkina put together, demonstrating that the French army was the one sponsoring and weaponizing the terrorists, they will continue to face challenges. However, the problem was internal to Niger. Why? Niger army were many times attacked by the terrorists. Some of the terrorists being arrested. And each time they are arrested, locked up, through the influence of France, the President Bazoum will order the terrorists to be liberated. 2 days before, for those who are francophones, you could go and Google it and see. What happened is that a group of terrorists were arrested after they have even shown, these terrorists shown videos how they arrested Niger soldiers and execute them live. And those evidence was there. So those who were arrested were again under the influence of France because they are part of, you know, those groups that is sponsored by France, to be freed. The current military head of the guard, presidential guard, who will be involved with the military head, went to Bazoum and explained to him the situation after he was informed that the president was ready to free the terrorists again. The same day of the coup, I'm giving you this is a confidential information, the head of state left in the evening, went back to his home, and the same night, a later information appeared that he has instructed for the terrorists to be freed. This is the drop, the tiny drop that overspilled the water between the presidential guard and the president, where they had no other option than taking decision. But for those who understand French, if you privately DM me, I will send you videos where the head of the army, less than a year, made a public statement attacking Burkina, Mali, after the French moved there, saying that they had the support of the West, they have the support of the America, and that they were ready to war any country, neighboring country, for their own interests. That was opposed, and it wasn't followed. So the same night that Bazoum made that last decision to free the latest terrorist that was arrested, an instruction was made, and that was going to be problematic because an instruction was made for the head of the army to be gotten rid of. That's what tackled the objection, because if it had happened, it was going to be confrontation between tribal in Niger, and it was going to help anybody. So the head of the army made a decision to take the power, and that was quickly misinformed. The head of the army, for those who know, the head of the Ministry of Territory were forced by the French to even make a statement and undersign, given the French and the NATO order to attack the presidential palace and free President Bazoum. Automatically, those who signed that was leaked, and they were quickly put in, in safety, and information circulated between the army, and that contributed to diffuse the tension because it was too camp. But let me go back to tell you something. Burkina, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, we live in the diaspora in peace and love with each other. We are African. We are brothers and sisters.
Not sure what happening there.
Not to be asking for pity, to be pitied. So it's us as people to come together united strongly and object what the West has been imposing us while we're suffering. So those who understand French will go and read. Macron is making statement that Niger belongs to France. Is Niger a piece of cake? Niger a bag of rice? Niger a motorbike or somebody bicycle to belong to France in the 21st century? No, come on, guys. They're saying Burkina, Mali they belong to them. They should not allow Russia. It's not even Russia. Russia never even came there. We brought Russia together. I am pro-Russian. When I was in college, and when we were talking about teaching, I was even teaching mathematics and physics. Why? My first math teacher in college was from Russia, Mrs. Dumova. I can recall his name, how we got knowledge from them. We had no problem with Russian. Russian are not birds, they're not animals. They are sovereign state like any sovereign state. If they are provoked to the ground and they are defending themselves, we must be realistic to ourselves that if you wake up in the morning and you see your enemy with a AK-47 even at the opposite side of your neighbor, you better hide yourself and find a way to destroy him before he sees you. Because if he sees you, he's going to shoot you. That's what the NATO has been doing to Russia. So to cut short, it is time for real unity and solidarity among ourselves, either in the diaspora, in the continent. Guys, let's stop the nonsense of politicians and selfish people who are clashing our head together, getting us fighting each other, and unite ourselves against the wrongdoing. America, Europe should rethink that Africa needs to be liberated, totally freed, independent. I said it yesterday. It's not me who said it. One of the last speeches of Gaddafi before he was killed, when he was fighting for African unity, he said it. Even based on Nigeria only resources, not talking about Congo, not talking about other countries who have more results. Nigeria could feed the whole Africa, educate the whole Africa, dress the whole Africa, give them good health, give them housing, give them anything. Why are Nigerians still have to go out? Why are Nigerians still suffering? Why are we are blaming the government, but what are we forgetting that these people are only puppies on the name of democracy that are put there for the sake of the West? I grew up on the revolution in Burkina Faso. I remember those who know those bonbon or sweet, tiny. If one had it, we will share it for 15 or 20 people because we couldn't afford and we were going through famine. Within 1 year, less than 2 years of our revolution, every single family could afford 3 to 4 meals a day. How was that possible? Because the revolutionary leader was able to bring everybody together at the same level, make us look through and produce what we want, consume what we want, reject aid that we were dependent to, and make sure that we stand by ourselves. Like the current president said in Russia, It is a shame that despite our natural resources and wealth in the continent, our leaders have to be crossing the world every year, begging for cereals, begging for this and that, while we could work toward making sure we have development, proper development, and auto, means to look after our children and family. So I might have to heal on this submission.
Thank you.
Because my call for you is to get up, let's wake up, let's stand together as brothers and sisters, as African, not as what we're made to believe on tribal division, on ethnical division, on country division. No, it's time that Africa stand as one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwame. Thank you so much. I'm sure people have a lot of questions for you, but now that you have to go, they can.
I'm going. As I was going to correct that, I'm going at in about 29 minutes. I'm still here for 30 minutes,
Questions.
so I can answer questions if there's any.
Okay, all right. Before we do that, real quick, just 30 seconds, guys. Listen to this.
When Black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, then the Black man will think like a Black man, and he will feel for other Black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause Black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one Black man, you are attacking all Black men.
God bless you.
This type of Black thinking will cause all Black people to stick together. And this...
That is Malcolm X.
Malcolm X, yes.
Yeah, I got that from Yuri Chairman's TL. That was beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Kwame. Back to you now, Saddam.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kwame. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. I think we have taken this conversation somewhere else that we have to discuss on this. Thank you, Kwame. You made a whole lot of points. I will just ask you one question, before I'll try to open up the floor and go back to Kwame in Nigeria. And Kwame, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Because I don't have a timeline. I will not come out and say I know. I don't know when. A coup happened in Burkina Faso recently, right?
September last.
Okay, September last year.
We had one of the first military coup in January, and then September another coup took place.
Okay, so this present guy that is 35 years old
took in September, 30th of September.
31st September. So in a month's time, it should be 1 year. You guys.
1 year.
Okay, so I want you to tell. Can you tell us in the past 1 year now, how has it been positive for in Burkina or it's been worse?
I think I wish you can go on Google video when he came back from Russia, how for the Russia Africa Summit, how he was welcomed. It's been positive. As look at my Twitter, it might be in French, but you will see how good things have changed. People who could not, the terrorists had cut many areas off from the capital. So people were suffering, they could not have food, they could not have anything to eat. Luckily, with the new approach, the current military and the volunteer, we call them VDP, which are the voluntary for the defending the country with the army, have managed to push back the terrorists out of these areas, reestablish connection, and they're able to provide food and humanitarian support to those people.
Okay, thank you very much.
Again, the second thing is that, like I told you, before we got to that point, we could not even though we had money, we could not buy even a knife. And after that, we managed with our partners and so on to get the required weapons, drones, fighter jets, that if an attack starts even at 300 miles away, within minutes, a drone is on top or a fighter jet is on. They will attack, but they will not go safe. And
so
this is very positive.
In essence, you're trying to say the rate of terrorism has reduced drastically in the past 1 year?
Considerably.
Okay. What of economic wise?
Economic wise, we have no problem because you see, when you have the when people have the will, they have the power. What happened is that, before even I tell you this, to inform you, for those Anglophone who don't know, all Francophone colony are still paying in the 21st century what we call colonial debt. What does that mean? Apart from Burkina, Mali, and soon Niger, all the Francophone country are obliged by requirement to deposit their national asset into the French treasury, which means the Ministry of Finance. So every country, on base of what the French have invested either in school, road, or whatsoever in the country of colonized, is entitled only to 15 or 20% of the national asset. And they can not have more money than 20%. If it appeared that Burkina want more than 20, 25, like let's say 25%, the 5 additional percent, even though it's Burkina Faso asset and money, they have to lend it from France and pay back France with interest. That has been putting countries, Francophone country, into poverty, into difficulties. So what this current president did is, he made an appeal to the diaspora, to the citizen, to business people, French, for financial support. We don't, they forgot completely because of the, thank you. Because of the sanction and so on, we forgot about East, and we poured billions into the military hands, and they use that to supply humanitarian to the displaced people, to provide the weapons and all that we need. So there is it. We have financially, we don't really even expect anything. While we are going through, you will be aware that Mali and Burkina have deposed, have complained to the UN Security Council on base of tons of evidence, where there was even a tunnel when the French left Mali that was discovered with full of boxes of gold.
Wow.
And a tunnel that they were using from the military base to access the terrorist site with weapons. And that was discovered after they left. So to tell you, yes, financially, we might still be struggling, but the will of the people is the power right now for our government and our army.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kwame. It's important. Just thank you. I think with this, I will open up the floor. But before I open up, I just want to draw back and circle back to what you're saying right now. To for obedience to understand, I made this post earlier on. I made a submission and I said that for Nigeria to work the way it's going to work, it needs. And Peter Obi was on our space on Saturday last week, and he said something. The brain drain will turn to a brain gain, because you need to understand that fixing a country needs the diasporan power. You cannot. I'm happy you made this. You brought this out there for Nigerians to understand that it is the diasporans from Burkina Faso that are supporting what is happening right now in Burkina Faso. Same way the diasporans in Nigerians will come back and support the Nigerian growth when they get a working government. Thank you, my brother Kwame. I'll circle back the mic right now to Women in Nigeria to have a submission. I probably ask. I will in the next 30 minutes just ask you some questions. Have people up here. If they don't ask questions, we'll just ask you questions real quick. Thank you. Probably we'll have a space. We'll have a space where we can have more interactive time with you, and let's have this Pan-African thought and vision out there. Thank you very much. Women in Nigeria, if you can hear me, please, you can come in right now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Saddam. Thank you very much, Kwame.
Somehow Igbos are. Let me apologize ahead of time.
That was really it of what the man said. Nobody really had questions after that, because I was, but I wanted everybody to listen to this, because, we're all in this together. So as Africans, I hope we're hearing that message. We're getting that message that we're all in this together. We can't separate ourselves again. We can't say, oh, you're from here, you're from there. If one is hurt, everybody's hurt. That's what it is right now, because I think that maybe we needed this time to wake us up as a people, because enough is enough. I don't know about you, but I'm tired. I'm tired of, Africa being in the position that it's been, a garden of Eden for that matter, that has everything, everything that we need. I don't need to travel outside to get whatever I need. Everything I need is within Africa. So what am I doing traveling outside, out of my skin folk, from my people? Make it make sense. If we cannot get Africa to work, all of us will go back and we'll start, giving back to our societies and building it to be strong. So anyway, let's continue.
Nigeria.
We no go miss am.
He was also for this country. I swear. He goes, Susia, share with talk. Say the person we print am, na Igbo print am. Na Igbo man print am. Na Igbo man. Na Igbo man. NCC, how's I hope I can come in now.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Good evening, Obedience. Good evening, Nigerians. I have a different outlook on this thing. Maybe we're getting this whole thing wrong. If there is one thing I love Bola Ahmed Tinubu for, and it also was proven to me when I found out he was not a Nigerian, is the fact that Bola Tinubu hates all of us equally. If you are Yoruba and think Tinubu hates the Igbo more than he hates the Yoruba, you are lying. If you are a Northerner and think Tinubu loves you more than he loves the Yoruba or the Igbo, you are lying. Bola Tinubu wrote a column with his own hand about 15 years ago called "I Do Not Believe in One Nigeria." When you follow data, you will not add emotions. One big motto of the Violence Space family is strategy over emotions. When a full-grown man in his 60s writes a column in a daily that will stand for the rest of time and says, "I do not believe in one Nigeria," until that man writes another column stating, "I have changed my thoughts on my former belief that I don't believe in one Nigeria and I currently believe in one Nigeria," you must follow data and remove emotions and remind that man and remind yourself that the last opinion that man had on public record of Nigeria is he does not believe in one Nigeria. Because that is the same way Nigerians campaigned for, supported, and put in a coup plotter, Muhammadu Buhari, on public record. Buhari is a coup plotter. They made him a coup plotter, gave him one term, defended his inadequacies throughout that term. And I repeat, Peter Obi and Atiku won the election in 2019. They went to court and the judiciary upheld the criminality of Buhari. And Nigeria really looked like a country that a coup plotter ran for 8 years. Because what does a coup plotter show? I do not believe in democracy. And Buhari flouted court orders to the point that he illegally removed the Chief Justice of Nigeria. So get all these things into perspective. Now, the judiciary, Nigerians, these people are in a cult. And if you know how cultists go, how cultism goes, it's no leave, no transfer. I have never seen a cultist whose brother looked for trouble outside. Truthfully, the brother nine caused problem, but the cultist supported the innocent person who was not a cultist. After all, what is the terminology Jew man? You do not belong. All of us average Nigerians are Jew men to the 1% cult or cabal in Asu Rock. Plain and simple. That is why you are a genius till you get a government post under these people and then you become Fashola. Fashola opened his mouth and called Jonathan and this Batuewo on the power and steel matter. They gave him power and steel 8 years later. system collapse. So it's definitely cultism. The judiciary are in this cult. I don't trust the judiciary, but I trust the law. There is a difference. I don't trust the man behind the gun, but I trust a gun to kill me if it's shot at me. So I will respect both the gun and the shooter. I don't trust the judiciary, but I trust the law. And the judiciary is bound by the law. So all this begging the judiciary, all I do here is show them that with facts and figures that I promise you, when what will happen in Nigeria will happen, please do a quick Google search. Just type the word judges killed, judges shot, and go and look at reasons why judges have been murdered worldwide. Now, small thing, no. Now, court case, so judges have been killed more for giving judgment that supported the criminal or the drug baron than for ruling in favor of the innocent. Go and check. It is just a weird thing behind truth and honesty. If there was no law of nemesis and law of karma, there will be no need for the law. But the fact that if you commit a crime, you must pay for it in the land of the living before you even reach hellfire is why there's a law. I repeat, I did not beg Bola Ahmed Tinubu to push drug. I did not beg Bola Ahmed Tinubu, out of all the good Nigerian God-fearing citizens in Chicago, to team up with Agbele. I did not beg Bola Ahmed Tinubu to be a bagman for a heroin trafficking cartel. I did not beg Bola Ahmed Tinubu while I was struggling to read WAEC not to take his studies seriously. My mother did not beg Bola Ahmed Tinubu when they gave birth to me and she was waiting for my birth certificate from the hospital for his own mother not to get his birth certificate. I did not beg Bola Ahmed Tinubu to lie about the schools he attended. Neither did you, Obedient. Neither did you, Supreme Court Judge. Let me remind you why I repeat, this thing is cultism. I don't trust the judiciary. I am the only person who came up on this space and told the judiciary, if there are videos of you putting your penis inside a 2-year-old, give Nigerians judgment today on a space of 2,000 plus people. I am repeating. Because on public record, Theophilus Orji has pictures of himself till today on Google. Type it, T.A. Orji, Abia Governor, naked shrine. He went to a shrine and swore allegiance to Orji Uzor Kalu that when I become governor of Abia, I will pack all the money in Abia State and give you. He swore these things naked. They took his picture. So while you were there that time as an Abian wondering, is this Theophilus a madman? Doesn't he know what to do? Is he not climbing these potholes? Isn't this in Abia? It's not that. Theophilus swore naked in Neketen Shrine. And when Theophilus went and did not play by the rules, they leaked the picture of him in pants and reminded him that there's video of you naked. But guess what? To show you that the cabal pays for loyalty, because I know what the judiciary is looking at. Theophilus Orji today is a senator. Do you people understand? A man swore in a shrine to be, when he's made governor, he will sell the states. They made him governor. He sold the states. The one time he tried to object, they released his picture. I ask you, if you are Theophilus Orji, is it not better you told the people with your mouth, hello guys, what is causing problem between me and this bastard is that I joined his cult and this was what I swore. When I swore to it, I became governor. This man is not allowing me work. Please, you people should help me. I want to work. So that way, by the time they even release your nude picture, you'd already talk him. But rather, it became a shock. And that was what was used to deal with Theophilus Orji till today. He's in the Senate. That man is in the Senate. His nude pictures are on Google. His grandchildren can Google their grandfather's name and they will see his naked picture on Google. Same way when they call his naked picture, it's on Google till he dies. So I tell you people, when a man says something, believe him. So where am I heading? This war in Niger, obedience. Maybe we should be discussing other things than telling Tyrone not to go to war. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a good copycat, making him more dangerous than Buhari. He's on a quest for legitimacy, making him more dangerous than any president we've had in our history before. America will play him like a puppet. I repeat, never in the history of court cases have I heard that the United States held somebody's court record and told the Nigerians who took this man to court that they'll release his court records in 2026. God knows what they have on him apart from heroin trafficking and money laundering, as damning as those are. Please, if you have, okay, the US now is trying a former president of the US, Donald Trump. Did you hear that America said that they will seal Donald Trump's record for 3 years? Donald Trump might go to prison. Am I lying? But America is telling you that they are going to support a drug baron and seal his record for you to 2026. Maybe we should be encouraging him to go to war. Because let me say something. I was at NSARS. And after NSARS, I have lost absolutely every sympathy for the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police. Okay. Anything you share for yourself out of the national cake, you should eat it. The Nigerian police have the worst living conditions of any parastatal in this country, and they have guns, and they're telling me that there has never been a formal, not even protest, just quarrel, just hashtag. But when Nigerian youths came out to protest for the police, I remember during NSARS, one of the young girls in FEMCO wanted to use the millions FEMCO raised to go and start rehabilitating police barracks nationwide. And it was an actual discussion. Should we raise money as Nigerians to fix police barracks? I think some people even went and actually got a quotation. But at the end of the day, the army came and shot us. The police came from back and killed 100 and something people and packed the bodies. But they made DJ Switch look like a mad person. Lai Mohammed told you that you can green screen Instagram Live. A girl was recording blood, bullets, but they told you it's green screen. But today, 103 bodies has come out. Tinubu built Lagos, and a lift fell in Lagos and killed a doctor in a community of doctors in a hospital. And there are proof on Twitter that people have been complaining about that lift as far back as 2018. But Obafemi Hamzat is a doctor, but has engaged more in tribalism and anti-Igbo sentiment in the last 1 year than looking out for the benefits of doctors in Lagos State. We live for 4 years in this state. We have been looking for who is the mother of the state. I repeat, till today, I know Abimbola Fashola's wife. We have never seen Sanwo-Olu's wife till this last election. All of a sudden, Sanwo-Olu's wife was sent to go and placate doctors because she's a doctor. And she went there and said, an elevator falling down is an arrow. I will ban religion if I'm president of this country.
One time.
I will ban religion at least 24 years. No church, no mosque. Worship God in your house. You people are running mad. Otis elevator with steel bearing, an elevator company that we are the elevator company. If Otis builds one lift in your company, they must put one headquarters there. An elevator is wired that at worst case it will stop mid-floor or in the middle of a journey. No recorded elevator drops 10 floors. My father is a civil engineer. I've literally had a crash course in Otis, Schindler, and Kone elevators in the last 2 days. But what will happen? Heads will not roll. That person, whoever was head of that hospital, resumed today as head of that hospital. So let me beg Tinubu, please, sir, go to war. Sell it. You are a master of propaganda. After all, there's no reason why Ajuri Ngelale should smell the corridors of power again, especially in anything media and publicity. But you have brought Ajuri back. So let me explain it to you. Sell this war in Niger to the north. Sell it as some Fulani redemption. Sell it in the way you know. Sell the north, not Ronu. You know how to pick these lexicons, Emiloko. Sell it to the north. Make sure that war starts from Sokoto Many of the Southern soldiers, I know it's a Southern soldier that leaked that form, push this war within the Nigerian army as a tribal agenda, push the Northern soldiers to go and die. Sure, we've seen pictures of Nigerian border with Niger. Some of them are just one iron, 9 hole Nigeria and Niger. Please, I beg you, Niger borders Libya, but borders 4 to 6 Nigerian states officially. Please go to war, Tyrone. Go to war so that America will further postpone when they will release your documents. Because I know just to hold your documents in 2026 is enough to go to war. To support them, go to war. Go to war, and in the words of Hitler, go to war in Warsaw, and Warsaw will see war. Go to war. I showed you the TikTok about one soldier that said that our beloved Lagos. Let me remind you that Nigerian men are hated all through Africa. One of the biggest drawbacks of ECOMOG is the Nigerian soldiers impregnated almost 1/4 of the fertile women in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and all those countries. Facts.
That's true.
People hate Nigerian men. They are complaining already in democracy. South Africa has done xenophobia to Nigeria. Please go to war. You announced your intentions, and 3 other military countries, Burkina Faso, promise that if anybody fights Niger, they will fight the person. So please fight Niger. Create propaganda of how many tanks we have in relation to how many tanks they have. Life has never mattered to the APC. Is it not APC that 100 people died will say it's 10? So when 100 soldiers die, APC will say it's 5. And Northern Nigeria. Breaking news today. 4 women were released by bandits after 7 months in prison. It's breaking news. Go and check it. Women were released today. Breaking news. After spending 7 months with terrorists. If Northern Nigeria has full expressways where people cannot pass, you want to bring this kind of problem. Tyrone, I'm begging you, go to war. Go to war. After all, you pulled a Pitamba. Remember that it was Tinubu that made a statement that coup will not be tolerated in Africa when no coup had occurred. Same way Pitamba entered government and said, nobody come out, IPOB, and let's say IPOB started in Enugu. Keep pushing them. They will fight Nigerians to their last blood. I trust them. A nation that celebrated when the military took over, that nation will fight. And then, last but not the least, Bola Ahmed Tinubu hates us all equally. And that is one of his greatest strengths. So if you support Yoruba Ronu, remember that they will sell aviation diesel with water inside. Helicopter will crash on your head in Ikeja. If you support Yoruba Ronu, lift will fall in Lagos, and they will not call for a statewide assessment of all elevators in Lagos. It will just continue business as usual. If you're a northern and you're supporting Tyrone, because maybe he's helping you to fight the obedience, and IPOB. Let me remind the people that IPOB till today has not kidnapped any northerner and held them on record. Then they killed them for East. But in the North, IPOB has not kidnapped anybody in the North. So you people have bigger problems to fry. So Tyrone, please go to war. I heard that for even the president of Nigeria cannot even declare Nigerians going to war. He needs an act of Congress. But you already, impunity day your blood from day one. You don't already sign documents. Go to war. Maybe your son will import bombs and missiles and aeroplanes and your family will cash out. Oluremi will now be in charge of military uniform and egusi. Go to war. One thing I love Tinubu, remember, in Lagos, in 2015, he used Aboki and Okada riders to bully polling units and snatch this thing. What happened the next day? They banned Aboki in this thing and crushed 50,000 Okadas in 2 months. Is there any Okada in Lagos again? But you supported them to fight people to put Ambode. The Ambode, they pursued him after 4 years. Tinubu does not change. He's an old dog. He has old tricks. So please, obedience. Make it not be like say, hey, we can't afford the war. We can't. Tinubu should not send us to war. Let Tinubu send us to war. Let him send us to war. Then you that you're in the army, if you can't take it, you resign. I love the new state of soldiers resigning. Because if you're in the army and you cannot speak out, carry your leg and come out. Shit just got real. Maybe you are in the army, you are enjoying uniform, you are enjoying army, barracks, you are enjoying... Shit just got real for now. The Nigerian army too has been an avenue of go and cash out. Many people go to the army, just chill, cash out. Shit just got real. Our army now don't enter war. Get ready. And you're not going to fight Boko Haram. When we bust them, it will be 1,000 tablets of loud with some packs of what are those drugs? Refnol. They will take palm slippers and shoot AK-47. You are going to face an army that could topple their president. Something you people cannot do in Nigeria. So please, Tyrone, go to war. Please, Tyrone, share 8,000 naira to 12 million families. Please, Tyrone, share 30 billion naira to the judiciary. Please, share Land Cruiser to further impoverish the country. You took over 77 trillion naira debt from Buhari. If you like, don't get to work. Share, chop, 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 chop. Then you, judiciary, support him. Support him. Let me give you guys the last data. Nigeria has been revolting an average of every two years since 2017. I don't even like to include it, but in 2011, the fact that Buhari supporters, feeling that Buhari lost an election, got up and killed 1,000 Nigerians, including 30 youth coppers, and destroyed more than 200,000 houses. Do you think those supporters have died? Do you think those people have died? Are they dead? Buhari has come, he has got, but those people are not dead. Give them another reason. Tyrone, you will hear it. You are way out of your league. The Nigeria of today is not the Nigeria that you should have gone to collect. You should have just freed this Nigeria, chilled in your Lagos, did your bad guy, died a good... Look at the video of Tinubu just crossing a sitting room. Look at he just shoot foreign dignitaries just to cross sitting room. 3 steps, 1, 2, 3. Leg just they wobble like this. You are out of your league. You can't do 4 years there, talk less of 8 years. So enjoy your charade. Dear Nigerian judiciary, I repeat, after 2 years, NSAS was 2020, 2022 was the Nigerian youth rising, getting their PVC and becoming active in the 2023 elections. I make you a promise, 2024, there will be another uprising and explosion in Nigeria. There will now be another one in 2026 from my data. The 2024 one might be a military coup if we go to war and kill enough of our soldiers to actually frustrate them into action. That is one. 2, you guys are sleeping on the fact that the head of the Nigerian army made a statement today and reminded the people that National Youth Service corps can be mobilized for war by law. And it got me thinking. I Googled it, and he was actually right. Matter of fact, as far back as 4th of June 2021, General Shuaibu Ibrahim said corps members can be mobilized for war. And General Shuaibu Ibrahim was the DG of the NYSC. He said this in 2021 when there was no war. So you too, if you're a youth, get ready. When this man said we will recruit 50 million youths, I don't think he was joking. So dear Nigeria, we will reach a junction with Tinubu, and Tinubu will reach a junction with us. And at that junction, both the judiciary, the citizenry, the army, the police, the Nigerian civil servants, down to the Nigerian teacher, the Nigerian baby, we will get up and tell ourselves, APC or Nigeria, let us pick one. Because I repeat, rather than APC to leave power, it's either Nigerians get up and drive them out of power like the people of Sri Lanka did, or APC will destroy this country rather than leaving power amicably. The last shot we have is the Nigerian judiciary. I do not trust them. Elisha Dabo has a video of himself, a married man who supports Sharia. He was in a sex store with a prostitute going to buy sex products and beat up a woman in that sex store. Elisha Dabo today has been made a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I know how deep this cabal goes, but I believe in the law. And I believe that the law, as blind as it is, and as it holds a scale in its hand and has no favoritism, will come out on the side of the Nigerian people. and Nigeria will get back to business. But for now, let us be encouraging Tinubu more in his folly, because in that folly is where he will expose himself. Breaking news an hour ago says Tinubu goes back and says he will embrace diplomatic option against military option. They don't go play violence space for Aso Rock. Una don't go tell Tinubu say if he goes to war, they will bomb Lagos. Una don't go give him sense. Una don't go give him sense. You know, won't go war again. Before you know it, now this same bastard Agbado people will paint this thing as if he's such a genius. He was to have gone to war, but he did the assessment and said the diplomatic. Sometimes when Tinubu is failing,
it's proof that he listens. He listens.
His proof is listening to the Nigerian youth. His proof is leave him. Leave him. If he's entering gutter, we need to stop saving this man from putting his leg inside gutter. If he's entering gutter, let him enter gutter and come out. Then let his Agbado people go and wash his body. Obedience. We let us not keep advising this man what to do. Let him rule Nigeria the way he wants to rule and put Nigeria in the problem. Have you noticed now? It is you, Obedience, that mentioned bringing buses to alleviate subsidy. They have stopped their 8,000 naira plan. Every boy is bringing bus. Have you noticed? Bus now. They want to bring 3,000 buses, 200 buses per state. Who give them idea? Obedience. You are dealing with a mimic, a copycat politician. He came in there with no manifesto, and he's been copying the Obedient manifesto back to back. If you people love APC and you're codedly using this movement to be telling APC what to do right, stop it. Opposition is opposition. Tinubu wants to go to war. Let him go to war. If I was David and somebody sent me that document, I go tear him. I go tear. Why they send me will be civilian? Why they send me? You will be soldier. Wait, the same David, that same soldier that sent him under. If Tinubu tell that soldier, shoot David. You shoot David and tell David that that's what I swore to as a soldier.
Abemo na me increase the like biko. Wetin I do now? Wetin be my offense? Ẹ ṣàánú ajé. Awo wo. Who can help me like? Who can help me share? If I offend them, I'm gonna not vex. Abeg. Una not vex. Una help me like this video. Una help me share. I see say na like 1-2 people they like per time. People abeg. Ẹ ṣàánú ajé. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Soldier. Why they have soldier? Soldier will hold AK-47. They won't send a man go fight war. We no cause the argument. Why you they help him? He don't know what to do. He don't know what to do. He no get resignation letter where you go write say I no do again. Why you they help him? I would have deleted that post. I would have deleted it. Now they mad. The same you people, when Nigerian youth were waving flags and singing the national anthem, they sent you dogs and you people carried your camouflage. What the camo? And went there and let the youth up. Make I begin pity una. They look on a barracks, they pity una. I am almost in my 40s. Nigerian police and soldier barracks have been shit since the day I was born. If una no like una self, una no fit arrange una self. Una no fit arrange una self. Civilians will collect suffering from soldier and army, then think for soldier and army, then beg the government not to send soldier and army to go and die. Who want die? Make it go die. Who want die? Make it go die. We want to know they disturb Nigerian civilians. We are under stress. Please, Tinubu, go to war. Ignore Mali. Ignore Burkina Faso. They no reach. We have 1 million soldiers. We have NYSC coppers. You can motivate. We have NS. What's that church that all they do is fire? All of them in NSPPD. They can come out 7 a.m. and fight for 1 hour. At least NSPPD people can fight 1 hour. After then redeemed. After redeemed, all the churches, Adefarasi, he has been carrying iron. Adefarasi looks like someone that can go to the war front. He's buff. Please, people should not dissuade them from this war. Let them go and find glory there. Anything they see, they take. God bless you all, I yield. Nonsense and ingredients.
Thank God give my submission before she's called.
No, but you see, say, and they look, and they pity him.
Ecomog of the late 90s and the early 2000s. Oga, wake up. Allow the people of Niger to decide for their future. Look at the 2 countries that want to join Nigeria to restore democratic order. Senegal, where Macky Sall is even upturning the constitution currently. And this other idiot from Cote d'Ivoire, Alassane Ouattara, who even when he came in, he fought Laurent Gbagbo when Gbagbo wanted to upturn the constitution to go for 10 term. The same bastard upturned the constitution and is currently doing a 10 term. You see, they say birds of the same feather.
God bless you.
You have a foolish Alassane Ouattara from Cote d'Ivoire. You have a bastard called Macky Sall from Senegal, and you have a non-entity from Nigeria called Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So you see, it's a perfect trio. And let me beg you, if you're a Nigerian, you're a Malian, and I'm rounding up with this. You're a Nigerian, you're a Malian, you're a Guinean, or any part of French West Africa that is seeking liberation. If the Nigerian army comes to do their nonsense with you, give it to them. Do not relent. We are not in support of their rubbish, and we stand with you. We all want to break away from neo-colonialism.
God bless you.
On a final note, God bless Africa. Africa will be great during that time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Saddam be this guy, but when this guy they speak more regularly, he understand the angle where they come from this Niger matter. Nigeria, me would no be who then they pity. No be who then they pity. May they go fight. May they go fight. May they go see their mates. If a 34-year-old Nigerian came up to save this country, it's the Nigerian army that will shoot them. Fella call them zombie. Tell them, may them go shoot. They will shoot. Let them go to Niger. Let them go to Niger. We know they leak any document for them. If they send me that document for delete them, may them go. Zombie. Let a drug baron that is in court to be thrown away in a few months tell you to go and kill your fellow African mumu. You self get up and go. Zombie. No break, no jam, no sense. Joroja Arajo. Go shoot Niger and I go learn. Is it me that do? I will go to a bomb shelter, or highest I'll be a refugee in Benin Republic. Now we be army, then go fight. The only people with me I know say I go protest for, and say if they want send youth coppers, may they carry gun. Police, Ben Hundei, get ready. All of you now go fight those Nigerians. Say people like obeying orders. They will tell you snatch ballot box. You will snatch ballot box. Look the other way while area boys are killing innocent Nigerians. You will look. Make una go Niger. If you really look at any of una, make una know they tell us anything where police, the army people, they pity them. Jimmy Saddam, I dey on at that time. I know if you talk. They in my DM, Nigerian army, pity us. All of them, send them to the war front. Some fucking civilians, they know how to do it. Beat children up. If you wear camouflage in Nigeria, frog jump, they will naked you. Go and meet your mates. Go and meet 34-year-old men that have the balls to remove Mohammed Bazoum. Go and meet your mates. They go castrate on a block us. You think in a Boko Haram, once they take Refnol with these things, smoke crack, finish. They go put Quran, Allahu Akbar, begin they mix kidnapping with small terrorism. Una go meet Wagner boys in the Ara. Who they hold brief for Nigeria army anymore? Make una go there. Una go get ready. All of una we don't be mopo inside big man compound. Una go just come to terrorize people. Make una go meet una mates now. Una go meet Mali. They go butcher una before. By the time they're done with people, at least you will not remember who is Igbo and who is Yoruba, who is Hausa, and where Hilda Bass is from that time. Una go fight war. Una go fight war. You have jumped Nigerian civilians for decades. Una go fight war. If you just leave democracy for 3 years, our army that time go come pursue the president. All the things we are suffering in this democracy is not remnants of this military and send them. Send all the soldiers. I don't have pity for one of them. No cap. If you don't, shit just got real as a Nigerian soldier. You either resign or go to the war front as a zombie. Go to the war front. Go to the war front. Don't they disturb my civilian ears, please. Go to the war front. Go and meet your mates, your fellow AK-47 carrying niggas. Go there. You have frog jumped us for wearing camo shorts and camo pants for too long, forming nuisance for people to pass and I go on siren, carry halos, wah. The police go jam you for road, they go beat you. Make una go meet una mate for war front. Una go meet una mate. Sweet Wagner boys where they wear pushai mask, where they para, boys where get up pursue political party. We don't dey 12 years. We dey here and I know even fit help us come out APC in their APC. We Buratai they kill una use una buy 50 luxury watches. Una no fear help us come out APC. You dey wait make Nigerians call the soldiers to support the coup, make them blame on obedience. Go kill una. Una go war front. Maybe after they kill 1,000 soldiers, maybe you people will protest at least for them to start painting your barracks. Then maybe after killing 2,000, you will help us pursue our politicians. Or maybe after killing 3,000, you will now put your mouth in judiciary. Asari Dokubo NLC came out to protest. A militant came down from his hillocks and was vibrating. We are now in a full narco state where a militant is threatening, an illiterate militant is threatening educated civil servants. And you, the army people, are not doing anything. I pray you people are sent to Niger, Burkina Faso, and every war front in Africa. And your Unagolen war, you will go to Warsaw, and Warsaw will see war. This one, anybody, any soldier, they say on a DM. If God help me, if I read any DM, hey, I'm a soldier, help us to spread the word so that let lightning strike me that day. If I read any DM from any Nigerian soldier, you've had 24 years of democracy to have made a strong point against these animals. But you people are not any better. You must go to that war front. Tyrone will send all of you to the war front, and you must fight your fellow army men that are the war front like you. You couldn't defeat ragtag people that were reading the Quran upside down and backwards. You can't defeat those ones. When they bring money, people share money, ball, share money. Share people are supporting Buratai. You are supporting him. Nigerian youth who are protesting for your benefits. They send to people. So it means there are still 6 or 8 of you people in the army that can carry gun and go and shoot on armed youth. You must fight Niger. You people must fight Niger. You must fight Niger. Complete. That defense budget trip. We must see the Falcon bombers and the tanks. You fight them. You fight your mates. For too long, you have enjoyed the backs of Nigerians. I yield, please. No, notice I won't spoil in our space. I beg, come on me from this speaker. I beg. This matter, I get as me. I know they say I'm the one that they say. I beg.
Yeah, you're good. I hear you.
You are not going anywhere.
All right.
S is the military man waiting my DM. You see me can say, please don't be angry with us. Please, that forgive us our sins. Please.
Saddam,
they should come and tell me who gave the order.
Don't say thunder go fire.
They should tell me who gave the order. If they can leak the documents of how they are going to Sokoto, they should tell me who gave the order. They should, within themselves, leak the documents of the 6 soldiers that shot unarmed Nigerian youth at Lekki toll gates. Let's start there. A life for a life. They are bringing 103 of our youth out of fridge, out of cemetery in Lagos State. They are bringing 103 youths. And the gun-toting side of the Nigerian government is silent. They want to do it's only when they do coup and remove democracy that's when the army can speak the truth. Is that the only time the army can be useful in a country? This democratic coup that we have been under, the democratic coup we've been under in Lagos State, is the army not seeing the tribalism statements going up and down? Is the army not seeing it? Make him not beg me. He should go and pack his knapsack, shine his boots, make sure his guns are oiled, and follow Tyrone to Sokoto and get ready to go and meet his mates. Enough is enough.
The army was present when Wige was moving over the River State. We called the entire. What did they do?
I beg, my people, please help me help me increase the likes, please, guys. Who are not vex for me, even if I offend you, I beg. Who are not vex? Because when I mean increase the keep the likes going, guys. Keep the likes going. I only see a few people liking. Please help me out here. Okay, guys, I beg. Who are not vex? Who are keep the likes going?
We have the most irresponsible armed forces in the entire planet. Let them go and fight their mates. Maybe they'll see some discipline at the war front. Nonsense.
All right, thank you very much. I mean, I know some people may have laughed, but it's just the sad scenarios, sad sight in Nigeria. Dr. Barry, please go ahead. Please, you have 3 minutes.
Tomorrow, when they are killing judges after the coup in Nigeria, you people start pitying the judges. I beg, come on me from this speaker. I tell you, this subject they touch my soul somewhere.
Thank you, Sizzle. You just get.
Oh, it's Prof actually. I was not seeing the DP, it was blank. Prof, please go ahead. After which we'll come to, I think we'll eventually just take relevant.
I beg after Prof, I beg, I don't want sleep, please.
Abemona use the dollar sign too. Thank you very much, Tato. I really appreciate that. Please support the channel. Biko Mona use the dollar sign. Make una help una sister out. Biko.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened to the network. I greet everyone again. I greet everyone again.
If you read old man, if you read
Now space just starts.
Now 310 I want just great go.
MS Adam, the Sizzle.
I don't drop
Yeah.
I don't drop this.
Sizzle is a madman. Oh. Sizzle, I listened to your slant. Let me say clearly that much as I agree with quite a lot of the perspective you brought to it, there's this saying by Herbert Hoover. He says, older men declare war, but it is the youth that must fight and die. I think that I'd rather take another perspective to the whole picture. I know that there's a lot of cynicism, there's a lot of mischief, there's a lot of sarcasm in what your perspective, but truly the Nigerian army must rise up to what it must do, to the reality and the urgency of now. You can't, Obasanjo said that frankly. He was a retired general when he said that some people would have expected him to have gone to war against Cameroon. But when you look inwards as a soldier, you ask yourself whether this is a worthy sacrifice, whether you can do it. You know, most people do not know that this is not the Nigerian Armed Forces under IBB or under Abacha. People think it's going to be a tea party. The gendarmes are badly trained and equipped. Look at those smart boys. Look at the boys. They travel to Russia in their camel. Look, smart boy. The boy in Burkina Faso, I think, is 36. The one in Niger now, 34. Young revolutionaries, Pan-Africanists to the core. You know, they have their clear-headed perspective of issues. So I think that the man who thinks that he can dance with the West, the puppet and the puppeteer, is sitting on a long thing. It's not something you can wake up because you must be president, the Miloko. Then you undermine the reality and the urgency of now. I think that's the perspective that really bothers me. The Nigerian army knows, and the feelers we're getting, I'll tell you that this is from the grapevine, from top sources. Absalam, Babangida, the retired generals have warned. That was why, like someone who's trying to take a dignified route out of the mess that he has put himself into through ECOWAS. He said, okay, I'm sending you to go and mediate. What is happening, and permit me use the word, what is happening in Burkina Faso, what is happening in Guinea, what is happening in Mali, and what has just happened in Niger Republic is a revolution of sorts. African boys are saying no to neo-colonialism, and they're ready to die for it. Those who politic with the destinies of their country do not understand this reality. And I hope this becomes a clarion call to all those who think that puppets must continue to govern and superintend over God's greatest continent. I think that what we're doing, you know, most of them are monitoring everything happening here. What we're doing is going back to them, and they're coming to terms with the fact that we're not only going to side with every effort that will position Africa in good light, we will side with true Africans, not puppets of the West. We will side with true Africans who believe that God has blessed us with amazing riches and great munificence, and that we shouldn't have anything to do with poverty. I don't know whether you listened, Saddam, to the speech that young boy delivered in Moscow, when he talked about Africa being one of the richest continents Niger being one of the wealthiest countries, and yet their people are hungry and poor. We supply, okay, look at what's happening in Niger. My brother here, somebody noted it. They supply the uranium with which France powers its electricity, and 80% of Niger is in darkness. Now Nigeria thinks that cutting off the supplies to Niger will dampen or blacken the revolution. But the revolution comes from the soul, from within the people. Look at what has happened in this country since April, May 2022. It's been a revolution of sorts. You're great bearers of a revolution of thought, revolution of ideas, and we have collectively transformed our politics. I'm not going to hog the mic for too long, but I want to tell you that they didn't see us coming. One of the guys from that side called me about 2-3 days ago and said to me, Prof, the election is long over. Where did you guys get this staying power from? How come you guys are so resolute and determined? And you know what? Our lawyers did a fantastic case. Sizzle, I crave of you, do have some confidence in what is about to happen. Because whether they like him or not, if the judges try nonsense now, Nigerians are not kidding. Across the streets of our country, Nigerians have risen to the urgency of now. And that is no more idiots in our seat of power. No more, Bob Marley will call them crazy barheads. No more puppets of the West. No more looters whose soul is sold to Mammon. And thank God for the tact, whether you like it or not. P2B is I don't know how to call him, but you know what? The way he's managed to keep a cool head and let the obedience take control of the narrative is amazing. Because I heard some people said that when he went through some silent interrogation recently, and then he was saying, "Oh, you haven't heard me say, you know how he talks, our principal. I haven't asked anybody to do anything. It is Nigerian people that are taking initiative, and let them do what they consider right and proper." And I believe that God on the side of this movement, God on the side of every one of you who have sacrificed night, day, resources, and all that you got. The universe is just. You'll be recorded for what great feat, for what great sacrifice you've done, you've given to our country. And this journey will not be in vain. I'll close with that popular quote that I've come to love so much by James Russell Lowell, who said long time ago in the 19th century, he said, "Wrong forever on the throne, truth forever on the scaffold. That same truth sways the future. For behind the dim unknown standeth God in the shadows, keeping watch above his own." God has not gone to sleep, and I thank God that most of us believe in the providential hand and the universal hand. That hand is what, ironically, that's where I totally agree with Sizzle. That hand is what is consistently making them make grievous mistakes. Since the impostor stole the mandate of Peter Gregory Obi, he has not in any way put one foot correctly, put one finger rightly. He has consistently made mistakes, and he will continue to make mistakes until justice is done. Because we're at that point where the judiciary understands that, save and except they do right, they are in trouble. What he did by threatening them was a reverse psychology, because the judiciary understands that the multitudes of obedience are following every letter, every word that is happening at the PEPT. We know everything. I told somebody yesterday that every obedient is practically a lawyer now. Every obedient can quote the law, the Constitution, and the Electoral Act with some kind of proficiency. And the judges know that. The NBA understands that. So we are not a people that are uninformed. We are a generation of people who understand the law to the letter, who understands what will come and what should come out of electoral tribunal, and who understands that the judiciary must do right. And so, as we continue to do what we're doing, whether the man in the temporal occupant of Aso Rock, whether the impostor president understands that Nigerians are not going to be puppets to the West, whether he understands that he cannot consistently continue to usurp a power that was not rightfully given to him, whether he thinks that his court jesters and sycophants around him will continue to hold us down in perpetuity, I think he's a dreamer. Look at Festus, look at Femi Fani-Kayode. They're all crying behind the scene because the obedience forced them to make the repeated faux pas that has affected them politically. And we will continue to do what we're doing until victory comes. But I see a new Nigeria on the horizon. I see a new day and a new deal. And to my brother Barry, I'm working on something regarding your birthday. Don't worry. God bless you. God bless everyone here. I love you big time. Saddam, God bless you. Otumba, God bless you. Women,
Whoa, that was it, my people. I mean, that was it. That's it right there. Let me quickly, somebody had asked a question. I think it was God's Grace that asked the question. He wanted to know that he heard that Fashola will be writing the third judgment for Samane and Co., right? So it's been exposed, actually, that indeed.
This is how
Yes, sir.
it is not. See, what is
It's not
happening
true.
is just that we have a tactical unit in the obedience.
Okay.
So when they pull out the tactical unit and they are working, they are trying to push those that they feel that can obstruct, that many Nigerians does not know, can use their influence because they are SAN and they are old in the legal, the mineral level. They can use them to influence them and have an impact. But there's one thing we should know. A judge is not like, say, if I'm Black Panther now, it is not Black Panther. It is the throne, the spirit of the throne that will engulf me, that will make me act. When I get up from the throne, I no longer bear that name as the chief judge, but I'm bearing the name Black Panther. But when I sit on the throne, the spirit of the throne will take over me. And if anybody wants to take advantage of me sitting on the throne, I will revoke against that person. So it is not very easy for an SAN or a lawyer in the bench to come to a judge to say one thing. It is very, very difficult for a lawyer to say that. No matter the level where you are, you should not play preambles with us. We know it. No matter the level you are in the judiciary, in your law pursuit, whether you are SAN, it is very difficult for you to walk to a judge and speak that you are going to put and bring an impact to the judgment. That's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Okay, thank you very much for that. God's Grace, I hope you hear that, because I did see exactly what you saw as well. So let me quickly come to Mr. F. Emmanuel, if he's ready to speak now. Mr. F. Emmanuel, welcome. Good evening. Are you ready to speak to us now? Okay. You're still on mute, so I can't hear you in case you're trying to speak. Okay.
My sister, good evening. How are you today?
Good evening, sir. I'm very well, thank you. Welcome to the live show.
Yeah, it's been a while. You've been silent for a while. What's happening? What's going on?
Man, you know.
I hope you're okay.
I'm fine. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. And thank you, Black Panther. I did see your comments earlier. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for asking. I've been good, just, busy and taking it in my strides, And I've been caught up in all this, with what's been happening in Africa as a whole. So I've been on different platforms as well. So that has been Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking that you went to Niger to rescue them.
I was thinking of going. No, how did you know? It was on my mind.
Because your former president said you're gonna go to Niger, right?
No, exactly.
That if you disturb him, you go to Niger. So I was thinking that maybe you have accompanied him to go and
Rescue my people there.
calm them down.
I know. I was calming them all from the different platforms. I was shouting, screaming, telling them, threatening them, wagging my finger at them, like, you dare not leave my people alone. Yeah, thank you very much.
I know.
Yes,
You see, what is happening right now in the political scene is like it's a kind of situation whereby you have pushed somebody to the wall, right? And it's time for them to react. You know, every human being on earth has a limit of patience, a threshold of patience, right? So sometimes you see people, accepting every rubbish, taking them for a ride, So I think that's what our political criminals have taken us for. I think it's just time for the ECOWAS community, so to say, to react. Because if you ask me, Africans are very, very patient people. Africans generally, we are very, very, very patient people. I know Nigerians for number one, including other Africans generally, African country. You see, everybody has a limit of tolerance. What is happening right now in Niger is a wake-up call for Nigeria. Nothing happened by chance. This is a great opportunity for we Nigerians to follow suit. Whether by any other means, by hook or by crook, whatever any means. The Nigerians, the Malians, they have set the pace. The Burkina Faso, they've set the pace for us to follow suit. So, this is not a time of prayer. Even the children of Israel, they fought war. God went with them even in the battlefield. So, this is a time for us to rise and join the Committee of Nations, especially the African Committee of Nations, like the ECOWAS, that has been oppressed decades and decades gone by. People say the day when you wake up from sleep, and that day will be a morning. You can see that the Nigerians, they're waking up, the Burkina Faso, they're waking up, the Malians, they're waking up. So what stops Nigeria to follow suit? So this is the right time for us to do what we gotta do to get our freedom from our oppressors. We have internal oppressors, we have external oppressors, and there is this agenda that says any problem identified is half solved. Now we have identified that our politicians are our number one oppressors internally. It is the rat that is in the house that tells the rat outside, come here, there is food. So at this point, we need to deal with our internal problem first by handling our politicians first, packing them one corner, then with the younger people taking over the helms of affairs. Then we can now begin to decide who we are going to partner with outside. And the partnership must be a mutually beneficial partnership, not oppressive partnership. You know, so it's very important for us at this time of what's it called? African comatose. Let me use that word, because African general is a comatose, because all the people in ECOWAS, all the officials, they are all corrupt. They are all corrupt. So it's high time we begin to arise and take our destiny in our hands. Otherwise, we will remain in prison, Fela says, suffering and smiling. God forbid, that should not be our portion, neither will it be the portion of our children unborn. So this is the right time to wake up and do the needful. They've oppressed us for too long. They pressed their leg on our neck for too long. Let us breathe. Let us have our freedom. You know? Black Panther, I thank you for your submission. That was a good one. That was a wonderful one. But the bottom line is, you see, I like the way we, the obedience, are handling this whole issue. You know, if not that the hand of God is upon our principal, I know probably Nigeria would have been the first before these Nigerians. Nigeria would have been the first to go on the street to protest, but our principal said no, let's diplomatically follow the rule of law. And law is a great asset in every country, every growing country, every country that wants to live in peace and harmony. The rule of law cannot be overemphasized, cannot be trampled. That's what we are enjoying in the diaspora today, the rule of law. You call it intangible assets. You know? So it's very important. The time has come. He said, arise and shine, for your light is come. The light of Nigeria is Mr. Obi. The time has come for us to take back our destiny and have a better future. Most of us here in India are guaranteed we are going back home once the right things are put in place. The resources we have back home can build Africa as a whole. In short, Nigeria, to be precise, can build the whole of West Africa as a whole, if properly harnessed and managed. But our thieves and criminals are using us to play a transaction politics as against the democracy that we fight for after the military regime. So I thank God that we're on the right path at this time. All eyes are open now. Nobody's in the dark. Say, shine your eye. Everybody is shining his or her eyes now. Everybody's involved. Oh, there's no trick they will come with that they will succeed. You know? So a Miloko is counting days to leave that seat. I guarantee you that. There is no how you will twist the law. He has been found wanting and he's going to leave that seat. I promise you. Let me rest my case there. I'm here.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Mr. Emmanuel. I appreciate. Thank you for your contributions. Let me quickly play a short video, BBMJ, before I come to you. Really quickly. Let me just play this video.
APC is blaming APC for Nigerian condition. God have mercy.
Resolve. Most of the problems that people are talking about is not the creation of this government. This government is barely 2 months old.
Who is government? People forget saying that. Now we still get issue. You go say, I don't dey talk and make a finish. It just be like say Buhari administration just bring in templates, give this administration, tell us say follow the same procedure.
Let me talk am now. Talk am. Let's say we
I will continue from which legacy? You know, come like saying I'm still Buhari. Pro Max. Buhari Pro Max.
We must learn a lesson.
The first one these people they forget say now still them.
You have to have capacity.
Just be like celebrity begin the read about that. You begin the shout.
Continue.
Can't read. Davido they read though. Davido has impregnated another girl. Davido go shout.
Hey, Jesus.
This Davido will know the rest. Israel go come drum. Now you be Davido. Okay.
Whiskey don't play music. You can't get
They say, we is it? Now you shout.
Nobody is not there again. Eventually.
They will begin to discuss within themselves. It's like this problem pass us. Wait till we go tell them tomorrow. Tell them say the problem pass us. Mama Mia.
Hey, BB of life, welcome. Greetings, my sister. Special greetings to you. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much. I salute everybody for panel and everybody in the comment section.
Back.
This is so interesting. It's like watching a movie. You know, you choose the scenes you want to watch. You fast forward and everybody has said, you know, very great things. I think for me, it's just another form of distraction, but a very crafted distraction. Crafted in the sense that, and I think he's seen that it is working.
What is the distraction?
You know, this thing about the war and the military and the coup. Don't get me wrong, they're real. But you know, I think you know, they throw out the propaganda back out there, and it gets people talking. It gets
what kind of propaganda? Sorry.
This is okay. I don't want to call it a propaganda, but this whole thing happening, the Niger coup, Bola Tinubu wanting to go to war, getting the people, you know, wild up, the leaked information coming out. I just think it's a good way to distract people, but at the same time, get to know how Nigerians are thinking and then know what they need to do. If you listen well to what M6 was saying, there was a part he said that, it looks as if they heard what he said. So they've gone back to tell the people in Aso Rock, no, the violent space is being played in Aso Rock. So now they're talking about Bola Tinubu going to, you know, have a discussion. And I want to say it's like it's been one thing after another. They've tried every single thing, in as much as all those things were real. We started with Apapa, and then I think the other big one was Mesoma. then different things coming up, and they tend to see how they can feel the pulse of the people and feel the pulse of the nation. And obviously the pulse are high. The people are not taking it sitting down. So it's sad, it's horrible to imagine that a country that can barely feed its people is now thinking of taking. I keep asking, we don't have any money, so which money are they going to use to do the nonsense that they want to do? And people that barely feed. um Somebody wrote a letter to someone in violent space today, actually Saddam, and it was a military man. And he said, things are really hard for him if they can help him. And he said he has a diploma in something urban real estate or something like that, urban and regional planning. So you have these boys, these young men in the military that are doing all they can to take care of themselves. They can barely take care of themselves. And then you're now throwing out a story about war for them to go and do what really? Is it to go and command the other troops or to go and supply them arms? Because if it is definitely to go and fight, our people are not ready for it. They don't have the means. They're not the military of yesteryears. So him coming out and trying to ginger people to go, plus the disgrace he went to do when he went for a meeting. I keep wondering, does he not have an advisor? Don't they show him what people are saying? You cannot just be moving around blindly without having a plan. And it kind of seems like he's just moving around without having a plan. So I don't understand this man. And then I come back and I ask myself, but you should be concerned with your legitimacy, because if I was a president and I am hearing whispers from other places and some being bold enough to tell me you're not legitimate, I think I'll be more concerned about that than going to look for things to do outside. Because at this point, he is looking for things to do. He is looking for so much credibility from the international world that he's willing to sacrifice a whole country. But then again, I'm not surprised. And why am I not surprised? Because that man is not a Nigerian. I've always said it and I maintain it. I don't care what his name is.
Can I interject you to buttress your point so that you can
Sure,
have a
please.
pathway to move?
Yes.
You see, what is happening now? This president, despite his atrocity, he has a loophole, he has a twisted mind. Now, this is what it is. I want you to look at it because you are going that direction. The president, let's say it's that what you're saying is not a Nigerian, and he has a twisted mind. And a twisted mind don't give a damn about who is in the country. All what he's focused on is on himself. Now, he will make a decision. I'm reading his mindset now. He's going to make a decision that instead of me to lose my position and somebody come to get it, then I'll rather go into that war so that the military will take over. Then Nigeria will start afresh. I am gone. They won't see me again because I have all the tools to get off this country and they will not see me anymore. Nigeria go ablaze and start whatever they want to start. I think that is a mindset I believe he might have because he has a twisted mind.
I agree with that, but I also think that
Excuse me, let me interject, please, 1 second. Gingerbread man, make that man twist well, my prayers, I let the man twist so much that he cannot even figure out the exact thing to do. Let him twist well. And those international community that is depending on, right? They are not the people that came to vote. It's Nigerians like you and I that voted, isn't it? So those international community cannot even save him either. So he better face the reality of life, what is on ground. That's just it. They won't save him. They won't help him. That's the truth. Thank you.
So let me read this out. Let me read this out. And this was in the newspapers, and this was as far back as 2020. But I believe it was older than that because the paper I saw when he did that was a long time ago. But this man, okay, yes, it was a statement he made April 13, 1997 on This Day newspaper. And then as of that time, he was the APC chieftain, and he said, I don't believe in one Nigeria. But more interestingly, the comments that he immediately said after that was that he was eyeing the number one position in the country. This was 1997. So I asked myself, was he thinking of breaking Nigeria up then? Or was he thinking of that plan? He worked it until it got to this point. Because really, there is nothing this man has done since the time that he was in the Senate that showed that he ever had any love for anywhere in Nigeria, in Lagos, let alone Nigeria. He hasn't acted that way. Instead, all his attitude and all the things that he has done has just been to break people apart. And the biggest tool he has used is bigotry. That's his selling point. Because I heard that what he's using to taunt these people in, the military to go is that he's telling the people in Sokoto that he's fighting for them. Hello, Buhari loaded a lot of money in the bank. So there's nobody fighting for anybody. They are fighting to be able to get their money out. Because now that the president is not in power, they can't have access to that money. And that is APC money that they were keeping to do what they want to do in the future. But now that money is not anywhere they don't have access to it. Oh, they can't touch it anymore. So all of them are all frantic. They are all scared. And I only got to learn that today. In fact, it was so mind-blowing, the way they think, and it all made sense. When Buhari was still in power and he was saying that if things get very tiring for him in Daura, he's just going to cross over to Niger. This is what he was talking about. So you didn't do anything nice in the country. And then Bola Tinubu said he's going to continue in the way of his predecessor. And all of a sudden we're doing this. And like what they said then when I was listening to what Omoye was playing, nobody talked of cool. And here we are singing the song. But more importantly, this was something I heard, I think, on Tuesday. The end destination for these people starting this wahala is actually Nigeria. Because like they rightly said, what Niger has, Nigeria has 10 times over. So it's like, and it's like, let's push. We will eventually get there. Because tell me why 2 months before any nonsense happened, we have a warship in a Chinese warship in Nigerian waters, and nobody says anything about it. Instead, Asari Dokubo, with his pot belly that is full of worms, is jumping everywhere like a soaked bread and opening his mouth and talking anyhow. Really? So this man, he's not a Nigerian, doesn't have the interests of Nigerians at heart, and I really wish they will just get him out of the place. The sooner, the better, before he finishes the whole thing completely. Because as it is right now, if they tell Bola Tinubu to drain the blood inside his body so that he can have his recognition known by so many world leaders, he's willing to do that. Because if you are a president of your country and you have the interest of the people at heart, you will do everything to protect your people. You will do everything to protect your people, because it will occur to you, these people are the ones that put me here. But he doesn't care. In fact, I dare say he doesn't even care about his own family. Because as a head of a household, you protect your own, but you're exposing them the more by stupid decisions, stupid things, stupid ministerial people. And I dare say any human that is nominated by Tinubu and goes ahead to accept that position is equally as corrupt, if not more corrupt, than the person that nominated them. Because tell me, no person wants to be associated with a bad person. Once the name comes, everybody like, no, 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 no. I don't want my name known attached to that person. But look at here they are, because of how greedy and selfish they are. And I feel so terrible that women are amongst them. They are willing to do anything just to feed their own pockets. It's really, really terrible. And I just wish sometimes that I would just go to bed and wake up in the morning and hear that the man don't buy, so they don't put him for ground. Because now waiting remain for the man body. You know, feel waka, you know, feel talk, you know, feel do anything, make me forget sense. You know, fit, you know, just sabi. Yet, now in one rule country, and now it won't lead them go war. With sense now. Chai. Mba. The vex, eh? Oh. Anyway, Sha. Oh my, I beg, I yield for now.
Thank you very much, Sister BB. So, Guy was saying that please don't always brag about that Nigeria has more than this one or that one. I am also against that. In some countries, there's still more resources of discovery. See, all this bragging, we need to drop it. No country get past the other. Nigeria is no better. I mean, Nigeria in the mud right now, in the poto right now. So we need to do away with such divisive tone as to bragging about anything. We have no right to brag about anything, because there's a lot that needs to be fixed amongst ourselves individually as a society and amongst the continent itself. So again, there's a lot that needs fixing. But right now, I've been in spaces where people have been complaining about Nigerians. It was surprising to me because I didn't know how bad it was. They complain a lot about Nigerians, and we need to, try and find ways to fix some of the wrong perceptions that they have about us. I mean, it's not up to us to fix everything, but find ourselves in spaces where that is happening, we need to, be able to explain to them, okay, we'll hear from them and all of that. So this whole abeg, we don't get past anybody. Nobody get past anybody. Now the safe suffer now, all of us will suffer now. All of us for African continent. How many countries for Africa get light? How many? When get steady light, they blink. How many? All of us dey suffer the no electricity, the lack of electricity. How many African countries get water? Wey be say water, you go, you turn up pump, water go really dey rush come out. How many? And thank you very much, Kenny. And Niger is bigger than Nigeria. Far, far bigger. It is. You're right. Because actually, someone from that region actually said it in one of the spaces I was privileged to be on.
Oh yeah, they said it was twice bigger than Nigeria.
Exactly. So we need to this our braggadocious. We need to fling it out of the window. We are not better than anybody. Matter of fact, if we know, we need to teach others. Because we're so divided. It's crazy. So it's a joy to see that in spite of that division, people from everybody from other African countries are willing to listen and understand so that we know how to move this society. Because it's up to us now to fix Africa. It's not up to the people that are one step away from down under. It's up to us, those of us that are alive, you know. So we need to start changing our rhetoric, abeg. Nobody better pass anybody. Instead, we need to dey help each other. We need to dey raise each other up. There's something we know that better than the other. We need to tell them, say, you don't know this, okay, man, show you how to do this one. See, for Africa now, as an African, you no fit travel from one place to the other without visa. They go scrutinize you, especially if you be Nigerian. If oyibo man wan come pass the same country, na fly dem dey fly through. Dem no dey even keep them waiting. E no normal now. Even for our own country, When people go see Oyibo, go be like say they don't see something out of this world. It's messed up. On top of that one, the bleaching industry is increasing on the increase. That's madness. You're telling yourself you don't like yourself, you don't like who you are, so you're going to detest everything about yourself. You want even do pass the palm color people, you want do pass them, you want yellow. I never see that kind of thing before for my life. Meanwhile, na you dey the hottest part of the world, sun dey there. How did this thing wan take work now? With all the cream, how e wan take work? How e wan take work? You see, your person you come get patches, all im body go come get patches, all in a bid to look like somebody else when e no even near you at all. When be say na you be the blueprint. Without you, there's no them. Eh? We need to start to dey change most of our rhetoric, because man, my ear full oh. As in, I was like, wow, I didn't realize how terrible, how bad, how the impression that these people have about Nigeria. Because they actually said that I think it was in Niger that was trying to some francophone country, sha, every time they try to come together, na Nigeria they always spoil am. Nigeria all the time. E no good o. If kasala burst, omo, there's no hiding place for Naija people o. I'm telling you, they will go after with a vengeance. But now that everybody is coming out and standing and say lie lie, mbanu, we no follow our government do that one. Na im make people dey even dey come out, dey come dey say okay, now we no even know say una, because some people, some lines I was in, some people were of the opinion that Nigerians don't care, that they don't care. They're not going to stand with them. That's their attitude. That's how they feel. It was really sad to hear as a Nigerian. It was really sad. It bothered me because on a personal and individual level, I am not like that. But to hear that generalization was it kind of hurt. I won't lie. It hurt a little bit. Like, wow, I didn't know this is the impression that we gave the other parts of Africa. We need to do better, honestly. We really, really need. I know as Nigerians, we're very welcoming, we're very warm, we receive people and all of that. But in regards to relationships, or relations, friendships with other African countries, man, we suck. We really have. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done, but I mean, I'm glad to see that at least there's something happening and we're putting in the efforts and everybody's rallying around. There are spaces happening everywhere. There are people on lives talking about this. I mean, like 24/7 lives going on. And people are just calling in from different parts of the world to talk about their issues, to talk about, mostly from Francophone countries. Some of them speak French, so they can't really express themselves as much. Luckily, you have some people who are able to interpret the French that they're speaking and all of that. And then with regards to Agbado's whole thing, for me personally, I just feel like it's probably good that this is maybe this is the push that is required in order for us to go to the next level. Honestly, maybe this is the push, because everything that's happening is just exposing the weakness of this man. When we're all shouting that this man cannot do it, it is clear to everybody now that this man cannot. He doesn't even think. He's saying something and he turns around and you don't even think. That means the man has zero vision, zero knowledge, zero everything, zero, zero, zero in everything. You have to listen to a live. Imagine Peter will be coming on a live and they are there listening. That's some messed up BS, man. You don't even know what you need to do. You are looking for expo. You're coming to pay attention to your opponent, the person that you said you could not pronounce his name, or you're not going to mention it. You are now looking for him to give you clues on what to do. The man has no clue. Agbado has no clue. Look at it. Niger Republic has even gotten more creative than we are. Ebola bola. Oh my goodness. I say, it took us how long? We couldn't even come up with that. We couldn't come up. Niger is our brother and our sister. Niger is 53 or 54% Hausa. 53%. They're the highest, the majority in Niger. They have brothers and sisters in the north. Now those kind of people that want to go they fight. We can't do that.
Okay, apart from that, they've been in our country for a very long time.
Yeah, for centuries.
They've been everywhere for a very long time. So they've been existing with us for a very, very long time. It didn't start now. It's even way back in the 80s. Way back in the 80s, where you see, people that would go around fixing shoes, and they had their thing that they were carrying as far back as then is when they've been around. It didn't even start today. So you can imagine how much presence they have. They're not just as, loud, and most of them are quiet people, but they've been amongst us for a long time. So even thinking of going to do that now, where do you even start from? I mean, how do you look at them and do what you want to do? It's sad.
We can't. They've been with. Guess what? There were no borders in Africa before. There were none. It was just if you dey sell market, you don't carry am put for your head. You waka from here. You can. Then it was walking. Now walking was the mode of transportation. People used to walk miles. You feel waka. Your barn were all intertwined for centuries. Imagine like that. And then all of a sudden, these palm colored people come create borders. Meanwhile, for the whole of the West, there are no borders. If you get the akpali, you feel literally cross anywhere with ease. You know they even wait. We know they wait. So as Africans, this is a wake-up call, man. And this is a time. Kene, you're right, yes. Our gra too much. We know that honestly, it took this one happening for me to know we don't have good reputation around Africa. This one really opened my eye. If you see where some lives when I go, besides the thing they drag me, oh my God. I see, chai. I did in my mind, I was like, wow. I didn't know it was this bad though. Kai, see our gra too much. We the feasting only us day. On top of the pride and that useless nonsense tribalism wey dey carry people for head, and the attitude wey we dey feel like say we no better pass anybody, abeg. Una no dey call una sef giant again, giant in the mud. Lazy behind giant. Now which kind nonsense giant be that one? We never fit put our house. No be see 33-year-old man. No be 33-year-old man take over. Not being by sing with only people they gather together, plan everything. 33. See the guy, me sef I dey download the picture, dey save am for when I go fit take display, take me shakara with the people. 33. See, focus.
You say that 33.
Na 33 na. Focus guy. As in, say get purpose with a vision. The man get he aims. Yes, my brother.
You see, that's why we need to let history stick into our blood. You see, Nigeria had gone through this stage, but we had no support. But one took over. It was 30 what? It was almost 32 or 33. Nigeria have had young leaders before, but the problem we had was the amalgamation was the problem. We are not supposed to be in Nigeria. But Lord Lugan and his girlfriend made us Nigeria. Even if you look at the history, even the northern leaders, they were already having a mindset against the southern leader, especially the southeast. So it did not start today. The hatred starts from the amalgamation of Nigeria. And Nigeria is misconstrued among the nations of Africa. Our being the big brother of Africa is not that they chose us to be the big brother. It is just the mother nature that brought about it. It's not that we chose ourselves or we put ourselves in that position. It's just that the mother nature chose us. And a lot of African nations do not understand us because we have diversified nature, diversified in nature, and we have a lot of tradition with different tradition. We have a lot of tongues, different tongues. These are part of the historical things that many African countries, since we in Nigeria does not even know a lot about ourselves, what about the African nations that are our neighbors? They don't know much about us. That is the historical thing that we need to bring back for us. If we don't know about ourselves, if we don't preach about ourselves, if we don't teach about ourselves, how can our brothers know about ourselves?
I understand, Black Panther. I understand what you're saying, but my point here now is the attitudes of us as Nigerians. I'm not talking about our culture and how diversified. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the relationships, the kind of friendships we have when we're interacting with other African brothers and sisters. They have a very, very it's almost like we've left a bitter taste in their mouths. It's not about those people. They've suffered maybe even worse than we have suffered, because you have to understand they've been under France.
You got to understand too. Sorry.
One second, Black man. May I just land with this talk? I beg, not this. They've even suffered more under France, but look at what they've been able to achieve. This young man was able to take down a man that has been ruling for 12 years. What is the I'm not trying to say that Nigerians haven't tried, young people have not tried. It speaks to some of the things that we do as a people. As Nigerians, we need to start doing better with ourselves, shun tribalism, religion. Honestly, this guy, N6, that spoke, he spoke my mind. If I'm given an opportunity to be a leader in Nigeria, you will go and be doing your religion in your freaking bedrooms. I'm telling you, I will not allow it, because it is so divisive. It is part of the problem that we have in Africa. It is a big problem. Worship your God in your freaking bedrooms. Don't bring it out here. If you're bringing anything out, be creating jobs for your people. Be making lives better for your people. As a people, as Nigerians, we need to do better with ourselves and with our neighbors and our friends and our brothers and sisters found. Why? Because it's the same thing they complain about. Nigerians come to their countries, they don't behave well, they do gragra, like say na only then I God creates. There's something to say about that. There's so many things they said I can't begin to regurgitate here. I'm talking about, we know history not favor any of us, if not that one. History not favor any African country, none. Some of them even know their history better than us. Some of them fit count their great the origin of who bring them come this world. They fit count that. How many of them?
Can I explain it more better so that you will see what where I'm coming from? You see, America as a whole is an amalgamation of Europe, Africa, Asia to come to one pot. And you know the mindset of America. They are proud. Why is it that a lot of countries hate America? It's not because of the name America, but because of the proudness, the pride in America that makes a lot of countries hate America. Despite the hatred, countries, people love America because Americans are able to give to the rest of the world. Now we come to Nigeria. You see, Nigeria is an amalgamation of Niger Republic, Ghana, so many African countries that form Nigeria. There is no other countries that in Africa that looks like Nigeria. And as that formation become, there is the element of pride. We did not create it. God created it. It's just like Israel. There is pride in Israel. And there's pride in America. That same pride is in Africa. Why we should have that, we should ask ourselves that question. Why is Nigeria ahead in terms of education, in terms of human capital, in terms of innovation? Why is Nigeria ahead? It is not our creation. It is just the God gift. And it's not every one of us. Why is Nigeria corrupt? Why is it that some Nigerians are into drug, but there are countries that are into drug more than Nigeria? Why is it not pronounced?
Black Panther, my brother, whoa, I beg you're in another place. That's not what I'm talking. Let me tell you, that's not what I'm talking about. We understand there's been colonialism, and the effects of it are there. There's a lot of brainwashing that has taken place. There are a lot of attitudes that we inherited. That is not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about the way forward. Yes, we do need to learn our history. We need history back in schools. We need to educate those of us that are out of school. You can get yourself books to read, to get caught up, read about your history. There are so many YouTube channels, actually one particular that I know that teaches history, right? So educate yourself, unlearn, relearn, and I'm not talking about that. The people that have carried out the coups in the francophone countries, they were under colonial rule, even neo-colonialism. And guess what? I came to find out Cameroon, is it Cameroon now or Cameroon, I think, they don't print their passports. It's not in their country they print their passports. They print their passports in France. Their central bank is in France. So if they need money, they have to ask France for money. And then France will give it to them at a high interest. Now, going back to the coups that just happened, those people were under neo-colonialism still. They still were under France, under the hold of France. In fact, Niger, the guy that is now the president of Niger, right? The guy said there were people, all these terrorists, they were fighting them and all of that. Their men were dropping like flies. They went back, told their president, look at what is going on here. Their president said they shouldn't touch them. Why? Because they need to go and contact France first. They need to tell France because, some of those people are, clearly they now saw that it was France that was sponsoring them. But they still they still did what they had to do for their people. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about history here. I'm talking about what do we do now? And this is what Francophone countries are doing. They're taking over their own so that they can fight for their people. My prayer is that it works for them. It blesses them. Their leaders don't turn around overnight and start to do anyhow. I pray that there's accountability. I'm talking about us as a people, as Nigerians now. There is something we can take from there. Because you've been through some level of colonialism and brainwashing and all that, when the light don't shine, you don't get small knowledge. You need to be able to stand up and say, okay, no, not anymore, which is what we're doing anyway. You know what I mean? And I know that it's Peter Obi that is holding people. I just have to give them kudos for what they're doing because they're fighting for their people, despite the fact that they've been brainwashed, despite the fact that they've suffered, despite the fact that they've been held back. There's no development, no road, no water, no electricity, nothing, no work. Most of the Francophone countries, they're not as entrepreneurial. Some of them, they're not as entrepreneurial as Nigerians because they buy their spirits to prevent them from becoming an entrepreneurial. In fact, if they won't do anything, they need to consult France first.
But is Nigeria like that?
That's not what I'm saying. Now, I'm saying that there's a thing or two we can learn from them.
No, we are learning from them. I understand what you are saying.
By each other as a whole. You
I
need to
understand
see each
what you are
other as
saying.
brothers and sisters. I mean, there was a life I was in. There was a Nigerian guy there with me that was saying the Nigeria, he was actually encouraging the war that Nigeria will go to war and they will deal with all that. Do they know the ranking of Nigerian soldiers? Do they know? People were like, "What are you talking about, guy?" The gra amongst us Nigerians is too much. The gra too much. Now the gra now they cause our problem.
You see, you know why the gra too much? Make I tell you now. Make I tell you so that you Nigerians should know the power behind the Nigerian force. You see, Nigeria in the entire of Africa, Nigeria took appetite in their hand and fought it financially and otherwise. Nigeria was the only African country that have the financial backing to fight apartheid. 2, Nigeria is the only country in Africa that have stood up and fight for the emancipation of Liberia despite the American influence. Nigeria fought for Liberia to be liberated.
Black Panther, I don't care about that issue. You said
no, you got to care because that is what brought
Black
about
Panther,
the pride in an average Nigerian.
No, I'm not gonna that one ancient history. That one history of yesterday. No, we're talking about now. You cannot keep relying on the battles of yesterday, on the wins of yesterday, and say, "Oh yeah, we did this, we did so." That is BS. If that is the attitude, then that's what has kept us where we are today, because we keep romanticizing what we did many years ago. Now we talk about now change of attitudes, seeing each other as brothers and sisters. If, for instance, wetin wan happen for Niger now, all Nigerians suppose stand up now. They say, like, yeah, you touch one, you touch us. We suppose they join, because right now they see us as separate.
How? We have been separated for long. Francophone versus Anglophone countries. There has been war created by the colonial masters. That is what we don't know. That is what we don't know. There was a barrier between Francophone and Anglophone countries that France created to demarcate the line. That was the barrier that they set. And the barrier is being moved now by the Francophone countries that they created. We don't have to do it for them. They have to do it for themselves. That is what I'm saying. There was a barrier created. We have forgotten that history. Francophone and Anglophone, we never agreed because the colonial masters created that barrier within us. That is what caused the problem. And that is what's causing the pride and hatred among African countries. That is why Burkina Faso is taking French.
That is why we need to build, we need to now start to come together and realize
that is it, because
barrier.
That is what I'm telling you now. History cannot be history play a role in all this. It plays a role.
I hear you. History does play a role. I get it. I'm talking about now. We need to start doing better now. Since we know history played a role. To your point, since we know that, okay, Francophone countries were divided, they were lied to, they kept the divisive line. But Niger people, they come Nigeria. Niger people don't they work as Okada, may guards for God knows how long. Niger people, they go school for night. I know somebody who's from Niger. He lives in he's an attorney in California here. He's from Niger. Before he came to America, he had to go through Nigeria and all of that. He even did a bit of schooling in Nigeria. These people, even though Anglophone, yes, maybe they separate us and they told them horrible stories. I'm talking about now. How do we bridge the gap? Because we cannot be fighting. Look at what is happening. In Africa, you can't go to another country in Africa without going through problems, especially if you're Nigerian.
Sister Omoye, sorry. Can I reply Ekene? Ekene, I want to reply Ekene.
I am, yes, reply.
Okay. Kene Ezeke, as you said in one of your write-up, you said ANC was doing the work, not your Nigerian money. Russia gave more. I stand to be corrected. Russia never gave more than what Nigeria gave to South Africa.
Nigeria took all the South African leaders, educated them, gave them free scholarship, gave every South African that they pulled out of South Africa, gave them education, gave them money, gave them houses, and paid more than $1 billion, more than $800 million, which they sponsor South African ANC towards releasing South Africa from apartheid. So what are you saying, Ekene? Go and look at the history. Russia never gave more than Nigeria. It was as a result of Nigeria movement in the United Nations and Europe that brought about ANC toppling the apartheid regime in South Africa. So what are you saying, Ekene? Ekene, go and read history very well. Don't pull your country down because of the problem we are facing. Nigeria has given too much to Africa, and no African country has given to Nigeria as a whole, despite our problem. We should not throw away ourselves because of some Nigerians are doing sort of thing. We should raise ourselves when needed. Nigeria has given to Africa. Ekene, please don't bring that rhetoric that Russia gave more to South Africa. Where? Tell me where?
Yeah, I understand that. We know. I think we know. I think that a lot of us know that Nigeria is giving to Africa, giving a lot to Africa. We understand the sacrifices that Nigeria has made. I read the history. I understand it. I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about yes. I'm not talking about yesteryears. Yes, we can talk about history and say yes, Nigeria has played a very, very key role in lifting up other African countries and fighting. But also remember, even in that, there were Nigerians that impregnated a lot of women in the process. So there's good and bad in all of that history. Now, I'm not trying to paint Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria. Nothing will ever change that. And I love my country. That's why I'm here doing lives, 5 hours, 4 hours, even though I don't get any super chat. It's not a big deal for me because I want us to, be able to come together and move our continent forward, for crying out loud. You don't think when we don't do the grip and hold of these people. Our fathers and ancestors were born into this. Should we continue like this? No. Let's start making the change now. Let's start doing things differently. Let's start coming together. As it happen for Niger, I'm not saying go and enter the plane and go and fight. I'm saying stand with your social media platform or whatever, put pressure on your government and say, no, we're not part of this charade. You're not going to take us and go to so that we can go and fight our brothers and sisters. It should not be happening. We're not talking about yesteryears. We know that Nigeria has made sacrifices. I don't think there's any African here that will come out and say Nigeria has not done anything. They're not going to talk and come up for their mouths. Me just a talk say, how do we better the relationships amongst ourselves? We need to do better. Where we know say we never really improve on, we need to work on it so that we can be better at being. You want to be able to, even if you want to do business, I rather do business within Africa as an African. Why I go to think of, okay, I want to carry my load now. Before I buy them, I need to go look for another person outside of my continent to go get in currency before I fit buy market for your hand. It don't make sense now. It don't make sense. See, as our people, they flee from different, there's no one African country where people know they run from. There's none where young people are not fleeing from, so that their lives will be better. And even when they flee to these palm color people land, they treat them bad. They use them up and down. Some of them they even buy in the process. They even watch them buy. They do anything. So we need to do better. If anything they happen for one, they're supposed to run, enter somewhere, they know, okay, they're secure. Now our brother house will be. At least before now, so it be. Before all this Oyibo people come give, sell weapon and all of that. If person quarrel with his brother and sister for one village, like as I take one, then they banish people for village before now. Before. They will say the king don't banish him because he do something, maybe an abomination, whatever. Wetin happen? That person will carry a load, carry a family, they will go to the next village. They go live their life, they settle for there, life goes on, they adopt those other people culture. It's been happening, not be today, but Now you can't do that. Before people they feel trade within Africa now. I mean now we they find out say the first the first man for United Kingdom, that black man. This is recent history. The first man in the United Kingdom that even built that United is a black man. Let's show you how far your ancestors have traveled. They've traveled all over the world before even they. Do you know that it's been found out that there were black men even in North in the Americas before their explorer reached there. There were already black people there. There were black people all over the world. So I'm just saying that since our eye don't dey open and we don't dey see the truth of what it is, we need to start doing better by ourselves, because that's the only way we can win this. Africa is supposed to be a garden of Eden, for crying out loud. There's nothing you put in that soil that does not grow. Nothing. Without fertilizer. This fertilizer thing is a recent thing now. Growing up, you didn't have to put anything in the ground to get to get good harvest. The soil was naturally fertile. How many where for this world you want to see that kind of soil? You can't find it anywhere. See red oil when they condemn, say red oil, diabetics, hey, this one, that one. If you go Igbo store now, you see red oil, then they sell them. Eh? This is all I'm saying. Me, I'm not talking about the fact that Nigeria hasn't been. Yes, Nigeria has been very helpful. It has helped a lot of his African brothers and sisters. ECOMOG, I remember all those stories. But as it is now, even all that ECOMOG and all those things we do, will you not agree with me that it was all, if the army what we get not be Oyibo structure, police what we get not be Oyibo structure? Name one thing when not be Oyibo structure for our continent. Yeah? We just have to do better. And we need to have better attitude towards each other. But Nigeria now, ethnicity not dey let us see road. You are not from here, you are from there. You are not from here, you are from there. Meanwhile, if you come out, go another place, they see una the same. That's all me I'm saying, though.
Omoye, you have spoken well, but some Nigerians are having one problem with themselves. A lot of Nigerians refuse to ask questions, refuse to study, refuse to listen to people that has the dossier of it all. That is why we have misconception and we cannot really articulate things very well. There are some things that they will tell you, we ask, say, okay, they say this man go thief Gary. You supposed to ask question, why you go thief the Gary? What you make am go thief the Gary? So that you have full dossier of it. Now, it comes to this realization that most of us are carrying the concept of Russia coming into Africa. And I want to ask one fundamental question. Have you ever go and study the history of the Soviet Union and the affiliation of the Soviet Union to African states? You are saying now, Kenneth, that Soviet Union, that ANC were trained in Soviet Union. Why is it that the Soviet Union did not back it up with finances so that they can topple apartheid for more than 30 years? You say they were trained there. They were trained. They couldn't topple the apartheid regime. Does those points hit themselves very well? You should ask yourself, somebody that is trained in America, the Ghana president, the former Ghana president, late Ghana president, he was trained, he's an American soldier. He was trained in America. He came into Ghana and toppled the government of Ghana and brought about revolution in Ghana. That's what made Ghana stand firm to today. Now, you are saying, Kenneth, you are saying that ANC went to Russia to train and they came back. They could not topple it. That's a red flag for you to ask more questions. Were they really trained by Russia? Who financed South Africa ANC among the African states? Those are the questions you should ask. Those questions you will ask will make you draw the map very well, and you draw a conclusion, because the hypothesis is left for you to draw out, not for someone to draw the hypothesis for you. Because you have evidence, you have to bring the evidence together and make a conclusion. Not the white man will make a conclusion for you, because you are not stereotyped. You should be able to know that if somebody go for military training, should be able to come back and topple the government. It has been proven by the Ghanaian leader. Why is it that ANC could not do it? That's a fundamental question. And who bankrolled the ANC? Was this the Russian or the Nigerian government? That's the question you should ask. That's something that you could investigate and know about, rather than somebody teaching you from internet. Go and ask questions, draw your hypothesis, and fix them together, than copying what people tells you, and you cannot be able to put this together. What is the role of Soviet Union? You should ask yourself, what is the role? And ask yourself, who bankrolled the ANC? Why is ANC giving royalty to Nigerian government? Why? You should ask yourself those questions. Not coming out here to say, oh, Russia did this. What is the role of Russia in ANC in South Africa? What did it make them? How far did they go with Russia? Those are the questions you should ask. We went to school. We should ask questions. No matter how down our question is, our question will make us understand the African borders and our African brothers and how things were done. We should be very, very clear. It is time for us to ask questions and know our history. Don't allow people to write your history. Rather, you go in deep and know your history. Simple. Thank you.
I understand what you're saying, Black Panther. I understand. There's a historical perspective to it. You might have more knowledge, which is fine. We're all here to educate each other, right? So sometimes everybody has differing opinions. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're all wrong. You might have, your own perception and your own facts that you present, which is fine, and Kene might be seeing it from a different angle. That doesn't mean that Kenny is totally wrong. That doesn't mean you are totally wrong. That doesn't mean I'm totally wrong too. But I just want us to focus on how we can work on our relationships amongst ourselves as Africans. First as tribes, and then as Africans, because Nigeria has a tribal issue. Let's not even
No,
pretend.
Sister Omoye, I'm not addressing you. I'm
No,
just
I
addressing
know, I
Kene.
know. Me, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to what's called level balance the conversation. That I hear you, and I know you're talking to Kene. Kene is just saying his own from the comment. Maybe Kene will be good if you come into the panel. Kene they work. No, he's not working, but he might not be able to because it's probably late where he is. But I'm just trying to say that Kene may also be, for he's coming from a different angle. He might be seeing it from a different that you're not seeing it from. That doesn't mean that what you're saying is not wrong. And it's not that doesn't mean that what you're saying is wrong. And that doesn't mean that what he's saying is also, or what he's typing is also wrong, you know? Because everybody see some lives when I enter, so kind of when I hear about our Nigerians, the way that they do, attire, because me know they see. I get friends from different Africa. I get Zambian friends. I get Ghanaian friends. I get Ethiopian friends. I get friends from different African countries. None of them don't tell me that kind of thing before, right? So to the hear and like that, it can't they do me one kind for body say he. Now so it dey really be, as in some of us don't misbehave reach like this when we say these people not get, enough trust or whatever in us, because they believe, some of them even believe say maybe Nigeria want to through go because of they want take Niger, they want add Niger join Nigeria. Now say when I tell you that one, I know dey happen. We never fit chop belleful for house, so abi una no know wetin dey happen to us. Dis na wetin dey happen o. We never chop belleful, we no get light, we no even fit go school again. People wey get children no dey fit send their children go school. We no dey fit go from even to our farm, we no dey fit enter again. That's how bad it is, you know. So from the perception that I'm getting is that we all have work to do as Africans, and we need to start having conversations. We need to start bridging the gap. That doesn't mean that we cannot tell ourselves history and remind ourselves what role we've played in each other's lives. But let's just make sure we are doing it, because the truth be say, the only one who go fit survive, my brother, the only one who go fit stand and stand strong na if we unite. Oh, I'm telling you, is the only way forward. Do you know how joyful? I'm so happy that when Niger, they talk say they wan do this one to Niger, every other francophone country stand up say, lie, you touch am, you touch us. You know how beautiful that is? Imagine if the whole of Africa be like that. You think say they go fit do wetin dem? Even Uganda, you know say Uganda they get specialized wetin equipment when Russia supply, when they buy from Russia. Man, when they unveil that thing, I say, wow. Is he now the guy keep am like ready for anything from Uganda? I don't forget the name of the president now. Now Museveni that they call now. Yeah, you know, so there's so many things happening. So imagine say we get all those things before and we're this aware at that time. You just say the problem when we dey right now, we for dey this problem. We for not dey now. All of us in Africa would have had a better relationship with each other. We might not have, that doesn't mean we won't have issues, but it will not escalate. We will be able to resolve our issues. What's the role of ECOWAS? This is the question I've asked. When all these other countries, all their presidents, they impose themselves, wetin ECOWAS do? When people dey hungry, they kpai out of hunger, terrorism don take over, wetin ECOWAS do? Wetin African Union do? Now when kasala don burst, na everywhere don scatter, dey come show their, to tell you say they just be puppets. Isn't that a shame? A whole continent, you no even get your own army when you say, okay, in case of emergency, this na the kind of people wey we go dispatch. We need to do better. We can't continue like this forever now. We can't. We dey talk about our court case when we dey wait for tribunal. I don't know wetin the judges dey wait for. The judges suppose make sure say they give judgment immediately, make everybody rest. No, dem dey delay. Wetin dem dey delay the thing for? Wetin dem dey delay am for? ECOWAS and AU, dem want us say dem no know wetin dey happen. Other countries, they wan abuse us, they go say the man is illegitimate. Na that one dey take dey abuse us now. Me no mind the insult, because yes, I want that insult to continue, because that man need to hear word. All these ECOWAS AU people, we need to dey call them out too. What are you people there for? What is your role? Why are you, when you say your people go dey hungry, they dey kpai, you go see your colleague in your own country, you go dey kpai im people, dey starve im people, una no get wetin una dey do put. Nobody dey call am to order. Nobody dey fit talk to am. All of dem just be like puppets. E no normal now. African Union nko, they are voiceless, which proves that they are puppets. Now wetin their paymasters tell them to do, na dem dey do. So they no love any of us. And the person wey talk say, that guy when talk, when he say this man no love, he no true love anybody, he no get anybody interest for heart. Now how he want to make billions, continue to make billions, na concern the man. Imagine America dey tell us say dem no go release anything about am until how many years later? 4 years or 6 years after. It don't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. That one to tell you say they get something over am, so that in case they won't do anything, if they won't get a pushback from him. Imagine that they won't fight Niger now, they send a message. They won't use brother take attack brother. It no make sense. It no make sense. We can't continue like this. We cannot. Africa, when we say if Africa cough, the whole world suppose sick. Now we get money pass, but yet now we dey suffer. Now we dey suffer pass. Even when we dey go, they not be say they like us like that. For inside their mind, they wish they fit do us anyhow. If some people tell you their experience or here, you go on cry. slaves, mass people when be masters, when be royalty, come they waka for leg, they waka with leg for ground.
Mr. Amoye,
I dey hear my brother too.
we are in a new generation. And the new generation has decided that they don't want to pass through what their forefathers has passed through. That is why there's a lot of ripple effect and there's a lot of incoherence in some things we might do or might say. I wouldn't blame anybody because anybody that is looking for is looking for a revolution, you don't blame that person because he's standing under the premises of a concept, an ideal that is pushing him to come to actualize that dream. Now, what we should be thinking about is not how Nigeria is. We have a problem, which we know. And if we had risen up at an early stage, because there were some people that were fighting for us to wake up, but maybe it was not time for us to wake up, because in any generation, there's always a set time. And the set time is now. But nobody should blame it on the Nigerian people. But we should know that there is always a set time for a generation to rise up and fight and take it back. It might not, if you look at Africa holistically, the reason up to take back Africa might not come from Nigeria, who have been paying the brunt on Africa for a very long time. If it comes from any African country, we should all rejoice because we are going to learn that we need to close up, that we need to open up because Africans are one. That was what Libya president was selling, but it was cut short. So that was what the president of Burkina Faso, that is Thomas Sankara, was selling, but it was cut short. A lot of some Kwame Nkrumah sell that thing, but it was cut short. So a lot of people, this generation, have decided to stick and protect their leaders that are emanating now. And that's a very good thing because that has not holistically happened in Africa. But now that is happening, we should all take that concept and drive home the unity of Africa with that concept because we need to be united and open up borders. That to show solidarity and love among African nations. That is a new concept, and we need to buy into those things. These things that is happening now, the African leaders have prophesied it for long. It's only that Africa does not sell their message to the world. They allow the foreigner to sell it, and when the foreigners sell it, they sell it contradicting the African message. When Martin Luther King spoke the word, when he sold out his prophecy, Americans, they wanted to block it, but the blacks refused and continually sell that message, that great speech by Martin Luther King Jr. But in Africa, who among Africans decide to sell the message of Kwame Nkrumah? None. That is why I am so happy that the new generation has grasped the message. It might look ordinary, but these were the words of the great heroes of Africa. And we are diving into it and we are moving with it. And thank God the military have really stood up to their responsibility to guide their territorial integrity of their country. And that is what we need in Nigeria. And it's going to come soon to Nigeria. We have to wake up.
That's true. No, that's well, very well said, Black Panther. Absolutely. And we also have to remember that these people that have coups in their country. They are happy. See Niger as they dance, they happy. Those kind of people now you won't go spoil their joy. You can't go and spoil people's joy. That's what they want. Why are they not supposed to be a sovereign country? If not that one, then we suppose they're happy for them. We say, okay, let it work out for you. Nobody has a right to dictate what type of system they should have that will work for them. Nobody know the system will work for anybody. If not that one work for them, who are you to tell them? If they have a leader who cares for them, who's concerned about them, who provides for them, who is anybody to come and tell them no, that's not what you need? No, that's wrong. And now wetin these people they try to do be that. You see these people they dance for street for days, and then they support this person. They support them with everything when they get. You they threaten them, they threaten you back, they're not send, they support everywhere. When this is don't happen, people they happy. We suppose they celebrate with them, say, we are happy for you. Oh. Make the person get the wisdom to continue to lead you now. Make get the grace and everything. Make wahala no come, make abundance come instead. Not mean we suppose to they pray for them, they wish them well. You want to go and take the joy of people that are dancing in the street and celebrating. Me, I don't have a right to judge anybody's government too. If na that one work for them, which one come be my own for inside? Now me one come give them wetin go work for them. If that's what works for them, and that's what the world, that's the approach the world should have. If that is working for them, whether not cool, whether it is right in our eyes, it's not right. It is what is working for them. We had a coup in Nigeria. Why are they not talking about that? It's a civilian coup we had now. We go election, we vote for election, finish. Next thing we know, 1 a.m. they swear person in. Is that not a coup? Not be so cool say they happen. Nobody's saying anything about because it benefits them, because their interest is secure. No, the world has changed. We're getting away from that. We can't continue like this. Una no want us, una no want let us go. Which kind toxic relationship be that? Eh? And you are going out to be tapping your chest and saying you owe another sovereign country. You know what that means? You own them, now you get that. Na toy, na biscuits, na cake. Me, I support all these other countries when they get military coup. Whoa, they are happy. Who am I to come and take it away from them? E no concern Agbado, e no concern am. Make e just suffer, comot hand for inside. Or make e carry im pikin, that Sheyi when they say president, make e carry im pikin go put am for front of battle, make dem go fight. Make e carry im 47 ministers, make dem go dey fight. My Niger people, if una dey look for who to tackle, una tackle the 47 ministers and the Agbado and the children. Abeg, una find dem go. Una leave Nigerians alone. No, we dey hungry.
PO don talk say anybody whose time has come, no man can stop. So
nothing can stop an idea whose time has
stop
come.
it. Yes, so.
You know, nobody can stop an idea whose time. If na that one cool, na good for them, if they work for them, I don't have a right to stop it. I am happy for them. They are my brothers and my sisters. I am happy. At least they will fare well. If they get clothes for back, see as people wey get money, they be like who no get money. You they come, you they siphon everything comot. So there be your bread and butter. So there be the air when you they breathe. Now you they treat them like that. They don't find new alliances. Nothing will take them comot for there again. And this moment come, they help them. So the man they come, he they come as partner. And listen to the speeches now. If they come and they come as I want to come and my own be say may we still shine our eye, because the point in all of this is so that we go free ourselves completely. Even if we want to, it go be strictly business. All that one of running to go and meet somebody in the west because or east or somewhere, all those ones not supposed to. We need to be manning our own issues. We know we're supposed to involve these people. But as we say, okay, we need them now because of the way world be, now they get the equipment. If a fight day, now they get the equipment. Okay, fair enough. Even North Korea don't talk say may in this side of Niger. North Korea say don't come out shook mouth for the thing. Now those same people now won't go fight. Wanna leave them oh.
Sister
Abeg.
Amoye,
Sir, yes.
sorry to interject you. You said one thing that I've been preaching for long. People did not understand it. You see, people were scared that, oh, the Russians are coming, they take this. But they are forgetting that we are not even talking about Russia. We are talking about we taking control of our own land, Africa. Then we will not dictate who we are going to partner with.
Exactly.
Not them dictating that they will partner with us. That is why I told someone in the essay that you should not be afraid of the Russians. They are only trying to buy themselves into our heart when we take over our land and our resources. That is what they are trying to do. For this reason, that Africa is waking up to know that they own the resources. Thereby, we should not be afraid because that ideal has sink into the new African leaders that they need to own their resources. Thereby, they will dictate who we partner with them and how we are going to give them money, not them dictating it to us, like what the French is doing and the British. So I am happy. That's why I said I'm not afraid of the Wagner Group. I'm not afraid of the Russians. As long, what I'm afraid of is that we don't take charge of our resources. That is what I'm afraid of. So I am glad Africans have a reason that they need to take charge of their resources. It is the resources that dictate the pace because Africa is so rich that they can feed the entire universe. That is why the German Chancellor Adolf Hitler said he's going to make Africa a farmland because he knows the resources right here. He knows what we got. That is the ideal. And many of these leaders that are pretending, they are following the concept of Hitler itself. That is going to make Africa a farmland. That is what they are all doing. But Africa have a reason that we are no longer a farmland, but we are going to dictate our own destiny by ourselves. That is it. And I'm so glad and happy. It did not even come from us. It's coming from a country that we least expect.
Exactly.
That is how great it is. And I thank God for it. At least it will come to Nigeria and Nigeria will learn from a smaller African countries.
Exactly. You know, because this one we need to, what's it called? Somebody using echo. Yeah, exactly. Kenny, that's another angle. You know, we could use, the intent of the military takeover should be the metric for measurement. Nigeria should be using ECOWAS powers to make sure that's what ECOWAS is supposed to be doing.
Exactly. Exactly.
ECOWAS, AU, you make sure you put checks on these people. You see how happy you want to go and spoil their joy? How can you go and spoil people's joy? Me, I'm standing with my brothers and sisters in all these countries. Oh, forget that thing. I'm happy for them. I'm so happy. The joy in my heart of seeing that, man, and it's just sweeping round. It's sweeping on, the wind is good. I am loving what's going on. My own, just like you said, Black Panther, is that we're able to stand on our own so that if we're coming to the table, we're coming as partners. Not be saying we'll come go they say, hey, I bet we need to come and learn how to do this. That's my own. I don't want us to now be caught up again. And this is where ECOWAS come in. You say, okay, Russia don't do. You go shine torchlights, make sure say they're not going to turn the thing to another form of takeover. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? No, that's to tell you that they are puppets. They are mere puppets. They are not there for the people. They are there for themselves. These people, that they give them money, that they give them billions, they promise them, just like they did during slave trade. They give them a sweets, this thing.
Mirror and kind.
And kind, when they just said their brothers and sisters, it's the same thing that they're trying to do. Now, money. So this is
money now.
Yeah. This is why as a people, all of us will stand. We stand with our brothers and sisters in Niger, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Guinea, in Algeria. Don't even join. So say they abeg go. They decide of.
They got to join now. See, and they talk and say democracy. If you got to explain it very well, it's a concept, and it's very corrupt. It is just because we have not been able to look. We are looking at the good side alone. We have not been able to explain the bad side of democracy that Africa is picking up. We are picking up the corrupt side very fast than the good side. That is why we need to fashion out our own system.
That works for us. That
works for us. That is it.
It doesn't have to be democracy. It doesn't have to have a name. Let's just find out what works for us, and let's go with that. We don't have to everything a copy and paste, because these stupid, useless leaders, they not get brain. All of them, they caught. I did talk this thing. All of them,
they caught now. What did they caught now?
They will tell them, say, submit to our brain, submit your common sense, submit your vision, submit everything. They go submit and they'll carry everything, clean them. They go clean the thing with this thing, wet paper towel, rub everything, come on. They'll come carry now empty head. They take come back.
Have you listened to the message that Kenya professor, that guy that came to lecture?
Oh, Nigerian, is it Patrice Lumumba? What's his name?
I've forgotten his name.
Patrick Lumumba. Yeah, I've listened to that. I played it yesterday.
That man has sent a message, and that man has not disapproved the military takeover in all these African states. He has not disapproved it. Now, Africans should learn. That man has sent a wisdom to African countries, Nigeria especially. We should rise up and learn. Learn. No matter how small the person is, learn from that person. Learn from that small nation, because they are sending a message that we integrate Africa, that we, big brother, we refuse to do. That is what is happening now.
Exactly. Thank you very much. When they say giant in the bush, giant in the mud, giant my foot. If you're a giant and you're not supposed to be protecting your younger ones, is that what giants are for? Instead, you just sweep your own under the, you go sell them out, sell the others out on top of how much. It's disappointing, and Kenny, I agree with you. It's a shame the stand that this stupid Agbado government, APC government stood for. It's a shame. It doesn't represent us as Nigerians. We're not in support of, we are suffering too. We know they see food chop. No lie, petrol is almost $600, 600 naira. Now we they buy petrol. No work, nothing. We're suffering like you.
Mr. Omoye, look at Britain. Let us ask ourselves a question. What resources does Britain has that make them so wealthy?
Anything. The gold.
What resources does French have that made them so great? Nothing. They are feasting on Africa. That is what they are, parasites. And they want to kill the host. That is what they are after.
Exactly. They just won't leave host empty. They want to leave and take. Upon all the take, when they don't leave them by miracle, we see they stand safe. With all the resources where they don't take, now by miracle. Not only resources, human resource, all the energy. You know what it is?
Everything. So
we
never
tell
us
nothing for Africa, nothing.
The World Bank told Nigeria that Nigeria should not bother in getting tertiary institutions, that we are well due with secondary and primary. But they are still the one that are taking our educated people to their side to be great and prefer a solution to their economy. Exactly. Now the economy is great and we are being impoverished.
Exactly. I'm telling you, I'm really happy about this awakening. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm excited about it. It's such a joy to be in spaces with other Africans. The way they talk and everybody is in one accord. I never imagined in my lifetime that I'll see that happen. I am so blessed to be alive in this time, in this period that we're in. With the obedience movement, with what's happening in Africa, I'm excited.
Our obedient movement, they cause the wave. It's a spirit.
Yeah, the spirit is surely moving all across Africa, and I'm loving it. We gotta stand up for how you don't open those stranger go your call your take, collect your wife, collect your children, collect everything. Eh? Just they take from you. Wetin dey happen? Eh? When we say you get hand, not be say you not get the manpower. Look at the strong people we have in Africa. Strong minded, strong people, strong men and women. Resourceful. You know, they see that one tap into you, just dislike you, hate
Do you know what is happening now? If Egypt join this revolution, that is the end of Europe. That is their end. Now Egypt now be the core of the North Africa. If Algeria don't join, if Egypt join, that is the end. They know now. If Egypt join, that is the end of them. They know that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And I pray the message touch the hearts of Egyptian people so that they can, you know, there's somehow difference between the brown African and the black African. Who caused it is the British. But now Algeria has joined and is in support of what is happening in West Africa. And they are supporting Niger and other African countries that have come together that Africa need to have a pathway to their own destiny. And I pray to God to touch the heart of Egyptian president so that the message can sink in. Look, what I'm expecting, if the message sink into Egypt and Egypt carry the flag, oh boy, it is done. Forget Nigeria. Nigeria, we don't need our president now. We the people, we go do am. Forget the Agbado.
I don't know about Egypt. This na palm colored people for Egypt too.
Egypt strong go for Africa. They have the second largest military.
Yeah, but we'll see what happen now because we need
to civilization start from now.
That's true. But yeah, that's true though. That's very true. According to the history, we don't know whether Nigeria true. According to
we not there now. They don't give us, we don't take up. Nothing that to change them again.
Do you understand? We don't unless they can't dig another.
Not fit dig them lie.
You know, because I stand with. Go ahead, though, my brother.
They don't dig. You know that to buttress the civilization history. What happened 3 years ago in the Egyptian land? The Egyptian, they exhumed the body of all the pharaohs in Egypt during the time of Jesus Christ. They exhumed all and took them to a museum. It's go and Google it, you see it there. When they exhumed it and took it in a gold casket round the city of Egypt down to the permanent site. It did there now. I followed it. So they can't brag about it because history is in the hands of Africans, and Egypt has been able to tell them that history is there. The other history that came up in Israel, they said they are looking for the last tribe of the Jew. They were going around the whole world, but they found the last tribe of the Jew in Africa, and that is Ethiopia. They landed 1 week ago in the land of Israel. The last tribe is the tribe. They are blacks. It has been proven. So all this history that they look about, it is open now. Africa need to take its place in this world. We need to take our place because Africa is the jewel of the world. And it has been written, Africa has provided and have sacrificed for the entire universe, both humanly, both resources-wise, and both academic-wise. Africa has contributed, and it is quite written. They cannot escape from it because this generation are taking it. And that is all. That is my joy. They have grabbed it and they have taken it. Nothing they can do anymore. Africa will shine. No matter the whole thing, the reparation they are talking about, we don't need the reparation. All we need is to sell this message to the new generation. After us, they will take it, and nothing they can do. Africa will glow to the world. And I still remain, and I say, Africa is the richest continent in the world. That is why they are stealing from the riches of Africa. They are the thief, while we are the one that is called rich and very rich in every resources. We are the ones that should be dictating it, not them. That is it. The history has been told, and this generation, they've taken it, they grab it, and they will sell it to the next generation. You will see it. Africa will rise up. That is the pride of all the past history. The forefathers of Africa, they have gone through the pain, through the Atlantic Ocean, they have sacrificed. The pain and the sacrifice is what this new generation are fighting for, and they will benefit from it. In Jesus' mighty name. We are going there. We are getting there.
He said, it's true. I read up about that too, Kenny, that there are more pyramids in Angola than Egypt, and more pyramids in Sudan. I heard about that. They're talking about flipping the map and stuff. Stuff is not where it ought to be and stuff. Hey, a lot of things are exposed. There's more to come. We are going to witness more.
It go come out now. They
Everything
not
don dey
hide them again.
They not fit to.
They not hide them again.
Everything just dey come out every day. It's just like, man, it's time. And you see, can you guys sense the consciousness? People are awakening, like Africans are awakening everywhere. Everybody just dey in sync. Like, okay, it's time. Everybody, you be like say everybody, hey God, not only God, not only the hand of providence. Now if you do this kind of thing.
You remember when Abiola was calling for reparation
I don't
from
remember
America?
that one. No, I don't remember.
Abiola was the one fighting because they call him the pillar of sport in Africa. He was the one fighting for the reparation for African land. He was fighting seriously for it. And that thing was being made manifest because he went to the United Nations. He dragged it from there. He went to the American Parliament. He dragged it from there. The American Parliament supported him. And at the verge of then settling the reparation, there came where he wanted to become president so that can drive home that ideal. But what happened? They gathered against him. And what did we hear? They said the man is spy. That's what we heard. So there are so many things. There are so many things that is covering. It will be open. It will be open. Assuming they accepted the reparation, that would have broken the camel's back. But they refuse. They know that if they accept it, they have to take their hands off without no fight. But they couldn't. They now, instead of them to buy the message, they now buy the carrier of the message. Now, the new generation are coming in another dimension which they least expect. They said, lay your hands off our resources. We want to be in control. That is their worst nightmare they are receiving now. And there's nothing they can do because they have stood under the premises of democracy and true sovereignty of your land. So where are they going to fight it from? Even in French, where are they going to fight it from? I want to own my property. You say no, I am in charge of property. Why? How? Then that contradicts the UN Charter. I say Africa has a reason. Thank God. It has a reason.
Let me play a quick video. You just have to listen to it. I can't connect it to my. Hold on 1 second. All right. 1 second. hold on 1 second. Let me pull it up here. Actually, I'm able to do so. I can't say I'm excited for what's going on around Africa. I'm not going to lie. I'm very because it's about time. People keep migrating away from the land of their, you know, the land of their where they are blessed the most. People are just migrating, just they comot. Ah no, we not fit continue like that now. Okay, so let me start from here. Actually, 1 second. Mm. Yeah, I saw. I read about that too, Mr. Guy Wanlele. Yeah, that is the Sudan perhaps are equally impressive. I read about it and I saw so many men. It's amazing to see. Yeah, yay! I said now, wow. Tekana, you say Abiola was wrong about reparations. Yeah. Okay.
It might be wrong, but what I know is that the message has been sent forward.
Right.
That is what I love about it. I'm not bothered about how he sent the message, but the message has been sent.
Okay. All right. Let's replay this.
Why are the people supporting it? Most of them, as we see.
No, it's the same thing. Poverty, corruption, and exploitation by France and the West. It's the same thing. People cannot eat. They don't see any change from the time they became independent almost 50 years ago to now. And people want change. And remember that coup in Niger followed the coup in Burkina Faso and Mali. And so you have all their regions, all of them, all the three countries were colonized by France, and the poverty is high, unemployment is extremely high, terrorism across the region is extremely high, and the country is not doing anything, corruption is high, and so people need change. If you see, since the President Mohamed Bazoum was overthrown, people have been celebrating and people have been.
You people like to say, let's forget, let's not blame anyone. Please stop that nonsense. When the Holocaust happened against the Jews, it was 1940s, 45. Not a single African country other than Ethiopia and those who had not been colonized was free. The first African country got independent 1957. There is not a single Jewish person who will allow you to forget the Holocaust. And in fact, there are crimes, not just in Israel, across the world against denial of the Holocaust. US foreign policy, Israeli foreign policy is very key. It's a central issue. Africans, for some reason, must forget something that happened 50 years ago, if you are Zimbabwe 80 years ago. Listen, we must always remind our friends from Europe and elsewhere that slavery was a crime against.
Here. What did I do here? That video that I played, people, because nothing has changed for them since.
That last video you played now was a great message. A very fundamental message that wasn't put in the policy of Europe, nor in Africa, nor in America. That was a great message. You are singling out the Jews, but you left the Africans. That crime was committed against them. That was an Holocaust. So that was a big crime against humanity. And nobody, they try to erase it, but it's still coming up. And nobody in the world are put that stuff into his own policy. And anybody that come against this should be dealt with. No country has ever done it. We are still waiting. That was why that man was saying everybody should keep quiet.
Wow. That's interesting. I mean, I was.
Voila,
Honestly, the thing In fact, hey, I never see this kind of thing before. I
Go
said,
something.
we
When
dey
when
see
we go when they go dig up history, all of them go close mouth.
I'm telling you, it's on everywhere. Make we play this video.
And guess what?
I can't stand
France
this.
cannot bear it anymore.
I can't
They have
stand
gathered their brothers, America, their partners, and the rest, and they've decided to heap a lot of pressure on the ECOWAS bloc. ECOWAS still has a lot of African leaders loyal to the colonial imperialist West.
That's right.
And so they are putting pressure on them. Tinubu of Nigeria is just been appointed the new head of the ECOWAS bloc. And they are mounting so much pressure on him, knowing that he has a lot at stake. His thing is still being contested in court. His opponents are still calling him illegitimate leader. And look at the pressure they put on him and other people to go and intervene, not just by negotiation. I saw an ECOWAS briefing recently, which is why I'm making this video. In that briefing, they were saying that after 1 week, they're actually giving Niger guys ultimatum. After 1 week or so, if nothing has happened, if they have not had any breakthroughs with whatever other means they're trying to use, that they are going to intervene militarily on the soils of Niger. If military intervention did not work in Burkina Faso, did not work in Mali, in CAR, and other places, you want to now use it in Niger. And the Nigerians are genuinely happy with the coup d'etat that happened in their country. If you see how they poured out on the streets in support of the coup d'etat, because they hate what France has turned their country to. They support the guys. They don't see them as ordinary coup plotters. They see them as freedom fighters. That's why they attacked French embassy today. And they have sent a serious warning to ECOWAS. Stay away from our internal affairs. Let France get out of our country for good. We don't need France here anymore. And ECOWAS, you must not interfere, or else we treat you as enemies. This was boldly said, not just by the army, but by the people, who are strongly, they're not pretending, it's not out of fear. They are boldly, joyfully saying it, that they love what has happened and that they will stand by the military coup plotters. Here's where the fear is coming from now. If Tinubu falls under pressure and orders a military intervention in Niger, see how these things work. The Nigerian guys are aware of who the ECOWAS leadership is on his shoulders. It is Tinubu, it is Nigeria. It will not be surprising to anyone if the moment ECOWAS strikes in Niger, if they do that you might see Nigerian planes descending on key targets in Nigeria and bombing places in order to put Tinubu under pressure to call up the strike. Because at this moment, the Niger guys are in a state of war. They have got nothing to lose. Nigerians are not in any state of war right now, even though there's agitation. There's agitation all over the place. But it is Nigeria who will lose. Niger is not far from Nigeria, just somewhere down there between Nigeria and Niger. It's not far. This is why I'm making this video. Because Niger may not attack all the countries in ECOWAS. They will pick the key countries that have a lot more to lose than Niger. And they will bomb you to stone ages and even crash their private jets or fighter jets in your country. Smash it into important locations probably bomb civilians and say you are killing their own civilian, they're going to kill your own civilian. In fact, they can even make Nigeria the scapegoat, being that Nigeria is now heading the ECOWAS bloc. And the attack will be all over. The commercial city of Nigeria may be crippled. Things will happen. They could unleash even terrorists on your name. You have no idea what the repercussions could be. They can decide to target just Nigeria to put pressure.
Now we go lose now.
And the people who are putting these guys under pressure to go and attack militarily, are they not aware that this could happen? Are they not aware that this could result? I know that some of those men in ECOWAS also feel like this is a win-win for them, because attacking simply means that they are going to send messages or a message to other coup plotters potentially planning to take over and strip France of their control and then hand that control over to Russia, whom they call a better big brother, whom they say is a better person to deal with or to have business with, in the person of Putin. They say Putin respects them better. They say Putin isn't treating them like kids the way the colonial Europe treats them. There must be some other people planning to do the same thing in some of these other French colonies. And when they finish with French colonies, they will enter British colonies.
I'm telling you.
So the fear in the heart of these leaders who were appointed, handpicked by colonial Europe, the fear in their hearts is real. They believe that if they would strike and attack these coup plotters in Niger, it would also have to send the message down to other people who are planning the same thing so that they will not bring it to them. Because if they don't, this wave of toppling leaders or colonial leaning leaders in West Africa, this wave may not stop with Niger. It may continue. But of course, what do you expect when the people are not taken into consideration? When the leadership imposed by the West is only built to cater to the needs of the West and ignore all the needs of the people on ground.
Thank you.
What?
The brother has just sent a fundamental message. A fundamental message. Even me, I wasn't thinking about it.
Exactly. He goes when if that is it now. Not true in talk. Not true the man talk. I can't remember his name. I know his channel. I don't remember the name of the channel.
If they strike one Nigerian city like this, Nigeria go enter that Soroko. Nigeria go enter Soroko.
Oh my God. They go first target Lagos. Lagos say our lad me Lagos. Lagos is
any city they strike with their airplane, Nigerians go wake up, they go enter Asoro. The president go run over Nigeria now. I'm very sure of that. He go run.
Now they will level Asoro. Level now they will level. I'm telling you. Now Nigeria now they don't use as scapegoats for all these things. That's what they don't know. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I see enough. The Guardian News, they say Biden calls on Niger's junta to release Bazoum and restore democracy. Make we read them together. Kilo verso, no, kilo verso, kilo verso. All the suffering people, they suffer since where they people they hungry.
They expect America to talk. America will not talk. Restore democracy. That's what America know now.
Make we dey hear now. See, we say councils, Niger junta cancels France military ties. They don't cancel their military tie with France as Biden calls for Bazoum's release. U.S. statement comes as outside president says he's being held hostage and calls on international to restore order. Biden has called for the immediate release of Niger's elected president and for the country's democracy to be restored in the highest profile statement by the US since the coup that removed Bazoum from power. Why Bazoum? Shebi Mali did there. Shebi Burkina Faso did there. Maybe this person Guinea did there. Why the interest they back? Oh,
You think we expose them well?
from power, as Senegal also ramped up the pressure by saying its troops would join a military intervention if necessary. I call for President Bazoum and his family to be immediately released and for the preservation of Niger's hard-earned democracy. Hard-earned Bitibawo, where people they suffer, they buy no food, no work, no electricity, no road. Buy the kilo so kill
Today
and
na
so
Trump.
no.
It's when na Trump they were power. Na power Trump go talk say, "Abeg, come on for Africa, leave Africa alone."
Exactly. Shithole country. That's a problem. You go just say that's a problem. They should fix that
Ah,
problem. It
if
doesn't
they
even
don't take time,
concern us.
Trump go come into power. They don't take time. Oh.
In fact, it don't already get her finished. The US president said in a statement on Thursday, 67th third anniversary of Niger. In this critical moment, the US stands with the people of Niger. The people are okay. They are very excited. Sir, Biden, maybe you don't know. The people are overjoyed. They are in the street. They are singing. They've never known joy like that in their life before. They are singing. They are happy. They're ready to protect this their leader. In this critical moment, the US stands with people to honor our decades-long rich partnership rooted in and support for civil life. Bazoum said in an opinion piece, even Bazoum get hand to take the right opinion piece. Now that one me dey wonder who give am paper and pyro when take dey write, and who help am send this document to Washington Post. There is a hostage and
Na small PA they send when they escape from Niger, and then they write those letters. Not be him because there is other house arrest.
If e succeed to have devastating consequences, how you wan take they are happy. Which devastating people wey dey dance, dey do party, dey do gbedu. In the next moment they call Davido make come play for them. Mona did they say the Niger junta late on Thursday revoked 5 military cooperation agreements with France amid a wave of anti-French sentiment. France has nothing without Africa, nothing. Everybody wey don dey worry France right now because it's about to go down. France
They are losing it now. Their economy go fall now.
e go crash land. Helping to fight Islamic insurgent groups. A decision about the revocation of the military deals with France dating between 77 and 22. Wetin their military intervention dey do for years since was read out on national television on Thursday by junta representative Amadou Abdramain. Abdramain added that a diplomatic notice will be sent to France to that effect. There was no immediate response from France. Niger also suspended broadcasts of French state-funded international news outlet France 24 and RFI, drawing condemnation from the French Foreign Ministry. The move is similar to post-up crackdowns on French media by the juntas in Mali and Burkina Faso, who have also kicked out French troops, many of whom were stationed in Niger. Fantastic. The coup against Bazoum was the 7th in the West and Central. 7th. Wow. In the Senegalese capital, Dakar, the foreign minister Aissatou Tall told reporters that there have been one coup too many in the region and that Senegal will participate if the Economic Committee of the West African states decide to intervene. Senegal, Mona take several seats. Senegal, Mona sit down. Una no get problem. Una no get hunger for una land. People dey eat well. Una get light.
They get soldier. Don't forget Senegal. Who won't fight? They don't want fight.
Senegalese soldiers, for all these reasons, will go there. Okay, she said, citing Senegal's international commitment. Senegal's conviction is that this coup must be stopped. Oh, look with the wait now. Saul and Biden's comments come as the country's junta appeared on television to warn against foreign military interference in a impoverished country. Abeg, enough said. People watch this small video when they can. I think people already know this. You don't watch this one. Okay. How is there no volume? There's no volume. Who will leave am there?
They don't turn that country to grassland.
So where?
They
Then
don't turn am to.
na the embassy, na the French embassy. Na
Eh,
they go.
they also drag them when they bomb, when they blow American embassy for Egypt. Why they not talk? When they scatter them, when they why they not talk? Now Africa don't want them, then they talk. So Africa na mumu now. Oh, see Senegal now. I say Nigeria no go into this war because
See, and already Nigeria, they want use Nigeria as scapegoat. Wetin
they
dis
want use Nigeria as pawn now.
Now we go bring more cash. Now true, more soldiers. True.
Now we go bring more soldiers. Now we get equipment. Now we get money. That's how it be now. Which when we go fight for Liberia, not be only Ghana bring army. Not be only Ghana. Who again? Who again? May they stop all this story where they talk. Now I don't pay their price for Africa. May they just stop all this nonsense. African countries, they just the open mouth, blah blah. They talk. All this country, when this country, Guinea-Bissau, when the president there, no one give up power. Buhari had to go there and negotiate for the president. The president, they have to fly the president with Nigeria presidential jet come on for Guinea-Bissau. They fly come on now with Nigeria jet. Now Buhari go there. Go persuade them may come out. They allow the president enter, the other president enter. What are we saying? You go fight war with another country, sovereign country. Instead of you to make peace, you go fight. Say now France, now they push you. We go see now. We go see how Senegal go take fight. Senegal never chop belleful. They go fight. We go see now.
I'm telling you, in fact, you don't talk and finish. Dr. Paul, you say, welcome, Dr. Paul. You say, America opposed democracy tenets around the world, Abi, but refused to uphold it after the INEC shenanigan of an election in Nigeria. Of course, our intellectuals write letter, open letter. You to say other African countries not read, not see everything where they happen. Everybody
they see everything now.
Chimamanda write letter. Which people not write letter? Apart from people say they grant, people go protest for front of the White House. They want to say they don't know. They turn ear. Now it good. Now their own make their own they sweet. They go make our own lie. You don't end.
They call her national interest.
To the detriment of human beings.
These Oyibo people, they do wise.
No, let's say they're wise. That will not be wisdom. That one
they don't play.
That one is evil.
Evil. They don't play African leaders very well. They don't play them very well. If Biden continue with what they do, you know, win election. No. I promise that one.
It's not looking likely.
If he does follow the tradition, that's why they slow to tell Agbado say congratulations. They just they talk haphazard. That is why now it's unheard of American government to do things haphazard. If they go join this race, so you won't forget you blacks will vote against them.
It be like even already people don't invest for year because of this whole I don't want my whole mouth talk. This whole man and woman and man.
They go deal with that for this election. Make it better repair Africa. Make they talk about democracy when they see wrong leadership.
I'm telling you.
Talk about democracy at all.
Instead, guess what? Instead, they talk about why it go take improve people's lives. They go from country to country to talk to them about man and woman and man. May they accept them, may they sign
that work. That one they don't say no go work now.
I say people do not say that the same values all people get to now. You think Uganda president talk? You know they say it's good for now. Not gonna they live in a life the way now want. We not disturb. We say we quarrel with you now. We not quarrel with you now. We they look now. If we now want to do it like that, more not do it, but more not bring and come here.
Even for America, it don't go down well.
Oh, attire, they fight. People they fight. Get people when they don't they mount serious. They don't they talk to many people. Make sure say they vote this election. Make they vote this man come out because of this whole
I
thing.
go
It's
see
getting out of hand.
this African wahala go determine the election. He know himself now. That's why they come out to talk. You don't see by the talk before for African affair.
He never ever.
He no go fit talk because it go affect am. He know now. Make them force am. Make the whole internet force am say Biden you must talk. Hashtag Biden must talk on African affair. National speech. You go see and say go dey fidget.
He no talk because there's a lot to lose.
He no go talk like.
You know, whoever he go, they use other people mouthpiece. You know, see as Nigerians say drag Kamala Harris for Twitter.
That one don't enter trouble now.
He and blinking, if you see as
He don't enter trouble. Leave am. That one don't enter. That one what would they support? What we want support? Wound ourselves for. They come after they do rubbish. They talk nonsense.
If you see as they drag am for Twitter, I say my goodness, Nigerians not get chill. If you see the drag, if you talk
They go drag am now. They need to expose her now.
Person go ask her for comment section say so now okay, after all the suffering we even dey happy say oh you be one of us, make we for help you.
You.
Shebi you say your lineage na from here. Oh God.
Don't mind that. They no get mouth to. They no get mouth. He go do am now. He go see wetin go happen. They go face am. Before you know it, Biden go say he go drop am for president. They watch, vice president. They watch now. You go see film for this election. You go see film now.
You no even give exactly no conference, no press conference, nothing. Complete silence.
He just dey give order. They talk silently. He go beach, go to sleep. They relax. Yeah, they wife.
If they send you go they send you not see the people delegates when he send when you want send may come for this inauguration when they do for this imposed man. He send them.
He no go fit. Don't mind am.
From back we they do like
from back you go send senators.
If you say they bombard those senators, people send
why not send ambassador?
They bombard those. They tell the senators say, "Hey, shebi you now come look for re-election. More now wait now. This percentage of here now we get them. More gonna come again. More we come on and come collect our vote. Come see people. They say this we go make sure say we mount people against now. Now not go enter that office again.
Choice they fear because already Republican they against them. The only hope when they get if they go if blast come part of the blast when they talk negative they are in trouble now because it will affect other purple region to go against them. Now the plan be that now they better be very careful.
I say now wow things they happen. In fact
na cold war will be fight so.
In fact, me never see this kind of one before. I say sure, this is serious.
Biden knows say if he talk for this African issue, come out with his body, he no go win election. You know now.
You even know it happen. Most of these Western countries, right? Most of these European countries, I think Netherlands, Denmark, some of these, you know what they do now? They don't create, and some other European countries, small European countries like that, they don't create immigration routes for anybody when want come out from Africa. They don't create avenue for them to come out. All the skilled workers, I'm telling you.
You don't see Canada.
They rush. They go.
You don't see Canada.
Oh my God.
Canada say anybody when they come off when they drive for London, oh yeah, begin to come our side. Canada say if they not agree, make your mama, your papa, and your brother follow you come school for London. Just carry yourself, come Canada. They release the memo now. I read them now.
See another one now. they don't open, Canada don't open new pathway for carpenters, for plumbers,
Oh, they
welders
don't get anybody for Canada
from
now.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
Wait.
don't-
Are you
See,
kidding? I just dey see this one now.
the youthful workforce for Canada is very, 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 very low. They need it by all means now. If not, they're not getting generation to hand over to. That is what is affecting them now.
My goodness.
They see that play. You go see something this season. I think I'm banning the make noise. Make it just talk. Make it come and talk for this Niger Republic. If you feel holding boss, make it talk. When I win election, make it talk. You say everybody wait for her now. Kamala Harris, now on a small picking now. Now honorary Twitter go come out for they'll choose another pair of vice. Honorary Twitter, you go come out. We not get do business with them now. Now the main bread, the gongon, White House chairman now get issue with. Make it talk.
Wait, so God's grace they ask how many was the time period left for the tribunal? They never announced, they don't announce the judgment. They don't already complete all their responses and all the rest. So they wait for the judgment now from the judge. Now that one they wait for. They never announce date now. So it could be
No, announce date now. Make it relax. They go announce date. Whether they want go out for Simon, we go know we dey here.
maybe they go announce her for moon. No, you know,
We dey here. We dey wait for them.
Elon Musk go shoot them up into the moon.
We dey here, they wait for them. We know they go anywhere. Whether rain come shine, we are waiting. Go na announce am. Na their head will take carry the wahala. Make they announce am now.
Oh my God. I still can't believe this Canada thing.
Yeah, they catch all of them.
For carpenters, plumbers, welders, people don't finish for Nigeria now.
See, America do one mistake and they regret the mistake now. And it will affect them for future, in the future, this thing. When they stop the visa lottery for Nigeria, that was where they did the mistake. Because the analysis and the forecast they are getting now is that they are getting better brains. And it is better to invest in Nigeria than any other African country. That is what they are getting now. That is what they told them now. They are regretting. That's why Canada just grabbed the opportunity, fire.
Anybody when get family when they do weather carpenter, oh yeah, carry go.
Now Canada they accept anybody now. See, my friends waiting for Canada when they don't get papers. They don't give all of them papers because if you go school there, they're not going to allow you go back. They'll talk say you get a pathway to citizenship. Right. Everybody they back up with the enter now.
Wow.
They don't get choice. See. Who want walk there? Who they drive their truck? You know, this one shows for television and they show white people. Who they drive the truck? And they make noise.
And you know, say they don't they shrink too. They're not many again.
Do you know, say Canada?
They're not they.
Make I tell you one shocking thing. Canada, as Canada big rich where it be like place where we say don't cover the world. You know the president of Canada be. Guess who?
Who?
The King of England.
Oh yeah, that's true. Now Prime Minister they get. This guy
now King of England, I be their president. They never see cut loose.
Hey. So now England they collect all their money. Meanwhile,
England they collect their money now.
Meanwhile, so the guy the wife they leave herself.
Una president. Why he go Ireland? Why he go Ireland? Go pay homage. You know ask that question? Because his father come from Ireland. He dey go pay homage. He stay for Ireland for 3 days. He go pay homage for Ireland. They welcome and sit down, they drink coffee. All of them. They go bow head for that England where see so. We not get anything so. They go bow head there. Canada get liver. Not be America, they support them. They get liver. There are some things we don't do. Those countries don't get liver. One liver. If they leave those countries alone, make Russia face them, they go run. They go run now. Not be Baba they support them. all of them for Europe, they fear like tomorrow not day. I say that what do they call her? Putin are the nightmare for Europe. Nightmare. They want catch her. They fit catch her. The man, that man will say hard pass coconut. You know go beat her like fight with her. You go just press one button, it go fly.
Hi.
They fear her now because he has the best submarine payload in the world. Russia have the biggest submarine that carries nuclear head in the world. Nothing cut out from them. Up till now, they never know the technology. Make it make noise and they go press them now. No, see where it go. He said that man send anybody. They say nobody should use cluster bomb anymore. You know cluster bomb. That bomb they go throw, it go scatter. It go scatter for ground. They say nobody should use it. Russia say lie. America say they no go stop and they go to use that. Russia say themselves go to use that. Now they use for Ukraine so where they scatter everywhere so they go just throw one bomb. It go turn to 20. That's what they call cluster bomb. They don't ban that. You ain't ban that for the world, but only two countries now they use that: America and Russia. So see where would they go now? If they say they want fight, when they fight, they go. I say, if they don't settle this Ukraine war, they go do what we call spillover, and the spillover in Africa they come.
God, I beg
Africa now, because Russia don't they send food to Niger Republic. Russia don't promise them say they go bring payloads of generators, all those things. Can't give them so that their power will come up. Make I see who go stop Russia. Make I see the person.
Hi.
They just they play with themselves. They just they make noise for inside that their Asu Rock and government house. May they come outside now. May they mention Russia, Putin name. If they get the boss, let them put their mouth and say, Putin, stop interfering. They will see it happen.
See, may I play this video? I just see this video now. Say ECOWAS has limited experience in being an intervention force.
Aha! Thank God.
Hey.
I don't talk this thing before. Thank God. Nigeria never fight war before. And they talk every time. Even I talk today.
We will see an interview when they give for Arise News. Now one guy come talk and say that Baba Femi Badeji or whatever his name is. Badejo.
They want fight war, they don't sabi fight. They go fight her now.
Niger's coup leader has denounced ECOWAS sanctions as illegal and inhumane. It comes hours after the West African Regional Bloc met in Abuja to discuss the use of military intervention as a last resort in Niger. The bloc also sent a delegation to Niamey to negotiate. But Abdurrahmani Tiani says the junta will not bow to regional or international pressure to reinstate ousted President Mohamed Bazoum.
NSP, if we can avoid a peaceful restoration of constitutional right in the country, so that is our preferred option. But we have to prepare for all eventualities. And Excellencies, you are here for the final eventuality, the last resort. That is planning for a possible intervention to restore constitutional order. If we can avoid a peaceful restoration of constitutional right in the country, so that is our preferred option. But we have to prepare for all eventualities. And Excellencies, you are here for the final eventuality, the last resort. That is planning for a possible intervention to restore constitutional order.
Joining us now to discuss the ECOWAS-Niger standoff and the involvement of Nigeria is Professor Babafemi A. Badejo, author of a bestseller on politics in Kenya. He was also a former deputy special representative of the UN Secretary General for Somalia and currently a legal practitioner and professor of political science, international relations, Chrisland University, Abeokuta, Nigeria.
Prof, good morning. Good morning, Prof.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Ruben. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Good to see you, sir. Well, very quickly, the developments in Niger. Is Nigeria taking a risk? Considering the fact that Nigeria is leading the process with our president as chairman of ECOWAS, and now we have Niger being supported by a number of countries. 5 countries stayed away from the meeting of the army chiefs of ECOWAS yesterday. Algeria is supporting the coupists in Niger, more or less. Russia is also supporting them. But Nigeria and the other countries say, well, we've given you a deadline. We've imposed sanctions. If you don't do this within this period, we would declare, military intervention. Is Nigeria taking a risk? If not, what are the benefits of Nigeria leading this process as it did previously in Sierra Leone and Liberia?
Well, tough other question you are asking. There's a lot of difference between Liberia and Sierra Leone that you referred to and Niger. Liberia, Sierra Leone were very serious situations in which humanitarian people were being killed and war was raging. And we went in to try and stabilize the situation. But even that, our stabilization effort was at a huge cost. Thousands, maybe something in the range of almost 1,000 Nigerians got lost in that war. I mean, the 2 wars. And then the financial cost of that laudable effort is being estimated for both of them at about 13 or 15 billion dollars.
Wow.
But we should be happy because the Liberians and the Sierra Leoneans continue to thank Nigeria for saving their lives, and good neighborliness helped in all that. But to the best of my knowledge, even though we got the understanding of the United Nations for carrying out that experience, we did not get reimbursed for that money because it was not the money spent, because it was not a UN operation. But here in the case of Niger, a coup has taken place. We will be in denial if we are saying that there isn't, it's just some mutiny or whatever, a process that is still ongoing. It is very clear that if you have a coup that lasts 24 to 48 hours, then you accept that it's a coup that has succeeded. It's no longer an attempt. And the Nigerians have since been consolidating, as you pointed out. They're building up relationships with a number of countries, starting with the ones that are also under ECOWAS sanction in that respect, Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso. And beyond that, the other contiguous countries like Algeria that are feeling concerned that if ECOWAS should turn itself into an intervention force over Niger, automatically it's going to spill over to them. And they are beginning to say that they are going to see it also as an attack on them. So many things are happening. Whether we can still use that last resort we are talking about is a different thing entirely. I think we have moved too fast in threatening to use force without weighing the possibilities of our success in using such a force. And ECOWAS has very, very limited experience in terms of being an intervention force. We have not even succeeded on the economic and political good governance issues, but we are turning ourselves into an intervention force that is ready to go into Niger and reverse the situation. Of course, it is sad that there was a coup against a government that, quote, was elected, because I don't want to go into the details of the problems that were faced before Mohamed Bazoum was put into office by his predecessor. But let's not go into that, accept that you have an elected government in Niger that was overthrown. What were the reasons for the overthrow? We don't know. These are some of the issues that before our president, as the chairman of ECOWAS, issued the authorities, announced the authorities' position, authority of heads of state, we should first of all have done a lot of effort in finding out. And what we are now doing, because from my understanding, General Abdusalami Abubakar and the Sultan of Sokoto and a number of other people, Nigerians, are negotiating in Niger. General Abubakar has a lot of experience. He was the one that went in for ECOWAS to negotiate when there was the problem with Tanja, President Tanja at the time. And they spent quite some months with a number of Nigerians. General Williams accompanied Abdusalami, Dr. Emi Ajibawa on the part of ECOWAS. There are many of these people that perhaps we should have asked Nigeria, even talked amongst ourselves as to whether the kind of moves we want to make are the correct one. If you find a man, you open your door and you find a man on top of your wife and you kill the man, you can argue that provocation, manslaughter. But after 7 days, you want to go to war. It's no longer, it's like if you have now, as a man who saw the person on your wife, you now went to plan and a few days later went to kill the man. That's murder. And we can't expect that the Nigerian will roll over. And there are several other dimensions of it, international dimensions. The French are on ground. The Americans are on ground with their drone bases in Niger. All these people have intelligence, especially the French.
Yes, sir.
What were they doing when they saw the coup rolling on?
Good question, Professor
And we now want to be, we now want to move into the situation. We now want to go carry out the jobs that these people should have done. Exactly. And when I'm saying we, because normally when you're talking about ECOWAS, you're talking about Nigeria. Nigeria pays most of the funding of ECOWAS. And not only then, when it comes to this kind of operation, the others will push and say, yes, Nigeria should move forward. We are with you. You are our big brother. We cannot do anything without you. And we end up carrying the brunt in terms of body bags.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not against that. That is necessary for a leadership. But you also have to look at what are your benefits in doing some of these things.
Okay, Professor Badejo, I'd like
for
to just
me-
ask a question here, sir. With regards to, just to take you back with regards to, yes, thank you very much. Just to take you back with regards to the UN Security Council, if a veto had been sought. Because General Abdurrahmani Chiani had mentioned that the sanctions imposed on Niger by the ECOWAS bloc is illegal and inhumane. What's your take? Would you consider this illegal and inhumane, especially also this threat of military, force at the expiration of the deadline or the timeline given to them, which is this Sunday, the 6th of August? Would it be considered as illegal? Has the UN Security Council been consulted, or can ECOWAS act in its own stead?
Well, a very good question you have asked. My position is based on the Charter of the United Nations. The United Nations has the authority to seek pacific settlements of dispute, peaceful settlement under Chapter 6 of the Charter. It also has peace enforcement powers under Chapter 7 of the Charter. Chapter 8 of the Charter gave roles to sub-regional organizations like ECOWAS to be involved in trying to solve problems in their area. And ECOWAS like to talk about the subsidiarity principle. The subsidiarity principle is talking simple that those who are closest to the issue handle the issue. But in handling that issue, it is pacific settlement, not peace enforcement. Even though I do know that ECOWAS has protocols that they had passed among themselves, given themselves the authority to put on these sanctions and to also embark on peace enforcement. But you don't embark on peace enforcement if you don't get the authority of the United Nations. It is illegal if they decide, like you said, on August 6th, that, okay, we are going to move in. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think it's even an option for them as at now. However much there are the rumors that they are amassing troops at the border. Normally, troop movements are for several reasons, but I don't think it's because they think they can invade Niger on Sunday. But you've seen bigger powers invade little ones, but there is also small countries having their own powers, and those kind of powers, those who Finland, Sweden, Norway, all of them who are close to the Soviet Union, know what it takes to seek alliances elsewhere to counter a neighboring big power. Small Guinea-Bissau in 98, 99 was invaded by Senegal and Guinea-Conakry at the same time. What came out of it? They were bogged down because you went into somebody's territory to meet a united army, and you are not going to find it very, very easy. You have to know the terrain extraordinarily well. But let's not go into some of these because I think we've lost credibility. ECOWAS is losing credibility by issuing threats before weighing what the options are. The first thing to have been done would have been to send a delegate, an envoy. Well, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu tried to send President Patrice Talon of Benin Republic. He was not welcomed. Okay. But it would have been different if at that time he had decided to send Abdusalami Abubakar, or even President Buhari, if he is still having time to go talk to his brethren in Niger to see what can be done. But we didn't take all that at the beginning. But because things are now slipping, we are now beginning to see that we should go into negotiation. You mentioned the fact that not everybody attended the meeting of the chiefs of defense staff. That is telling you the crack that normally happens when some of these things are happening, as to how many of the 15 countries of ECOWAS already, take out Guinea, Burkina Faso, Mali, who are already under suspension. Can Nigeria do it alone? It's not advisable, even if we think we can. Personally, I don't think we can, but even let's say that we have that capacity to go in and get the promise of assistance from the powers that are already on the ground, and we think we can be bogged down, and you create a humanitarian problem, a man-made humanitarian problem, in which you now have to deal with refugees. You now have to deal with all the people we are calling bandits from West Africa and Boko Haram, because it will be easy for all of them to come together temporarily to give Nigeria a bloody nose. And our air power is all what we have as an advantage. But that air power itself can be reduced to almost nothing if there are enough anti-air missiles in the hands of people. And I don't even want to go into all the details of whether the Wagner group that are already in Mali and Burkina Faso, but it doesn't look good that it doesn't look good. We should continue on the lines that we are already going now, belatedly, and that's negotiations.
Okay, Prof. One of the questions you had in your submission is that do we even have the money? And is this even a fair economic time for us to be able to prosecute this action? Because we are not thinking of our own domestic outlook.
Yes, there is no doubt that we are worse off than some of the interventions we have made in the past.
Exactly.
Now we have a ballooned level of loans, because the total loan at the beginning of this administration is huge, and it's telling on our foreign exchange in terms of the rate of the naira to the dollar. When you look at the totality and the fact, and that we are the only ones who are paying 60, 70, 75% of the funding necessary for this situation, and without a United Nations authorization, you can't even expect any support coming from that end. In fact, we will be seen as carrying out an illegitimate, illegal invasion, whether under ECOWAS. Of course, big powers do that, because Bush Senior went into Iraq, and in doing that, they got UN authorization. Bush Jr. spoke about weapons of mass destruction and everything, and he went in because he knew that he would face a veto at the UN. But it was an illegal, illegitimate, but he was the lion, and who is going to be asking the lion how much you are taking? So, but are we able to get away with it in terms of the international ramifications of that? Are we likely going to get a UN Security Council resolution in support of what we are doing? No. The last time there was that was Libya. Libya and Russia and China abstained, but Russia regrets that it abstained because of what NATO did using Resolution 1973 of the United Nations Security Council. So I am of the opinion that we do not have the financial capacity, the necessary muscle at this particular point in time to carry out an operation inside Niger. And it's not up to the stage. Bazoum is still alive. We are happy about that. We should not hasten a situation in which he is hostage in the hands of the coupists. I understand they have since appointed generals for the 8 regions of the country, and so they are consolidating, and they sent a flight out to go negotiate relationships, including possibilities with the Wagner Group and all the rest of it and whatever. So it's not looking good. I think the lack of experience and that our president faced should be corrected by his advisors and the institutions that he has, because we have institutions. You need to ask yourself, what are our institutions doing? What is the National Intelligence Agency doing that they don't know that this was about to happen? And then you try to find a way to negotiate it all before it actually takes place. But now that it has taken place, we have to live with, in my own view, a negotiated settlement and not be pushed by anybody that we can do it, we should do it, and being thanked by them that we are doing they are very proud of us. When somebody else is getting proud of you going to beat up your brother, you should be asking what's the interest of that person.
Oh my God, this one absolutely.
Prof, diplomacy and interventions by way of sanctions did not work in Mali. It did not work in Burkina Faso. Is there any guarantee that diplomacy and negotiated settlement will work in Niger? And what shape should that negotiated settlement take? Since you say they've consolidated beyond 24 hours.
Yes. Yeah, well, the very good question that you have asked. When you have a coup situation, it is life and death for all the parties involved. And many people agree to die standing than roll over and say, come and run over me. In which case, let's see what General Absalami Abubakar will live with. Yes, we are concerned about the coup contagion spreading. And I think that's our main concern if we have anything in this. But the solution to coup contagion is not threats. It is to deal with why are people not happy with the governments that they have? And if people are not happy with the governments that they have, what can we do to ensure that there is proper democracy? Democracy is not because you have won elections. That is a very small, minute aspect of democracy. It is the performance. It is the dividends that people get out of. Why do we have governments? It's for governments to take charge and make life better for us. But if life is worsening, but to return to your main question, the question of what will likely be, it is very clear. It is very clear they have consolidated. We don't want them, we don't want any blood loss in all this. Then you go in and negotiate with them. It could take you months. And at the end of the month, it could be decided that Bazoum should come back. It's highly unlikely, in my view, and from experience in many cases, but there are 1 or 2 experiences where that had happened before. But in all probability, you will now be talking about when is the next election, and you start pressuring towards the next election. perhaps if we didn't lose credibility from the very beginning, it would be easier to then negotiate that the current coupists will not be part of the election process. And in that case, you can aim at free and fair. Free and fair. I hate that those two words because we throw them easily. But you can at least, yes.
We have just about 30 seconds to go.
Yes.
When you were talking about cost, you said the UN will not fund anything if it doesn't have its imprimatur. But can we get EU, US, France, maybe Germany to fund a military intervention in case the ECOWAS leaders insist on going ahead with that? Briefly, because we've run out of time.
Well, I have not seen much of that in our experience in the past. I was reading testimonies before the U.S. Senate in 1999. The U.S. abandoned us in all what we did in Liberia, in spite of the fact of the length of relationship that they had with Liberia. Of course, if you want to get the money, ask for the money upfront, but you never even know what it's going to cost when you start it in terms of money. Look at what is happening between Russia and Ukraine. Okay. The thinking that everything will be in just 1 or 2 weeks. So for me, I wouldn't be banking on those whose interests have not been to support us and have us have our feet on developmental processes.
Yes. On that note, Prof, I would like to thank you very much for joining us on the morning show. Thank you, Professor Babafemi Bade.
People not the lie. I don't know who they work for. With a tight suit and tight tie, maybe for neck. People are annoying. Play one last video for you guys before I call it a night.
Your problem is that you are saying you don't want colonialism, but you embrace the borders that were brought by colonialism here. There were no borders here. They don't have borders in Europe. But when it comes to us, they say, no, you must have borders. Why? The division of Africa is what makes them thrive. They thrive on the division of the African continent. Can you imagine the minerals of DRC combined with the minerals of South Africa and with a new currency based on the minerals? What we can do to the dollar if we become a United States of Africa with our minerals alone? We can collapse the dollar. We can collapse the strong pound that is based on gold, yet they don't have a gold mine. So why do you allow such things?
Now the year, so now the year. See, GlaxoSmithKline is leaving Nigeria after 51 years of operation. Yeah? GlaxoSmith, when they make our medicine for Nigeria, they leave Nigeria after 51 years of operation. This is what the APC government has done to Nigeria. This is the time for us to come together as brothers and sisters, unite and fight this. We cannot continue to remain divided. I beg you now. Black Panther, are you still there with us? Or you don't go sleep? You must have gone to sleep. All right, guys. Well, this has been a great one. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you guys. Let me go through the comments before I shut it down. Due to the current level of debt and high cost of living protests, Nigerians will fight. This is, yep, it is. It certainly is. I bet they've landed. I'm pretty sure they have. I just saw a video now. Nigeria has the first troops from Mali, Burkina Faso, and are waiting for Algeria. These people are yes, they are ready to fight for it. Oh. The citizens, everyone. When you have the people that are willing, that's it now. Half the fight is over. That's it. They don't care anymore. It's their freedom or they buy. That's where it has come to now. You know. Let me see. They've quickly deployed some troops ready to fight while ECOWAS is still dancing around the fire. That's true. I'm telling you, very stupid hypothesis. Mr. Guy Wanlele, honestly, he annoys me. Enter house, exactly. Eh? Let him return the mandate. The people will be happy. I'm telling you. Abi, God's grace, come back. Can you imagine? Silly thing to say. I'm telling you, too much gra. We need to be one. All this gra when we dey make, all the shakara when we dey make as Nigerians. We need to stop it. We need to stop it and make our head correct. The gra not get where they carry us. E not get where they carry us go. Ew. The time is now, Uche. The time is now. We need to stand together. We're standing, the majority of Nigerians, those of us that are standing for the truth and the deliverance of Africa. We are standing with Mali, we're standing with Niger, we're standing with Guinea, we're standing with Burkina Faso, we're standing with whatever country, how many other countries out there that are fighting for their freedom. We're standing in solidarity with you. Abeg. We not send bubu, we not send Agbado message, we not send Ebola message, we not send Amoda message. He's on his own. Please. He get son, make una find am, una find the 47 ministers. When don eat, everywhere don full, una find them. Abeg una. On this note, I will end this life. May God continue to protect all of us and give us more wisdom and give us the courage to continue to stand for what is right. And may God protect Peter Obi, because na him only make everywhere rest for Nigeria. Otherwise, everybody is agitating. May God bless am. May God protect am. I hear say to lose him phone, but if you don't find am, thank God say no be thief, dey thief am. They say na him assistant or whatever, na him go carry and keep for am. So I'm very glad to hear that. So guys, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for the super chat. Tato, I appreciate you. Thank you all so much. Mr. Guy Wanlele, thank you very much. Black Panther, thank you. Mr. Emmanuel, thank you. Mr. Prince Kwashi, thank you. BBMJ, I appreciate you guys. Misty, Tato, Kene, Uche, thank you so much, guys. If I didn't mention your name, I remember no verse. Okay, it will be a long life if I have to go through each and every one. So, to all my new subscribers, thank you so much. Please continue to share and like if you have not yet liked. Subscribe if you have not yet subscribed. And I'll see you guys on my next one. Thank you so much and have a great rest of the day. Bye.